big bucks, I've been looking at business. Stressed to kill, mama got me up on the writ list. Pole position, had a fella running the distance. I'll be banging her, giving her triplets.
The bigger the bag, the bigger the butt crack. The bigger the chance the birds up in my contacts. The figure's a big deal, a pen on the contract. Serve me up, baby, give a tip on me tongue.
And I've been whipping a wire, puffing a Benson. Pushing a pack, the full stack like a benching. Giving the fish scale, that slide like a penguin. Flipping the chick on my bills, why fuck a pension.
Slow mo vision, I've been puffing the peace pipes. Selling free fires to the fiends by the seaside. On my tail lines and the seams of my Levi's. With a stack figure, the Nicki Minaj rehunt.
Birds whistle when I walk like this. Best listen when I talk like this. I'm outside on the curb with me tats out. If he's hard, he can try and chalk like this.
Chain swinging when I walk like this. Heads bobbing when I talk like this. I'm outside on the curb with the straps out. Ever love you ain't gonna choke like shit.
I spin fellas, my swing quicker than Federer. I serve packet of bands back on a regular. And I'ma tell her how she sing for me T-Pain. Your mama's hooked on the packs, I'll be selling her.
I click hammers and bang 'em and I'm a nothing. I feel his head with the lead like a mukbang. The magazine made me lean when I walk in the drumstick on making that bang like a punk band.
I spin fellas, my swing quicker than Federer. I serve packet of bands back on a regular. And I'ma tell her how she sing for me T-Pain. Your mama's hooked on the packs, I'll be selling her.
I click hammers and bang 'em and I'm a nothing. I feel his head with the lead like a mukbang. The magazine made me lean when I walk in the drumstick on making that bang like a punk band.
Hop in the cab, I'm banging the crossword up. Heading the west and I'm banging the posh bird. Couple of cans and a puff on me death stick. Click on my fingers, he's cutting me cough there.
Ringing the bow bells, bringing the webs there. I'm flinging the dry food, bringing the cassette there. Belling me non-stop, sending the lads there. Hopping me drop top, I'm running the man down.
Okay now.
To pese between my pen.
I see.
I see Panamata the wedding for game now.
Okay.
Papa you look at you. And the Igaya. Mama say na one way to go kwa. Aga na one mo jelomba. O we butike. Aga ni lu de butilo wane mo. Ata me wanke ya di kwa ya joma. kọ yẹn orin tí fẹ́ kọ orin àyájọ́ ni wọ́n dìde wọ́n pínlẹ̀ ogun oyin tí mo rí ká bá mi wá yẹn dà ká ní kó bá mi wá.
Ẹ̀jẹ̀ mi ni ẹ kí n gbọ́, àkànbí ewé ayò, ewé tún léje, ìtún ló ní ọtún ẹ ṣe, ìfà ló ní kan fà ẹ mọ́ra, àìbínú gbogbo àtàrẹ, gbogbo méjì ọkà bàbà, gbogbo mẹ́ta ọkà wáṣẹ́, orí ló túmọ̀ ẹ̀dùn, gbogbo ọ̀nà ní túmọ̀ ẹsẹ̀. Akọni ìmọ̀ tú ìmọ̀ ọjọ́, ìmọ̀ èmi ni wọn kì í dálẹ̀. Bọ́bá lọ mẹ́lẹ́mọ́, wá fi jó ẹlẹ́mọ́. Akọni bọ́bá lọ gbé fèrè, wá fi jó ẹrùkù. Bọ́wọ́ wọn bá tẹ̀ mí, wá fi jó aláré. Àwọn mẹ́tẹ̀ẹ̀ta parapọ̀. Wọ́n wá jọ ń pẹ́ mọ́, ẹ̀ẹ́mọ́ olóko jẹ. Wọ́n ń pa Akíntọ́lá ọmọ Ògún. Wọ́n ń pàdé Ìyọ̀dà ọmọ Àtàràbọ̀bà. Àkànbí wọ́n ń pàdé Ṣàtàdàdẹ ọmọ ọba Ìjẹ̀bú Mèrè. Aṣíwájú odò gbólùkẹrẹ, ajagun lólòdì ọ̀run. Tó o bá ṣe pé tìyẹ, tó o bá ṣe pé tìyẹ, lọ́ bá ń darí jọ wí. Àgbèrò ni kò ń gbọ́wọ́, ọ̀bọ ti ṣìgìdì bá gbé, àbẹ́tì ló máa ń gbé, àyàn ti ìlàyàn ewúrẹ́. Ọlọ́run dákun má padà lẹ́yìn ẹ, kó má gbàgbé ọ̀rọ̀ tẹ́. Aṣíwájú Ọlọ́run dákun má padà lẹ́yìn ẹ. Àkànbí Ọlọ́run dákun má padà lẹ́yìn ẹ̀. Ọkọ̀ Olúrẹ̀mí Ọlọ́run dákun má padà lẹ́yìn ẹ̀. Òdòlé sọ bẹ́ẹ̀, gómìnà sọ bẹ́ẹ̀, dẹ́pútì sọ bẹ́ẹ̀, ọ̀túnbá sọ bẹ́ẹ̀, spíkà sọ bẹ́ẹ̀, bàbá Ìjẹ̀bú.
Look at the way she give me leg over. 13 missed call on her cellular. One blow cause 7 die. I the jolly biggie body boss medulla. Little did I know that I make gunner. Trap me for corner, chop me for supper. Go to VAR, check it for contacts. Counter attack me, sweat for combat. They want me about Potiphar's wife, but I didn't remember the sermon that night. She served for me on my Congo hot. Me I shop super jetty and I lost focus. Orishi and Belu hot to post. Now I they skip verse 1 and they jump chorus. We they come from lost. He don't turn to love. I they go open shop for a front of us.
So I say, I shower boy don't love you. Them don't dribble Maradona.
And there it is right there. Shewo boy don't lose. I wonder if that's the sort of language we welcome in this space. But so there it is right there. So good day to you, good to be in your company, and how are you? So you will see me in a moment, but first you see what is coming on Sunday. So first you see what is coming on Sunday. So what you're seeing on the screen right there is the poster for Dupsy session on Sunday. So the what Dupsy will be navigating is not a moral maze, but what Dupsy will be navigating is a new phenomenon called Japada. So you all know what Japa means, of course, which is to escape from the Nigerian shores. but Japada is now somewhat of a phenomenon that is coming into its fledgling over the last few years thereabout. There is now a mass migration back to Nigeria, especially people who have been a couple of decades in the abroad. So there's now a mass migration back to Nigeria because suddenly opportunity seems to be opening up in that space. So that space then, Dupsy will be navigating it. And there's also something going on. There's a particular female soldier that got raped. I think that's the new phraseology that they're using now to navigate algorithms. There's a particular female soldier that got raped by a senior officer within the Nigerian army. So that narrative somewhat is a hot topic point within the Nigerian space. So there'll be conversations around that as well. And all matters light and non-political. So the link is in the comment section. Go bookmark it. Anybody that's ever experienced Dupsy knows that it is a phenomenon that is almost life-changing. So go bookmark that. Get yourself ready for Dupsy session on Sunday. So get yourself ready for Dupsy, and there I am. Goodness me. So go bookmark that. Get yourself ready for Dupsy's session on Sunday. Good day to you. Good to be in your company. And how are you? So hope you've had a good day. Yes, hope you've had a good day. The usual protocol, click on the like button just as soon as you hear me inviting you to do so. So do that. Click on the like button. If you're not already subscribed, then please do that as well. So click on like and then click on subscribe. And then if you want to come and join us on the screen, click on the hyperlink that says StreamYard. So that brings you into a studio space, and then I'll let you onto the screen as soon as I finish doing the build up to the show. So do that. Click on like, click on subscribe, click on the hyperlink that says StreamYard, copy the link to the URL of the stream and share it in your social media spaces. So copy the link and pop it into your WhatsApp groups, your Facebook groups, your XYZ groups, wherever it is that you mooch around on social media. So copy it and spread it around. Spread the word that there's a funny looking guy that talks in a peculiar way that is always talking nonsense online. So let them come hear that nonsense. So spread the word. And finally, super chat towards the stream as well. The $sign at the bottom of the screen, or the equivalent wherever it is that you are, stars on our Facebook. So we have the anticipation of a minimum of 5 super interactions with the stream, and we often hit that. So do all of those things and you'll be subsumed with a glowing feeling of warmth. You feel a happiness flow through you. Do all of those things I've invited you to do, and you'll feel a sense of well-being flow through you. That feel-good feeling. Do that and you get that feel-good feeling. And by the way, if you are watching in watchback, all of those things still apply outside of clicking on the hyperlink that says StreamYard, because the session would have come to an end by then. But all of the things I'm inviting people to do, all the call to actions, they are still applicable. So if you're watching on watchback, you can still click on like, you can still subscribe, you can do a super thanks towards the stream, and of course you can copy the link and share it as widely as you deem fit. So do all of those things. Shall we just get started? Is that what we should do? So let's get started. Let's get started and we kick it off. So there's not so much to go through actually, but let's get started and we kick it off with this one. We get started and we kick it off with this one. Yes, let's pop that. Let's pop this one up first. So now there's all manners of talks about a cabinet reshuffle, which is imminent. It's upon us barely days away now. So we have the anticipation that there will be a cabinet reshuffle before Independence Day. So now Independence Day for Nigeria, of course, October the 1st. So that tells you then that in less than a week, there will be a cabinet reshuffle. So all of the ministers, they are set a panic. So everybody is I was going to use a phraseology there that you may not like, but everybody is pooping in their pants. I was going to say, maybe I should say that. So there's going to be a lot of changes. Certainly, this is what the anticipation is. But as the build up to that, they are now telling us, because one of the criticisms that Tinubu has, one of the criticisms that Tinubu has towards his ministers is that they are not celebrating enough the achievements of the administration. So that is one of the press button points that seems to rankle with the presidency, that nobody is highlighting enough what they deem they are achieving. So if they don't sing your praise, there's something my mother used to say, actually, that if you don't say I am, nobody will say you are. So that's always struck with me. My mom always says that if you don't say I am, nobody will say you are. So here is the Tinubu administration saying I am. Secretary to the government of the Federation lists Tinubu's achievements ahead of independence celebration. So this is quite an important piece, actually, because countless conversations, people have been saying it's been there a year and a half, going on 2 years. What exactly has he done? Secretary to the government of the Federation lists Tinubu's achievements ahead of independence celebration. So what exactly are they deeming that he has achieved? The Secretary to the government of the Federation, George Akume, has asserted that the current administration has made considerable strides in enhancing the daily lives of Nigerians. Speaking at a World Press Conference on Thursday, commemorating the 64th independence anniversary. So Nigeria is now a middle-aged man, 64. Can you imagine that? So, I mean, what have we actually achieved in those 64 years is the thing. A lot of our bookies looted a lot of money. That's really the sum of the 64 years. The Secretary to the Government of the Federation, George Akume, has asserted that the current administration has made considerable strides in enhancing the daily lives of Nigerians. Speaking at a World Conference on Thursday commemorating the 64th independence anniversary, Akume emphasized the introduction of the Presidential Compressed Natural Gas Initiative. According to, if that is the seminal piece of 18 years in government, maybe that's not good enough. According to Akume, this initiative has significantly elevated the transportation difficulties for many citizens. He revealed that as part of the government's efforts to promote the use of CNG-powered vehicles, free distribution of CNG conversion kits has commenced across the nation. He said, "Before I unveil the approved program of activities, I wish to mention a few of the accomplishments of this administration that impact on our citizens in their daily lives." Recently, President Bola Tinubu GCFR followed through with his promises to ease transportation difficulties of our citizens with the establishment of the Presidential CNG initiative and the launch of the first phase of 30 buses powered by hybrid compressed natural gas. So 30 buses in over 18 months. This is a work in progress because the presidential initiative is designed to expand across all geopolitical zones of the country. The government has also commissioned the first retrofitted CNG train head for the Abuja-Kaduna track. This is intended to cut the cost of travel by up to 50% when fully operational. To encourage conversion to CNG-powered land transportation, the government has also commenced the distribution of CNG conversion kits at no cost to Nigerians. The benefit of the CNG transport system to Nigerians is a huge reduction in cost. So this seems to be the government's initiative as the counterweight to all of the yawa going on in the fuel industry, in the petroleum industry, Dangote versus everybody and all that. So they're keeping away from that fight and focusing their resources on this. So if they're able to crash the cost of transportation via this initiative, then by osmosis that crashes then the cost of petroleum, because the demand is not as fervent as it used to be. To encourage conversion to CNG-powered land transportation, the government has also commenced the distribution of CNG conversion kits at no cost to Nigerians. I wonder who got that contract. Somebody is becoming a billionaire instantly of that contract. The benefit of the CNG transport system to Nigerians is a huge reduction in cost. Akumi also said the president also gave priority to the growth of the economy through the SMEs. He added, by doing so, he, the president, has refocused on strengthening the backbone of our economy by empowering Nigerians to start or grow their businesses. The president has similarly repositioned the National Social Investment Program to effectively address the challenges facing the poor, the vulnerable, the underserved, and the elderly. Nigerian workers have also benefited from a newly approved national minimum wage. This is coming on the heels of the wage award paid to mitigate the plight of the workers. Akumi added that a total of 22,120 students have benefited from the 2.5 billion naira disbursed by the Nigerian Students' Loan Fund. He said, in the area of human capital development, the Nigerian Students' Loan Fund has disbursed the sum of 2.5 billion naira to over 22,120 beneficiaries across higher institutions in the nation. This is a welcome relief for parents and an opportunity to access education for indigent students. Insecurity in different parts of the country has been a recurring challenge for successive governments since 1999. This administration has succeeded in elevating the human and institutional capacity of the armed services and other security agencies to tackle these challenges of insurgency, banditry, and other criminal activities, including kidnapping. And by the way, we have seen a real slowdown in insecurity. Even the most fervent critic of this administration cannot deny that. How often did we hear it under Buhari? Every day there's 10 incidents in just one local government area. This administration has succeeded in elevating the human and institutional capacity of the armed services and other security agencies to tackle these challenges of insurgency, banditry, and other criminal activities, including kidnapping. This is already yielding results as insurgents and bandits are getting neutralized in large numbers, whilst several others are surrendering to the authorities for de-radicalization. Akumi noted that the government had learned from the flood ravaging many states of the country, adding that efforts had been stepped up to prevent a reoccurrence. He said, the rainy season has similarly posed its challenges. As a result of climate change and other environmental factors, the country has experienced serious flooding in several states, resulting in fatalities and destruction of infrastructure, personal belongings, shelter, livelihood, etc. The humanitarian response of the federal government has been swift and effective. The government has drawn lessons from the current situation and has stepped up planning and prevention strategies. He assured Nigerians that the president was aware of the country's economic situation, adding that efforts were being made to cushion the immediate impact and create new opportunities on a short, medium, and long-term basis. Akumi said, the government of President Bola Ahmed Tinubu is very much aware of and deeply sympathizes with all Nigerians over the economic conditions we are passing through. These have been occasioned by unavoidable policy choices, including the removal of fuel subsidy that his administration has had to make. Notwithstanding the daunting challenges, ceaseless efforts are being made to cushion the immediate impact and to create new opportunities on the short, medium, and long-term basis through diligent implementation of the renewed hope agenda. So there is nothing that actually pops out of that. So the seminal point out of all of that is that they are coming up with some ridiculous CNG foolishness. So if that is the if that is the achievement of if that is the achievement of well, however many years, going on 2 years now, then they are on a long thing. So, or we are on a long thing. If CNG, they've only been able to convert 30 buses to CNG. If that's their achievement, they were on a long thing. From that, today, Senate advances bill to establish mines ranger service for curbing illegal mining. So this is a very important one, very, very important. This is Dele Alake now wanting to seize hold of those gold fields in Zamfara and those emerald fields in the north. You know, the north has more resources in terms of precious gems and natural resources than all of the south combined. That, you know, even in Zamfara state, the gold there even is more than in Ghana, you know. So there's an abundance of resources in the north, which they've been keeping to themselves. So it looks as though Tinubu now wants them. And the lithium as well. I think the core hub of lithium in Nigeria is in the north. Senate advances bill to establish mines ranger service for curbing illegal mining. So this one is going to be a battle first, because I'm not sure that the northerners they are ready to give up that round tripping of gold from Zamfara to Dubai. The Nigerian Senate has advanced a bill aimed at establishing the Nigerian Mine Ranger Service, designed to combat illegal and artisanal mining within the country. The bill, which has passed its second reading, was introduced by Senator Mohammed Anowo, SDP Nasarawa, during Thursday's plenary session. In his presentation, Senator Anowo highlighted that the NMRS would be responsible for safeguarding mining operations and ensuring compliance with environmental and safety regulations in the sector. The service would also promote sustainable mining practices across Nigeria. The NMRS, once operational, would function as a specialized security unit to tackle illegal mining activities, providing rescue services for trapped miners, administer emergency medical care, investigate mining accidents, and enforce adherence to mining regulations. So I wonder if they are going to call this of the Nigerian police force, or if this is going to be a standalone entity to be recruited for. The bill has been painstakingly developed and streamlined to curb illegal mining, thereby providing, and there's a lot of Chinese harvesting resources in Nigeria as well. Hopefully a few of them will get shot by these people. The bill has been painstakingly developed and streamlined to curb illegal mining, thereby providing avenues for harnessing the vast mineral resources in Nigeria. The bill is a bold legislative step geared towards the diversification of our economy by de-emphasizing monolithic focus on oil as the main source of the country's revenue, the senator said. Several lawmakers voiced their support during the debate. Senator Odi Uzokalu, who was boasting about his private jet not that long ago. So there it is right there. So I wonder what this means. I'm expecting a bit of a pushback from the north, actually, because that's their feeding bottle right there. Just that guy, Mia Malabuni of Kebbi State, he's deeply invested and involved in that space. So we go back now to the Bobrisky storyline. It's a space still that continues to give. So let's see what it's offering this time around. So swift action, Bobrisky, federal government suspends senior prison officers full list. So if there's one thing about Tunji Ojo, he's a proactive minister. So he's, of course, the minister of, is it Homeland Security or whatever it is? What is it? Internal Affairs or something, whatever ministry he straddles. Okay, the federal government on Thursday suspended officers in charge of the maximum and minimum custodial centers, Kirikiri, Lagos State. The decision was taken after an audio leak indicating that cross-dresser Idris Okuneye popularly known as Bobrisky, who was convicted of a crime and sentenced to 6 months in jail, was given an apartment outside the custodial center. The secretary of the Civil Defense, Correctional, Fire and Immigration Service Board, Jafaru Ahmed, disclosed this in a statement released in Abuja. Ahmed, in the statement, said the suspension of the officers is to allow for further investigation on the various allegations, assuring that the outcome will be made public when concluded. He said, following the viral video trending on social media. So social media now is quite it's cheek by jowl with governance now, and not just in Nigeria, but very much in Nigeria, but really globally. Social media now is moving governance even more than the people that are administering the state. It said, following the viral video trending on social media, alleged infractions by officers of the Nigerian Correctional Service relating to Mr. Idris Okuneye, widely known as Bobrisky, the Civil Defense, Correctional, Fire and Immigration Service Board has suspended forthwith the following senior officers of the service. And then it goes on to give us their names, which I'm not going to bother with. Also, the board has suspended ASP1, blah, 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 serving as the medium security custodial. In another related development, the board has equally suspended another senior officer of the service, Deputy Controller of Corrections in charge of Minimum Security Custodial Center, Kuje, Abuja, for allegedly receiving money on behalf of an inmate. So they're trying to clean up that space. We'll see how far that goes. So on from that to this, reps urge NNPC Dangote refinery to allow independent marketers lift petrol. So the Dangote refinery will never work for the benefit of Nigerians unless marketers are allowed to access that refinery directly and not have to conduit through NNPC. It's just a nonsense. We know that NNPC is a category. They've never succeeded in anything since NNPC was formed as a parastatal. There's not one single note of achievement that you can attribute to NNPC since it was formed parastatal. So now them having a monopoly on Dangote incursions into the Nigerian market, that tells you then that the place will be subsumed with corruption. So they're trying to somewhat circumvent that, to avert that. Reps urge NNPC, Dangote refinery, to allow independent marketers lift petrol. So I don't think Dangote refinery is averse to that. It's really NNPC that is, and NNPC holds the whip hand over that space, because they could just say they are not going to give him crude, and that's the end of it. Oh, there was one thing. Let me play you a bit of music. There's one thing that I wanted to show you. So let me see. Let me play you a bit of music. There's one thing to do with the oil industry that I wanted to show you. So let me see if I can grab it.
The big bucks, I'll be looking a bit distressed to kill. Mama got me up on a Rick list. Pole position at the fella running the distance. I'll be banging her, giving her triplets.
The bigger the bag, the bigger the butt crack, the bigger the chance the birds up in my contacts. The figure's a big deal, a pen on the contract. Sell me up, baby, give a tip on me top end.
And I'll be whipping a wire, puffing a Benson, pushing a pack, the full stack.
No, I don't think I do have it. So sorry about that. I don't think I do have it. So yes, where were we? Reps on NNPC Dangote refinery to allow independent marketers lift petrol. The House of Representatives has called on the federal government to instruct the Nigerian National Petroleum Corporation Limited and the Dangote refinery to permit independent marketers to begin lifting fuel from the newly operational refinery. This resolution follows a motion of urgent public importance raised by Obuku Ofoji, the representative of Yanagoa federal constituency in Bayelsa. In his address, Ofoji pointed out that although the Dangote refinery started operations on September the 15th, 2024, with a capacity to refine 650,000 barrels per day, only major marketers had been given the privilege to lift product from the refinery as arranged by NNPC. He raised concerns that this situation, which favors NNPC and major marketers as exclusive of off-takers, creates a monopoly that could hurt the broader market. Of 4G stated, the House is worried that NNPC and the major marketers are exclusive off-takers, which spells monopoly and is equivalent to greed. This is the same NNPCL that has failed to manage our crude and refineries for decades. So exactly what I was just saying. And by the way, let the super chats be streaming through as I'm reading these things out. So just as a way of encouragement. And also more to it, let's see the like buttons go up. Let's see the like numbers go up as the room continues to fill up. The House is worried that NNPC and the major marketers are exclusive off-takers, which spells monopoly and is equivalent to greed. This is the same NNPCL that has failed to manage our crude and refineries for decades. If this monopoly is not nipped in the bud, the suffering of Nigerians caused by the scarcity of PMS will continue. And we all know the implication for the economy. He further referenced the late MKO Abiola's criticism of the NNPC's lack of transparency and accountability, echoing those concerns today. Ofoji also wants that the exclusion of independent marketers might push them to rely on fuel imports to sustain their businesses. No wonder the late MKO Abiola of blessed memory, in a viral video some years ago, lamented that the NNPC lacks transparency and accountability. The House is disturbed that allowing the NNPC and major marketers to lift premium petrol spirit from the refinery to the exclusion of independent marketers is not good enough. IPMAN repeated, that's Independent Petroleum Marketing as some, yes. So it's the independent space essentially. IPMAN representatives have expressed fears that they may be forced to resort to fuel imports to sustain their businesses, of what they said. The legislator commended Dangote Group for the commencement of its refinery operations, which he described as a significant step towards Nigeria's energy self-sufficiency. He emphasized the need for NNPCL to allow independent marketers to lift petrol from the Dangote refinery to meet the high fuel demand across the country. He warned that continuing the current monopoly could worsen the fuel scarcity, leading to severe economic consequences. The House noted that by this achievement, Nigeria is driving towards energy self-sufficiency, cost and foreign exchange savings, meeting the increasing demand for fuel and attracting foreign capital investment. The generation of foreign exchange through the export of finished products, conversion of foreign exchange, and significant value addition will contribute to an increase of Nigeria's gross domestic product. So I think we get the thrust of that. Let's just go on to the next one. I'm going to be very quick as I can be. 11 ministers may lose their jobs, but Gbajabiamila could be replaced by Fashola. So this is the headline piece. If Tinubu's administration is ever going to succeed, if there's one action he needs to take, it is to get rid of Femi Gbajabiamila. It's as useless gets. All he just wants to do is to pose and look pretty. So if he wants to look pretty, then let him go and take an apartment next to Bobrisky, and they can do whatever it is that those sort of people do. 11 ministers may lose their jobs. Hopefully they do lose their, not reshuffled into another portfolio, but excluded completely from governance. 11 ministers may lose their jobs, but Gbajabiamila could be replaced with Fashola This is an internal source with the leak. The presidency has confirmed that a cabinet reshuffle is on the horizon, indicating that up to 11 ministers could soon be relieved of their position. This development was shared during the media briefing at the presidential villa in Abuja by the special advisor to the president on information and strategy, Bayo Ononuga. Joining Ononuga at the briefing, Ortega Ogra, senior, I think that was the posh sounding one that was jostling with Ononuga in the clip we played yesterday. Now, joining Ononuga at the briefing, Ortega Ogra, senior special assistant to the president on digital and new media, did not provide a specific timeline for the reshuffle, but hinted that an announcement could be made later this week. Insiders who spoke with correspondents noted that the long-anticipated changes were postponed following the conclusion of the FEC meeting on Monday. It is true President Bola Tinubu has plans to reshuffle his cabinet, but I can't say specifically whether that will be done before the Independence Day celebration on October the 1st. Ononuga stated, emphasizing that the president initially appointed his ministers in August of last year. Reports suggest that the chief of staff to the president, Femi Gbajabiamila, is amongst those potentially facing dismissal. Whilst the exact details remain unclear, it has been made known that a comprehensive review of ministerial performance is underway as pressure mounts for various stakeholders for a more effective cabinet. Yes, Femi Gbajabiamila should certainly leave, and Fashola, of course. I think we'll get to that in a moment. But another person I want to see in this administration is El Rufai. It's such a wasted talent being cast adrift, being sent to the field, out to pasture. You know, it's such a wasted talent because whether you like him or not, you cannot deny that he's a talented man. So, one, we need all of the talents in the situation we find ourselves. Reports suggest that Chief of Staff to the President, Femi Gbajabiamila, is amongst those potentially facing dismissal. Whilst the exact details remain unclear, it has been made known that a comprehensive review of ministerial performance is underway as pressure mounts from various stakeholders for a more effective cabinet. The platform disclosed that former Minister of Works and Housing, Babatunde Fashola, is noted to have been identified as a likely replacement for Gbajabiamila. If he declines the offer, the current principal secretary to the president, Hakeem Muri Okunola, has been identified to fill the void. They should do any and everything to get Fashola to take that position. The Minister of Finance and Coordinating Minister of the Economy, Wale Edun, is expected to get a junior minister in the person of the Chairman Presidential Fiscal Policy and Tax Reforms, Mr. Taiwo Oyedele. So I think they are not getting rid of Wale Edun, but they are watering down his power because certainly there's not enough coming out of him. It's what seems to be the general consensus. The Minister of Finance and Coordinating Minister of the Economy, Wale Edun, is expected to get a junior minister in the person of the Chairman, Presidential Fiscal Policy and Tax Reforms Committee, Mr. Taiwo Oyedele. Whilst decisive action is likely to be taken on the Minister of Humanitarian Affairs and Poverty Alleviation, Better Edu, insiders note that the ministry might be scrapped due to the level of malfeasance and corruption perpetrated under the guise of intervention programs. So the person that actually destroyed that ministry, what's her name again? Sadia Farouk. She was the one that destroyed that. It's a ministry that is needed, but also it's the most opportune for corruption, you know, because a lot of these things is more cash related than anything else. When you're going to the poorest of the poor who don't have banking structure, then you are going with bags of naira that balanced on two shoulders. So it's just a cesspool for corruption. And Sadia Farouk, a perfect she looted till she could loot no more. Whilst decisive action is likely to be taken on the Minister of Humanitarian Affairs and Poverty Alleviation, Better Do, insiders note that the ministry might be scrapped due to the level of malfeasance and corruption perpetrated under the guise of intervention programs. Also, the Minister of Communications, Innovation and Digital Economy, Bosun Tujani, Minister of State, Environment and Ecological Management, Ishaq Salako, Minister of Budget and Economic Planning, Atiku Bagudu, Minister of Industry, Trade and Investment, Doris Anete, Minister of Interior, Olupumi Tunji Ojo, and a few others may not be lucky in the imminent cabinet reshuffle. So I cannot see what justifies the removal of Tunji Ojo from his portfolio. According to those familiar with the imminent changes, some ministers may be moved to other ministries, whilst some found to have performed below par will be removed. So that will be a public disgrace right there. I think he should do it. And I think that will send the signal to whoever survives it or whoever comes in afresh to sit up tight. So because because there's the one thing that a lot of people accuse the Tinubu administration of is a lack of testicular fortitude. They don't have balls. They don't have that. They say an iron fist in a velvet glove. So that's how to administer. So an iron fist in a velvet glove. So this is a feathered fist in a feathered glove. That's what we're saying. We have not yet seen them show their teeth, the Tinubu administration. They seem just to acquiesce and bend over to any and everything. According to those familiar with the imminent changes, some ministers may be moved to other ministries, whilst those found to have performed below par will be removed. The insiders also noted that a minister who served under the Buhari administration will likely be returned to serve under the present administration. So El Rufai was not a minister. I suspect we've not yet seen the last of Lai Mohammed, I suspect, because he's a talented man too. The official confirmation of a cabinet shake-up comes after months of speculations since Tinubu's first anniversary in office, as Nigerians grumble under the need for better governance performance amidst economic challenges. This is also happening against the backdrop of some ministers falling below expectation regarding his renewed hope agenda. A year after President Bola Tinubu inaugurated his 45-minister cabinet, many Nigerians expressed displeasure by the team's performance. So the uptake of that is that Gbajabiamila hopefully will be gone. So Gbajabiamila gone. Video reactions as Okpebelo, Philip Shaibu, others kneel for Tinubu in Aso Rock. So we've got the video clip. We'll be playing that in a moment. BUA chairman reveals those responsible for increment of food stuff. So so tell us who they are so we can have them short. Who are they? I bet you he's going to blame Dangote because that is his arch rival, isn't he? The chairman of BUA Foods PLC, Abdul Samad Rabiu, on Thursday stated that greedy distributors and producers should be blamed for the rising cost of foodstuff in Nigeria. Rabiu made this claim at the 7th annual general meeting of the company in Abuja. He applauded President Bola Tinubu for granting duty waivers on food imports into the country. He said, BUA products are the cheapest in the market. And because we have other companies producing similar products, it is very difficult to price them low. For instance, a few months ago, the price of flour went as high as 70,000 naira per bag. We retained ours at 50,000 naira for quite some time to try and force other companies to also come down. But when they saw it was going to happen, they deliberately stopped production and the price kept going up. So when we were at 50,000 naira, the distributors added 20,000 naira and were selling at 70,000 naira. At one point, consumers were making almost 20 million naira per truck. That's not consumers or distributors. Trucks of 75 tons of so it's the markup essentially. You know, the one thing that I've always wondered why they don't do is to put the factory price on the bags as the recommended retail price, you know. So they agree the margins with the distributor and they stamp recommended retail prices on all of these products that are manufactured in Nigeria. And that way makes it that much more difficult for them to over mark up the margins. Cabinet reshuffle, but Gbajabiamila was worried, asked Tinubu to lay low in the UK. So Gbajabiamila, we want you out of that position, my brother. I'm very sorry, but nobody wants you there. So yes, Bobrisky, the jail list. Is there anything else I've not? Senate advance. So I think we've done that. And I think we're about to do this. So yes. So those are the readouts. So let's now get into the video clips and then we'll kick off the session. Let's get into the clips. We kick off the session. Before we get into the clips, I'm enjoying this so much. Let me give you a little blast of this.
The big bucks, I've been looking at business stress to kill. Mama got me up on a writ list. Pole position at the fella running the distance. I'll be banging, giving the triplets.
The bigger the bag, the bigger the butt crack, the bigger the chance the birds up in my contacts. The figure's a big deal, a pen on the contract. Sign me up, baby, give a tip on me top end.
And I've been whipping a wire, puffing a Benson, pushing a pack, the full stack like a benching, giving the fish scale that slide like a penguin, flipping the chick on my bills, why fuck a pension.
Slow mo vision, I've been puffing the peace pipe, selling free fires to the fiends by the seaside. On my tail lines and the seams of my levers with a stack figure, the Nicki Minaj way on.
Birds whistle when I walk like this. Best listen when I talk like this. I'm outside on the curb with me tats out. If he's hard, he can try and talk like this.
Chain swinging when I walk like this. Heads bobbing when I talk like this. I'm outside on the curb with the straps out. Ever love you ain't gonna choke.
All right. I hope I don't get copyright struck for that song. I've not yet gotten anything that to say it's copyright protected. If it isn't, then it certainly comes into the mix for our intro music. So let's get into the clip. So this is quite disgraceful, this first one, but then it's typical of that space, of course. All right, sir. This is it now. Do you approve of this? Actually, let me play you from somewhere else, which is a better visual.
Thank you. Thank you very much. Thank you. Oh, okay. Yeah. Thank you, sir.
So there it is right there. So that's the first citizen of a sovereign state going on his knees, to Tinubu. A lot of these powerful people, when you meet them, you will think you will do this and that, but you'll be awestruck. Powerful people have a certain aura, and when you are in their company, no matter how flapped up and arrogant you think you are, you will crumble and suddenly you'll be acting like a fanboy, but not to the extent of kneeling down. So there it is. That's the incoming governor of Edo State taking the knee to Tinubu. So that's quite disgraceful behavior. Actually, let me play you this one. So now our southeastern brothers. I'm no, not even just brothers. Let me, because that's almost sexist. Our southeastern people, they are not even probably, our southeastern people, they are some of the most talented people on this planet. There is no equivocation about that. All of the evidence indicates in that direction. Our southeastern brothers and sisters, they are some of the most talented people on this planet, and their talent, it traverses the vast swathe of human sphere. So just stay with me. The clip I'm about to play you will explain all this dogo turenchi, as a rational man will put it, that I'm saying. Our southeastern people, they are some of the most, they are at the topmost echelon of some of the most talented, most creative, most innovative people that this planet has to offer. I'm talking about the Igbo people. They are, and they are universally acknowledged for this talent. This is just a little cameo of an instance that acknowledges the might of our southeastern brothers and sisters. Watch this.
So this is Alaba International Market, and it's the largest electronic market in West Africa, and it's 10,000 merchants. They do about $4 billion of turnover every year. Every merchant, when you ask them, how did you get started in global trade? They say, well, when my master settled me. And when I finally got it into my head, well, ask, what is this settling? It turns out that when you've done your apprenticeship with someone you work for, they are required to set you up in business. That means paying your rent for 2 or 3 years and giving you a cash infusion so you can go out in the world and start trading. That's locally generated venture capital, right? And I can say with almost certainty that the Igbo apprenticeship system that governs Alaba International Market is the largest business incubator platform in the world.
So there it is right there. This is something that the rest of the world acknowledges, but we don't show enough appreciation of. You know, it's actually venture capitalism, isn't it? If you look at it as the core definition of that terminology, stripping away the highfalutin language of high business. The apprenticeship system is venture capitalism. You know, so you train a boy, he serves you. At the end of it all, you rent him a shop, pay for 2-3 years, pump his pockets, and send him off on his way. So, and that is a system that has created a $4-5 billion market space just in a satellite little corner of Lagos called Alaba. And they are talking about it on TED Talk and studying it as a thesis in global universities. And we are deriding it that a spare part dealers. You must be silly. That's high finance and high business right there. So high finance and high business right there. So let's go on from there and let's revert back to where we were yesterday. And this is the Bobrisky space, a space that does not want to yield the center stage of the Nigerian social media narrative. Watch this.
I defended him a couple of times, and you guys know that. He's an ungrateful person, and I'm here with proof. He never ever went to prison. Check out the voice notes Bobrisky sent me when he was in an apartment, chilling like a villain.
Hi, good morning. How are you? See, I'm really grateful. I'm really grateful. God bless you. I see everything you do. I see all your posts. People have been telling me, or this guy has been saying good things about you, has been posting you. Thank you so much. I'm fine. Like, I'm very, very fine. So don't be worried. Don't be stressed. I'm really fine. Don't worry. I'll tell you some things probably when I'm in position to explain to you better. I would explain everything to you, you know. But I'm very fine. Like, I'm very, very fine. So I'm okay. I know people are scared. They're worried. Oh, Bobrisky's in the prison. Bobrisky's this. I'm very okay. I'm fine. Thank you so much. Thank you one more time for everything you've been doing. God bless you. It's so sad that I was asked not to post anything. If not, I would have reposted all your videos and I'll post everything. I appreciate you, but immediately when it is time for me to do that, that will be the first thing I'm gonna do. Thank you and have a wonderful day.
You're a star and nothing will stop your shine, trust me. All these people saying rubbish on the internet, they're not rich now. They're not rich. They're just online blabbing. Internet warriors, keypad warriors. Keep living, keep doing your thing. God got you. I'm happy you are fine. That's the voice of Bobrisky and myself conversing in a voice note. Bobrisky said to me that I shouldn't worry, that a lot of people are thinking he's in prison, but he's not. Bobrisky never ever went to prison. Him coming out to say that Very Dark Man lied and saying that the voice in that voice note Very Dark Man played wasn't his. It's a big joke. That was Bobrisky speaking to someone. You can also compare that voice note played by Very Dark Man and this voice note are played, and you would tell that it was Bobrisky. Bobrisky was never ever in prison. And trust me, Bobrisky took that 4 million naira from that guy and didn't want to refund him because Bobrisky does not keep to his words. Bobrisky was meant to compensate me for defending him online, but he never did. That's to show you that Bobrisky never ever keeps to his words. Bobrisky is a manipulator. Bobrisky is not a sincere person. And if you ever want to do business with Bobrisky, be careful because he is not reliable. I've got another evidence of Bobrisky being in an apartment and I'm going to play it now with the chats he sent to me that period as well. Check it out, guys. That's Bobrisky chilling in an apartment when we thought he was in prison. That was why he came out with so many pictures, because basically he was just there chilling and going to the studio to take pictures to pepper us when he comes out. But he was never in prison. That was why Bobrisky had a lot of pictures to post when he came out. Bobrisky had 15 million naira to spend on cake. He spent a lot of money on doing his party when he came out, but he never kept to his words. He never compensated me. That shows he is not a reliable person. Bobrisky was chilling in an apartment. He never ever went to prison. I applaud Very Dark Black Man for uncovering this, and I am backing him up on this. I'm saying it categorically that Bobrisky never went to prison. I'm an OG, that's why I'm saying this to you. And I can't keep repeating myself.
Okay, so it's an OG, but there's another word for who he is, a traitor. With friends like that, who needs enemies? With the sort of friends that Bobrisky has, who needs enemies? A funky accent, by the way. Maybe you say I'm one to talk, but that was rather I couldn't even know where that accent was coming from. But with friends like that, who needs enemies? But no, I think Bobrisky will be revisiting Keri Keri to serve his proper term. Because I think it's beyond equivocation now that he never spent a day in prison. So he said it himself, and the evidence is coming out that indeed he did not spend a day in prison. And for the Ministry of Interior to be sacking, not sacking, but suspending senior correctional officers at Keri Keri, that is to tell you then that there's some veracity to what Bobrisky said or the storyline that is coming out. So we see how that plays out, but it's a space that continues to give Bobrisky and the Nigerian system. Bobrisky and the Nigerian system. Let me play you the next clip. So now this next clip, it's a footballer narrative, but it doesn't at all involve either a footballer or anything to do with a footballer. So there was once upon a time that a Nigerian footballer celebrated his 20. It's one of a set of twins, the footballer. There was once upon a time that a Nigerian footballer celebrated his 25th birthday, whilst his twin brother, who they were both born just minutes apart, celebrated his 40th birthday. So have that as the backdrop to this clip you're about to see. So there was once a Nigerian footballer called Taiwo something or the other who celebrated his 25th birthday, and the candidate to that Taiwo celebrated his 40th birthday. So have that at the back of your mind as you watch this.
To me, you look older than 15.
I'm 15.
Okay, how will I believe that you are 15?
I'm 15.
How will I believe that?
Take it from me.
Okay, when you arrived, Benson, you lied to the immigration officer. Earlier, you lied and said this was your passport. Huh? So how can I believe you?
No, that was initially just, I'm afraid. I don't know what to say.
Okay, at the moment, you don't have a visa in this document which is genuinely being issued to you, so we will be refusing you and returning you to Lagos. How do you feel about that?
Oh, please, no. Please, sir.
Okay, Benson. Okay, Benson.
Please, sir. Please.
Benson, I need you to look at me. Take a seat, sit there and talk to me and tell me what your problem is, and then I can help you. Why can't I send you back to Nigeria? So what do you want from us today?
I just want you people to keep me in safe hands. Safe hands.
And how do you think we can do that?
You can just, I don't know. You know, I'm a stranger. Yes, I don't know. I just beg so that you can help me.
So are you saying that you wish to claim asylum while you're here in the UK?
I don't know the meaning of asylum.
If you want us to help you, you need to keep telling the truth.
Oh, all right. So if you've ever wondered why Nigerians are treated so badly at airports, that's exactly why. You know, it's a 15-year-old, 50-year-old man. If that guy is 15, then I am a banana. You know, this is not a human being talking to you. It's a banana. If that guy is 15, then I am a banana. But that's what. So after they've experienced that with this guy, when you then come up with your arrogance and big grammar and education, they just treat you exactly like him. Not because they especially want to discriminate you, but that has been the backdrop of experience that they've had. When some 40-something-year-old man is kneeling down to some Indian girl, telling her that she should believe that he's 15. So there it is right there. If he's 15, then I am a banana. But so going on from there, I think I'll make this one the last clip. So now, Olumide Akpata, he actually won the Edo election, and it was rigged out. And there is irrefutable proof that has come out now. We don't even need the tribunal. We just really need to present what Olumide Akpata has discovered. He needs to present it to Mahmood Yakubu so that he can withdraw that certificate of return from Okwebelo and hand it to the rightful owner, which is Olumide Akpata. Proof positive, categorical, irrefutable proof has emerged that Olumide Akpata indeed won that Edo election. Watch this.
I can show you the poll from Tunde Ednot, a social media influencer who has a lot of following. I won. It was a poll that was conducted for the entire day. Just yesterday or a couple of days ago, Rufai Oseni, who is of the Arise TV, just conducted his own poll online. I came to the top 71%. So listen, you know those.
And there it is right there. Proof positive. He did win that election. Today had not said so. We have to take this evidence to Kudirat Kekereekun, the newly sworn in Chief Justice of Nigeria, she must right this injustice against the people. Tunde had not said he won, so how dare anybody say he didn't? So Tunde had not said he won. How dare anybody else say he didn't? So now let's play. Historically, traditionally, we play the Kegite music as the precursor to bringing on the panelists. But because Ayo is the sugar daddy of the platform, and of course, he's been vibing to Bob Marley via super chat. So a nod in the direct. They say money talks and BS works. Is that not what they say? Money talks and BS works. So a nod in the direction of how you're feeling all Bob Marley today. Let's see if we can Bob Marley him a little bit. That's if I can find it. So that's the power of money, and here it is. So a bit of Bob Marley and then the panel.
Make everybody feel like, but you know what that is worth. You would look to do with it vote, but now you see the light. Stand up for your right. Yeah. Stand up for your right. Get up, stand up. Don't give up the fight. Get up, stand up. Stand up for your right. Get up, stand up. Don't give up the fight. اسمع الصفقة ويانا يلا. Get up.
All right. I'm not quite sure if that was Bob Marley. That might well have been Peter Tosh. But the session can't really start without the Kegaitizzi. So a bit of reggae music and not in the direction of Ayo. So now the Kegaites, then the panel.
Only water. Water. Only water. Where they see ma. Water. Oh yes, water, 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 water.
Only water. Where they see ma.
Hapa o naido. Hapa you don't come o. Hapa o naido. Oro kẹ̀kẹ́ ẹlẹ́mù yé o. Ilé sọ́dí kẹ̀kẹ́ rẹ̀ ẹlẹ́mù rè o. Bobby Master kẹ̀kẹ́ rẹ̀ ẹlẹ́mù rè o. Chief Wáìlà tí kẹ̀kẹ́ rẹ̀ ẹlẹ́mù rè o. Eruku lẹ̀lẹ̀ ẹlẹ́mù dé. Eruku lẹ̀lẹ̀ ẹgbẹ́ ẹlẹ́mù dòde ojàre o. Eruku lẹ̀lẹ̀ Ghana ti dé ẹgbẹ́ bọ́dì o. Ọmọ ẹlẹ́yẹ ẹyẹ o ó dilé o. Olúyẹ̀lá ẹyẹ o ó dilé o. Petrosonana ẹyẹ o ó dilé o. Petrosodunke ẹyẹ rẹ̀ ó dilé o. Ẹlẹ́kọ̀ ọ̀run mú ìní o. Àkùkọ ọ̀run mẹ́kọ̀. Ikú kò ní ríwà gbéṣe o.
So there it is right there. Ikuku Niru Agweshe, may death have nothing to do with us. So amen to that on behalf of myself and you, my friends. Amen to that on behalf of myself and you, my friends. The room does need populating, so I'll send the hyperlink again for anybody that wants to join. But with us, Ajanle Koko, always an elegant session whenever Ajanle Koko is here. Thomas here, hopefully for the after hours world peace to round off the goings on in Edo State, especially while its governor-elect is taking the knee. His not is right here, so you are in for some high functioning submission, majestic kingmaker in our company. But we start it off with a Kene who joins often, but we never really get to hear from. So we do our 5-7 minutes monologue just to get to everybody quickly. We go. Ekene is on a kingmaker. So Ekene, you're up first. Kene.
Senior one man.
Oga Kwata. How about it?
After
Adeo.
man, I just who's there?
Pele.
Who there for Tinubu?
You there for waiting?
We there for Tinubu now. We they support Tinubu.
But fuel scarcity don't come up from the conversation now. So no queue for fuel anymore. Whether you fit afford it or not is a different question. But no queue anymore, Abi.
Well, I don't think so. For almost 1 week now, I've not been in fleet station, so that for matter don't tire me. So well, let's leave Tinubu and his economy until we are just. The last time I told you I'm even tired of discussing Nigerian issues and politics. So it's somehow tiring. Nigeria cannot really well be explained. So I don't know the direction we are heading to. So until we are able to set a goal and say this is the direction we are heading to as a country, then maybe we will be having a meaningful conversation. But for now, Nigeria has no direction. So that's how I see it.
Maybe that direction will be realigned with the cabinet reshuffle. Are you excited about that?
It's not about reshuffling. It's who are you replacing them with? So that is the issue. So the reshuffle is not the main issue. It's who are you replacing them with? And I hope that reshuffle happens so that I will know the direction we will be heading to, because it's this administration has the highest number of ministers, but it seems that there is no minister in this administration. Just few of them. Just few. Even the person that we never expected to perform this lawyer, what is Festus Kayamo, I think, and a few others. So, but 48 ministers, you just have to count maybe one or two. Even David Umar himself, he seems not be performing to my own understanding. So I don't know what really he's doing in that Ministry of Work. So it looks so docile. After this dragging of the coastal highway and shenanigans that happens there, since then I've not been able to say that this is the direction he's heading to and what he's doing in his ministry. So Cardoso rumors of resign few weeks ago, which I think maybe the guy is overwhelmed by the system. The system is not giving him what he wants. I think that rumor might somehow be true, but maybe the government don't want him to disgrace them, so they have to retain him. But Cardoso, it's as if he knows what is happening, but the system is not allowing him to really perform his duty the way he should perform it effectively. So I think that is his challenge, and you can see him, his body language.
They are suggesting that they are going to give him a junior minister to help him lift to carry some of the work. Do you think that that's a good idea?
When you are giving him a junior minister, but the system is not allowing him to carry out his functionaries very well. It's as if it's still the same thing. So the best thing is to free up the corruption so that his duties will work very well, because all the thing he has tried seems as if he's pouring water on the stone. It's not as if he's not active. The man is active. He even come to media and they say, this is what I'm doing, this is what I want to do. I think he's even more active than Emefiele, because he comes on media most of the time to point out the activities he wants to carry on and how he intends to do that. And he carries it out, but it's as if he's pouring water on the stone. Nothing is working. After everything, he still jack up the interest rate. The dollar is still over 1,700 as of today. So that dollar issue, nobody is talking about it anymore. So the Binance people, they have arrested, they have chased almost all the BDC operators in even in Alaba market. All of them, all those things happened. But at the end of the day, the dollar is not finding it funny. It's free falling every day by day. So I don't really know the challenge that he is facing, but I think the physicality is the major issue. The physical aspect of our economy is not really doing well. So I think that is where he's facing the challenge. The corruption is too enormous that he cannot contend this. So um that is to say that if the corruption is not really dealt with.
I'm not sure that that is what is contending with. I think what is contending with is how to get the impact of the economy to the everyday Nigerian. Because every single time they're telling us that the external reserve continues to grow. They are telling us about all of this monies coming in, portfolio investment, savings from our arbitrage, our new entry into the space, the opening of also a lot of money coming in. So they keep on telling us that the economy is growing quarter after quarter after quarter. So they tell us all of these things, but that's not translating to the man on the street in terms of it impacting on his life. So him getting all of those monies to impact on the people, maybe corruption is the hurdle, like you've identified.
Oh, this administration has made it very difficult for people to believe they are talking about growth or whatever they are trying to say. So, that you are doing, that the life of the common man on the street is not impacted. It's as if you are doing nothing, because these are the people that will tell whether you are performing or not. So you go to the street. I few guys from the southwest were really benefiting the southeast. That Tinubu is from Nnewi. That is why he's making the economy to benefit the southeast. So there is nothing I have not had under this administration. So but that's how it is. The challenge is enormous. It's enormous.
All
So
right. The challenge is enormous. The challenge is enormous, by the way. But then there are historical challenges that he's having to contend. I think we can all agree on that. That a lot of what is going on, there are historical carryovers. Maybe it's managing it well or not is a matter of opinion, but certainly we all know that what is contending with now is the coming to roost of all of these decades of mismanagement.
Decade of this mismanagement, but still mismanaging. So a lot of billions have been wasted on frivolities, even in this administration, which would have impacted positively into the economy. I never knew that this dollar will continue to rise after the Dangote started producing oil. This is where I got confused, because I thought that I said it here. I was not expecting the price of petrol to drop, but I was expecting that at least there will be stability in the exchange rate, because those importers are getting forests again. So those forests will be channeled into other use, and we will have more forests. So thereby not expecting the dollar to climb up again. But to my greatest surprise, few days after Dangote started producing, the dollar started jumping up. Today it's over 1,700. So what are we really going to, what are we expecting? What are they doing? When are they going to get it right? After all this try this, what is really happening in the system? So I don't know. So we don't have a direction yet. Until we have that direction, then we can say that Bola Tinubu is doing something. But for now, And I want to tell you this: this administration is coming to an end. The first year, next year will clock 2 years. So another one pain after primary campaign. You are talking about general. When are they going to perform? It's almost coming to an end. So are we going to just end it like that? So that is it, one man. And talking about the Alaba market and the system of the apprentice. In fact, that is what a lot of Nigerian is looking down on. That system, I think.
You're chopping up quite. Can you hear me?
Okay, are you getting me now?
Yeah, we're getting you now. But you were dipping a bit. But carry on.
So that apprenticeship being operated by the Igbos. When I sleep, I used to say, what is all these our Southeast governors? What are they doing? This is something they would have constitutionalized and build it in a proper way. Bring it in the hand of the state government, as in make a law that will bind it. Maybe as in make it a law. But most of the time, I don't know the way our leaders think, because it's a very productive system that have really helped the Igbos very well, which I think that should not be neglected, especially by our governors. It is something that I'm expecting them to invest heavily on, to be able to build more youths, more employment, and more SMEs in our system. But it's quite unfortunate that the system is dying. Many are neglecting it these days. The Oga that I served an Oga. My Oga today has an Oga that he served who settled him. I also served him. The same. So, and them as they are poor, at least average, living normal life. Their business is doing well. You understand? So, I'm expecting our state governors to really constitutionalize this system and build it in a more make it more productive for the Southeasterners.
I have to say I agree with you. It's a system that has to be studied and perfected. Because I think there's something quite innovative coming out of the Southeast that and it's been there for so long that why they have not quite studied it to perfect it and then form a structure around it, I don't know. Even the international space are saying this is a genius idea. So we never appreciate anything in that country.
It is something unique. As in, you know, how to become a millionaire is just to do something ordinary in an extraordinary way. This is something ordinary that when you do it in an extraordinary way, it will yield more results. I say very soon I will send you the picture of Alaba market. Alaba is taking a big shape now. You see, Alaba is changing. The shops are being rebuilt upstairs to create more shops. So if you have if we have 1,000 shops in Alaba as of last year, maybe before in the next 3 years we'll be having about 2,500 shops. The way that Alaba is being rebuilt now, and they're very, very beautiful. See, Alaba, you know before. If you come to Alaba in the you will not recognize it again.
So none of those muddy roads are not just, you know, okay, Chuko hanging around, constituting a nuisance.
No, normally those Osahia people will be, but the thing is that you know, when you talk about Alaba, Alaba is an international market, and Alaba is now being put in a standard that even if you wherever you are in the world, when you visit that market, you know that really this is in a, Alaba is very clean, it's very okay before, but now there is a very big upgrade going on in Alaba today. The
Hey,
system of shop.
Who is
Ekene, let me ask you a question about woman. How you doing?
Yeah,
About
I
the,
do.
you know, there's a story that one man put out. I think a couple of weeks ago, maybe a month ago. I was in Nigeria when you guys put that out about Lagos State trying to appoint an Iyaloja of Alaba and all these things. Whatever happened to that system? Because based on what you're saying now, Ekene, and this apprenticeship program, if they put in an Iyaloja, they would scatter all those plans and what Alaba is trying to do.
Well, I did not hear it in Alaba space. But, you know, they want to make it a law. They want to make it a law in Lagos State, but I don't see how Iyaloja will do the kind of work that the chairman of Alaba is doing today in Alaba market. I don't see how they will do it because this is an idea.
The state has to have oversight over Alaba because it's within their purview.
Oh man, do you know what Alaba is doing today? We create more revenue. If Lagos, if Ojo local government be, let me say, 1 million naira before from Alaba, after the work that is going on today, Ojo will be generating, let's say, 2.5 million, because all being created today will be added to the tournament levy that are being collected yearly. You understand? So I don't see the reason we should be fighting each other in this country. What we have to do in this country is to encourage each other. Where you see that the growth is happening, encourage that system. Because after this magnificent project that is going on in Alaba now, then you come to our road. The road is not good. It doesn't go well. So after this magnificent project that is going now, we need a good standard of road that will befit that market. Good standard of road that will befit the structure that is being put in place in Alaba today. You see, if you enter Alaba today, if you see the kind of structure that is being raised in Alaba, plazas, shops being put down, model, design in a modern way, you marvel. With this current chairman just took over, let's say 2 years ago, but he gave that mandate the first day he assumed office, and today that project is taking shape. If he didn't finish it in his tenure, it will just remain small. Maybe the next administration will pick where he stopped. You understand? So we just have to each other in this. I think this is to the benefit of Lagos State. Not even it will benefit the Igbo and will benefit Lagos State more, because Lagos State will generate more revenue. More shops will be is being created for more added to the government.
All right, can I give us a little flavor, just about a minute or two on a very dark man, and then we go on to his own.
No, I don't discuss such. It's not can take over. I don't.
That's the number one trending conversation in Nigeria now.
No, I don't engage myself in all those. We have a lot of issues prevailing this country. So me talking about very dark man and Bobrisky is like letting Nigerian down.
No, but we are not really talking about very dark man and Bobrisky. You are talking about the rot in the system, that somebody convicted does not spend a day in jail, but rents an apartment just beside the prison and continues to live life like an Arab prince. So, and by the way, a lot of people are getting suspended off the back of that thing. So it's beyond just the frippery of a cross-dresser.
Well, let them do whatever they want to do. Me, I don't care. The only thing I'm interested is to see Nigeria grow, to see the system work, to see the economy balance well the way it should be. So that's what I'm interested. See, if the economy balance well and things are moving well, I don't care who is there. So that is my concern. So that is I only come here to put out the narrative that I have. See, this apprenticeship system is what I really want. If I have the opportunity to meet our Southeast governors, I will speak to them about this. They really need to put in a lot of work. Institutionalize it. It's a very important thing. It has created millions of millionaires in Igbo land. Millions. Every family has somebody that has served somebody that have been settled by an oga and is doing well. So at least a system that maybe 80% of it is succeeding. It's a very productive system because it's only few that you can say even what you gain in serving or being a boy is not the same as going there to do a secretary. You will learn royalty. You will learn how to manage. You will learn how to. So there is this word that my oga used to tell me when I was serving him. I don't forget it easily. He will tell you that uche buego. Uche buego. That's your brain is your money. I think he was joking. So, but when I started, he will tell you that the money he gives you will not serve you if you don't develop the brain to use that money effectively. So, which means for you to develop your brain, it's more important than the capital you are looking up to, because your brain can be your capital. So, you need to build a very positive, productive brain in terms of doing business. So, the only system that can create that brain in you is serving your master. You make a malife, you gain sense, you build connection. People in the market will trust you. Your guys will trust you. They will see you how loyal you are to your master. They will trust you. So that even when you come out and your guy didn't settle you or he didn't settle you well, those guys will take you as an obedient servant. They can trust their goods in your hand to go and sell and return their capital. It's as easy as ABCD. To come into the system, humble yourself, leave a good legacy. Whether the man settles you or not, develop the mental, productive brain that you need. When you do that, you will surely succeed in the market, whether the man settles you or not. It's as easy as ABCD. So that is it, one man. Thank you.
Oh, all right, brilliant. That's a kind of course. You all see why we just adore the man now. Just a functioning brain. That's a kind of right there. A functioning brain. So thank you, Kenneth. Stay with us for as long as you can. Up next is also 7 minutes more from here. It's on, and then we go on to King Emeka, who especially wants to speak to a particular matter. It's on. How far?
My brother Adeo, how about you?
Adeo, have you shaking off the vestiges of Nigeria? You don't wear winter coat again, Abi?
Guy, you know, I was trying to call in last couple of days, but you know, in this Niger waka, you know, I'd been away from this place for 2 months. Then I came back. Then I come settle. Then in 1 week, I had to go back to Abuja. So I was now in Abuja for another 8 days. Then finished. Then came back. Then, guy. So when I came back, you know, when you've been away from your house for a long time, you can't come back. You get all the things that you couldn't do when you were.
What was the first thing you went to do? Did you go to McDonald's, or because there's often a craving when you're away, that when I get back, like for instance, you have to go to the pub or so. What was your craving?
No, when I came back, I didn't have any craving. No, everything, pretty much everything I needed, I think I got it in Nigeria. In fact, when I came back after a while, my madam started hollering me that this place makes her miserable. She wants to go back to Lagos because she was with all her friends in Lagos.
That's on this session, you know. That's Japada right there. But
yes. See, it was. I'm still dealing with it in my household right now. because the experience for her, all her friends are in Lagos, and
So think about it now. So Mrs. Badenpo, who you grew up with and you went to high school with, her daughter wants to get married, and then they are picking a Shebe, and then they are doing all of
exactly,
that. Who is coming
exactly.
to play? I don't like that guy. I don't like his music. Have you tried this one? And then they roll up, and then they drum beats, and then they are rolling now. How can you do that in Canada?
At
You
all.
know, they will call
That's what
noise like basement that you are making too much noise, and they say,
woman. My madam doesn't leave the house during winter. But when we're in Lagos, you know, this one's friends, mom is doing this, and she's seeing all her friends, and my madam is your people, so she just felt really at home. She was having a blast. So when we came back, in fact, I need to go and find where I'll make money so we can go back to Nigeria again, because that trip is not exactly cheap, but it was good. It was good. It was good, and I went to Abuja and came back. So now I'm officially back, and it's starting to get cold here.
If you were to move back to Nigeria, where would you settle?
For me personally, Abuja, but
It's
of
a
course
more
my
civilized space, isn't it?
one man. Have you been?
I've been but once, but I loved it anyway. It was so
Yeah, no, it's nice,
very very laid back, well structured.
well structured. Traffic is minimal. Point A to B, guaranteed. Lagos, on the other hand, I mean, my wife prefers Lagos. I don't know why, because
It's
Lagos is
more
just
vibrant, isn't it? Abuja can be boring, for all of the.
yes, yeah. Lagos, there's so much more to do. I'll put it like this: I was actively looking for places to go to, but I couldn't even go to enough. Like the place Kulata recommended, I went there. It was nice, but had he not recommended it, I wouldn't even know it existed. So it's just one of those things where it's like, man, that's the thing about Lagos you have to love. It's just there's so much. You just pray that they improve the infrastructure across the board, and because it's so overpopulated that it's difficult to develop, especially when you get out of certain parts of the island. But even the island, like if you go to Lekki Phase 1, you start to realize that it's turning into an overcrowded commercial space. People are building shops on top shops. Most people are getting rid of their homes. They're turning it into businesses, lounges, all sorts. Like if you go to VI, all of VI has people have sold all their property and they've turned it into businesses, which was disappointing in a way because it's so commercial now. But that's what Lagos is, and it's turning into. But end of the day, it's still a blast to be there. There's just so much to do. It's a fun city, you know. But
All right, Bila. So to the politics then. So a lot
yes,
to go through. Tinubu reshuffling, Gbajabiamila quaking in his boots. Uh, um, the House of Reps, they are now saying maybe to sell to marketers rather than exclusively to NNPC. As prison officers being sacked off the back of the Bobrovsky narrative. So
yes,
give
yes.
us
Let me
five,
let
seven
me
minutes. Yeah.
Yeah, I was listening yesterday and the day before. In fact, was it yesterday? 2 days ago. I was having a lot of fun in the comment section with Adama, Chioma, and all those people there. um, you know. So meanwhile, Emeka, hello. For once, I listened to you and I agreed with almost everything you said 2 days ago. You know, which was interesting. But one man, yeah. Let me first give Ekene props for what he was saying about the apprenticeship program. That program right there, if they zero into it and they fully develop it, it can create another outlet outside of going into university. So essentially, and it can be in any field. It can be in trade and business, which is the Alaba type. It can be in agriculture. It can be in so many other. It can be in construction. It can be in building homes. It can be in electrician work. It can be in plumbing. But there's so many other fields where you have established entities you qualify them, you get these people finishing secondary school. They don't have to go to university, right? They can go into these places 2 years, finish, either open up their businesses or become really skilled and decide on what they want to do. So there's so many different areas, and it's something that our government should really think about, because end of the day, the cost of university, obviously they can't afford it. The student loan thing, that will get K-leg. So at the end of the day, you have to think about, okay, you have this vast young population, highly untrained, highly uneducated. What's going to happen to them when they finish secondary school? Not everybody can go to university. University is not for everybody. What happens next? So that's something that I think seriously that they should think about. But as it relates to your topics you covered, let me start with the video of the guy, the 15 going on 50-year-old man in Jand that was being harassed by
footballer age.
footballer age. 15. What's crazy? What I went to do in Abuja involved football. And we had some European partners come in, but it was interesting because there were guys that showed up, and it was meant to be for under 19. There were guys that showed up, and I was like, bros, you're not under 19. How old are you? Oh, sir, I'm 26. I'm like, 26. I'm like, guy, when you show up to this kind of thing, the real under 19, you're taking away their spots, because they're not getting an opportunity because you are showing up and you are 26. I said, do you have a passport? He said, yes, sir, but I can't change it. I said, have you traveled out of the country before? He said, yes. I said, then you can't change your passport. but these are the things you deal with because of the lack of opportunities in the country. People are forced to change their date of birth so they can fit into a certain demographic group to get a benefit. It's unfortunate. It's unfortunate. So that way, while we laugh at it and it is funny, at the same time, it's also sad because we fail our young people so much that by the time they turn 25, 26, 27, they haven't accomplished what they should have accomplished, and they're forced to drop their age so they can fit into something to do it. But as it relates to your video, the the guy was saying he was 15, which is funny, but I think the way that lady was treating him, right? I understand where she was coming from, but it doesn't justify them treating like me, you, or World Peace, or Emeka, or someone else that goes through their airports because we have a green passport. You see what I'm saying?
But it invites them to look at you with a bit more suspicion now. After
No,
that
but what
experience,
man? I think
because
if that
that's not
Indian
an
lady,
isolated. That's not an isolated.
no, it's not.
experience.
But if that Indian lady has a conversation with you for 3 minutes, she will know you and that guy are not in the same category. Obviously, she will be like, okay, this guy obviously has a level of education. He's articulate. He can address himself. He can, immediately you come across as different. And that's why a lot of times when I deal with these Oyinbo people, the way I talk to them is letting them understand that, dude, first of all, whatever it is you think you believe about Nigerians or about Black people, you're addressing someone very different in this situation. That's the first thing I help them understand. So let's get ourselves into a certain level and then we can talk.
Not to interrupt your flow, but
yeah.
It's something that there was a time I was working in the civil service, and I had this immediate line manager, and anytime you're speaking to, he speaks to stereotypes, and I speak to intellect. So the conversation never really took place because he was expecting me to be a certain type, and I was just comfortable being myself.
Exactly.
So it will speak to you with the expectation of you being a typecast to fit into a typecast, and you are speaking to the conversation as you understood it. So there was, and I was smarter than him, of course. And
yes.
So he had to. He was struggling with so many layers that how can you be Black, not even that African, and still be better
exactly
spoken, smarter than me?
Exactly.
He couldn't contend with it, But,
woman, that's why I totally get where you're coming from. I've had conversations with Oyinbo people where when they start talking, I stop them. I'd be like, let me stop you right there. They'd be like, why, sir? I'd be like, let me explain something to you. Then I give them a breakdown of how I understand exactly what they're talking about. I even understand their whole industry. And then they take 2 steps back. And I say, okay, can you kindly explain it to me again? And then they start to explain, and then they talk to you on another level. So I've seen it. The way they immediately address you is they're talking down to you. Like, this one doesn't know anything. So let me talk to him like he's an idiot. And then when they find out quickly that not only am I not an idiot, I can be your boss. And then they check themselves and decide to address you in a different manner. So a lot of times we deal with these stereotypes, right, that are negative, and it can be for any reason. Like in this case here,
But it reverts to that video now. When the average experience is that sort of experience that, and like I said, and you know that video is not an isolated incident. It's
no,
quite commonplace.
one man is not an isolated incident. Yeah, yeah. But here's the thing. Here's the fallacy in that reasoning is that, okay, white people came to Africa, took millions of our brothers as slaves, colonized us for longer than we've been independent, and did all sorts. Till today, they're still stealing our resources, planned coups and counter coups in Africa, assassinated our leaders. The list goes on and on and on and on. Yet, when we meet them, we don't stereotype the next white guy as what their other white guys have done to us. We have the sense to treat that person as that person we're dealing with. You see what I'm saying? They've done more to us than we have done to them, right? So just
Yeah,
because
but they have reasons to feel that you're subordinate to them now. For all they came into your land, took all your resources, you couldn't do anything about it. You go to them, you end up being a cleaner or something or the other. They have all the reasons to look down at you.
yes, because they have formed this stereotype. Yes, they did that to us, but they did it to us because we hadn't had a lot of interaction with the rest of the world. Let's be honest. The Sahara had prevented a lot of people from interacting with us. The few of us that did have interaction with the rest of the world were a little bit more advanced. When you talk about people in Mali and Songhai and all those people, they had a little bit more advanced exposure. The rest of us were really, really separated, right? So when we started getting interaction with the rest of the world, if you look at the level, the rate at which we have advanced, and again, I'm talking about most of us, I'm not even talking about like when you start talking about like Benin Kingdom and all the places that had electricity before Portugal. So we have never been inferior or stupid. I think the key thing is that we have always just been like, okay, what we've been trying to develop, our development process was halted because of the intervention of colonial entities that really came to take and raid because they had found a new world. That aside, right? Given all the things that they've done to us, I'm not even talking about during slavery time. I'm talking about in the 21st century, right? The invasion of Libya was not too long ago. We do not stereotype them the way they do us, right? I'll give you an example. Look at
But
the
we do though, but we stereotype them up rather than down. But we do
exactly
stereotype
right,
them.
stereotype them up, right? So we still put them on the pedestal instead of looking down on them. And really, what should be happening if the roles were reversed, if we did everything that they've done to us to them, how would they treat us in their nations? Just think about that for a second. All they're experiencing are people that maybe have grown up in poverty and are looking for a better life or economic opportunity. So they come into their country, maybe they lie on the passport, they say they are 15 instead of 50, or they come in, they're trying to smuggle drugs, all these things. But it doesn't really reflect the generality of Nigerians, because most of the Nigerians you're going to come across don't do any of those things. Most of the Nigerians you come across are either going to do business, are going to school, or whatever the case may be. They're not going in there to try to, steal or sell drugs or lie about their age. But these people stereotype us like that is what we are coming to do. There was a time I was traveling to Ninge. No, I was traveling to Switzerland, and I was flying KLM. So I stopped at Schiphol Airport. The first location you get into Schengen, they have to go through that whole process of where you're going and all that stuff. So, the guy asked me where I'm going. I told him, hey, I'm going to visit a friend in Switzerland. Okay, blah, 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 blah. I looked at my stuff. I'm just standing there. Then it was taking a little too long. So I said, sir, excuse me, is there a problem? He said, what do you say? I said, is there a problem? Why are you delaying me? I have somewhere I have to be. If there's a problem, can you kindly let me know what it is? They said, just a second. They said, oh, can I follow him? So I followed him. He went all the way behind in Schiphol Airport. I didn't even know this. There's a section you go through, right? And they take you walking and you actually see jails and you see all these things. The guy walked me through that whole section. So I'm just walking through. I'm like, okay. We get to the back. And the funny story, the guy was an Asian guy, right? We get to the back. He finishes. Then he comes. He gives me my passport. I'm like, what was all this about? They're like, oh, I just had to do some checks and make sure everything's okay. I'm like, do you think you deserve me? You need to give me an apology because one, you made me walk behind side jail like I'm a criminal. Two, you've delayed me. There are things I had to do. It was like, oh yes, sir, I apologize. These things we have to check because you never know. I'm just like, man, whatever. And I took my passport. I walked away. So essentially, I got treated like a criminal and delayed and taken past jails for what? For absolutely nothing.
Just to move you back to the politics, but before I move you back to the politics, I identify with that experience that you just, not that I had it directly, but but I've had similar experiences that still relate. The thing is, when you're going through that experience, like you said, he walked you through some cells just to maybe to intimidate you, whatever. But other people would have seen that as well, but they would not see the outcome of that. So when they get home, they will be saying, "Oh, some Nigerian guy was
Exactly.
and that's the thing. So they don't get to see your innocence or to see how that guy make a fool of himself. All they just saw was that snapshot moment of yet another one of these people that's been caught by the authorities. But
exactly.
Let's go back to the politics.
And all this, I'm saying all this just because of that video, right? Because that video speaks 1,000 words. When you watch that video and you see the reaction of this lady who was young enough to be that guy's, daughter, addressing him the way she was addressing him, and you see, it just cries at you how low we've come and what we're forcing our fellow citizens to go through, right? And you look at it and you feel bad for the guy because you know why he's doing what he has to do. Why he said, I can't go back to Nigeria. You see what I'm saying? Like, that video has a lot of interpretations and is very powerful. People might laugh when they see it, but there's a lot of meaning behind that video, and I think it's reflective of our larger society. But let me get away from that. The what do you call it? The Bobrisky thing with Very Dark Man. It's hilarious because Bobrisky has to be a special type of idiot. I think even if someone gave you a special disposition, and gave you the ability to go stay in an apartment and said you won't go to jail, is that something you should release on a conversation to anyone? That's the kind of information that, you keep your mouth shut and you die in your grave, never telling anyone. But this guy or girl or whatever he is went out, had an interview or talked to someone on the phone, exposing all this information. And as fate will have it, it seems like he was recorded or she was recorded. And now, that person has a problem, So it's I don't know, Bobrisky just has to be a special type of idiot because whatever comes out, whether Falana asks for money to do all those things, we don't know. I'm sure it will reveal itself in the next couple of weeks. We will just have to watch and see what happens. But I think, at the very least, I think Baba said this yesterday, Bobrisky has to pay a price. If indeed they found out that, one, she was spilling the beans the way she did, and then two, she implicated all these people who were just trying to help her.
Now, have you succumbed to the she now?
Well, man, I've given up, man.
You succumbed to the she, so it's now she.
I've given up. I've given up because in Canada, if you talk wrongly about these people, Emeka can bear witness. There's a human rights council in Canada. They will finish you. You will lose your job. They will destroy your life. I'm telling you. So, in fact, when it comes to those matters, I just walk away. I don't even have those conversations because I don't know if it's he, she, they. There's a lady I met one time in Toronto. She identifies as the they, one man. They. He said she's the they. I said, where do you go from there? You know, someone tells you, I'm not a he, I'm not a she, I'm a they. You know, what do you do? How do you even have a conversation with that person? But moving on,
Was that
Potter.
was that an actual woman
It was a woman. I was looking,
trans?
I was looking at a female, but the female was saying, I said, okay, you know, women, and you know, and I'm sure you know, and I somewhere along the line, I think I said her or she. I said, oh no, 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 I'm a they. I was like, I said, eh? The Nigerian came out of me. I need to excuse me. I said, eh? She said, I'm a they. I said, ah, okay, okay, they're a they. I accept, I accept your interpretation of your gender. But it just to show you how it is, right? But on the flip side, the other thing I wanted to talk about is this army lady that allegedly was molested and raped by her superior in the military, right? So we saw
Use the word grape.
sorry, grape, yeah. So we saw, or let me just say assaulted. We saw the military come out and try to indicate that she had been discharged and the lady is crazy. I've been following that space very carefully just because um something doesn't seem right in that space. I mean, that lady is, you know, she's someone's daughter, you know, maybe someone's sister.
I saw a clip of her calling on Uju Kennedy to come and intervene.
Yeah, yeah, she's someone's daughter, someone's sister. It just, you know, and I don't know if Uju Kennedy can do much because there almost seems like there's a military, you know, collaboration to say no, this never happened. If you're looking at the press briefings, the way they came out and said, no, we're trying to get her help. She's been certified, you know, that she's not this, that our military officers are impeccable. The way they were talking, right? It almost seems, and when people come out and have this kind of press conferences, usually it's very difficult for them to backtrack away from those statements.
But on the flip side, what's to say that she doesn't actually have mental health issues like the army are saying?
But here's the thing, right? That's the point. If she did, right, a condition can be verified. One man. So what the people that are supporting her should do is to get independent, either psychologists or psychiatrists. I'm not sure which it is. I'm not an expert in that field. But get someone that is an expert to fully evaluate her independently, preferably not someone in Nigeria, to fully evaluate her and say either she is crazy or she is not. And once they do that, if she's not crazy, then the military needs to be fully investigated, and whomever has been assaulting this woman should be brought to book. But if they identify that something is wrong, she does have a condition, then they should talk about how to get her the help she needs. But either way, that's the next step of what needs to happen. And I don't know who's supporting her on this. I saw her on AIT. I listened to the interview. As far as I'm concerned, from the interview I listened to, that woman know the craze. She is not crazy. You know, she was fully coherent, fully described the situation, talked about everything she tried to do to resolve the situation, talked about, you know, everything. And I feel when I listened, I just felt like, what if this woman is telling the truth? And she's really been abused like this. And we're watching this happen from our military. And she has no recourse because they're so powerful. Right? That's the issue that you're looking at, and you're like, man, someone needs to look into this. Someone needs to find an independent person to find out whether or not she is really crazy. Because if she's not, then someone needs to be held accountable, 100%. And then let me just, before I pass it on to someone else, I think the last piece is the special squad that they're creating for mining. You know, I think it's good, but why is it taking so long, one man? Why are we having to go through second reading and wait for the House of Reps to approve. We saw how quickly they approved national anthem. Why is it taking so long? Why a country that's hemorrhaging funds? We don't have money. We have gold, we have lithium, Lord knows what else we have. And
we have emerald as well.
We have
in,
emerald
in commercial countries.
Yeah, and they're stealing all that money. I mean, someone is stealing it and putting it in their private pockets, right? The nation is not benefiting. Burkina Faso, almost a year and a half after Ibrahim Traore took over, they're refining gold bars, and they're using their gold bars now to back up their currency. In under a year and a half, right? We have, like you said, we have more gold in Zamfara than we do in Ghana.
Yeah, but he's ruling by military fiat.
Yes, woman, but that is the point. Burkina Faso is not as advanced as we are, right? If he can do it, we should be able to do it quickly. And we shouldn't have to go through a long process of first reading and second reading. And let's get the thing approved yesterday. Get over there and fix this issue, and let's start making money from this. Let's use part of it to back up our currency. Let's stop this hemorrhaging of our mineral resources. And that's the thing that frustrates me with your boy Tinubu. I just don't see the urgency. I just don't see it. Like, we have some serious issues, but they kind of drag their feet on those ones. But if it's Lagos Calabar Road or National Anthem I want to change, it's done. It's passed. It's inside. Everything is finished. So that's my issue with them. It's a good move, but they need to speed it up. We're broke. We don't have money. Why are they dragging their feet?
All right, brilliant.
Nice one, woman. Thank you, man.
Yes, stay with us for as long as you can.
Okay.
I was going to make it a speedy session, but it looks as though the conversation always takes its own direction. Now, up next, Emeka, who I think especially wants to speak to a particular matter. Meko, sorry for the long wait. Emeka, in the world, that's the Igbo that I've learned from
after you kicked me out
Adam.
Saying the truth, you and some of the panelists didn't want to hear the truth on Monday, but I'm back to continue to tell you guys the truth. I also want to say, woman, it's better if you are going to say 5 minutes or 7 minutes or 10 minutes, it should be 10 minutes. Right? So, if you don't keep to the time and you do the interjections, when we interject, that is where we complain of the bias. Anyway, that's just my own feedback on this. I'm back again to continue from where I stopped, that the Tinubu economic policy is a disaster. And I listened. Why I was a bit irritated was I was hearing a lot of falsehood and a lot of whitewashing that I could not take. I asked the question, not to call out Larry. I think I like Larry as a gentleman. And he was saying importation went up. And right there, I was looking at the data that importation went down by 23.83%, 22.83%. Importation went down. If you can either say you don't have the data, and I think Ekene has mentioned it, that he thought when Dagote kicks in, the dollar price would either be stable or come down. Well, it's going up. So what I did, even who was also talking about giving us elementary economics discussion, what we when I was a youth corps, I was teaching secondary school students on money supply, how you grow money supply in the economy, and you're reflecting it on how it's creating an impact on inflation. Those things really irritated me that Monday. I was talking about things that impacted on, or that is currently impacting on Nigerians and why Nigerians are crying. This is 16 months running into the administration of the president. And he has said that he wants to grow the economy to a $1 trillion economy. Just 1 second, please. All right. He wants to grow the economy to a $1 trillion economy in 6 years' time. That is 2030. That's not realistic. I've gone back again to go and look at the data. And the beautiful thing is, my firm, we do all this outlook, economic outlook, which is very good. To tell that we are truly, even when I went to look at it again, it got me more scared. If we do a year-on-year comparison from May 2023 to May 2024, Tinubu has failed woefully with his economic policy. Failed woefully. And when I mean failed, he should be chased out of the university or any educational system if that is the report card he's bringing back home. Now, if we take, for instance, and again, not luckily for me, coincidentally, the president of TUC yesterday came out. He's also a senior officer in Pegasus to now tell Nigerians that the true problem, our main problem, is the economic, is the naira devaluation. The devaluation of naira is what is creating this problem, and it is what has driven inflation to that point, which is true. Why the president gave, before he even entered into Aso Rock, as they were swearing him, he pronounced two economic policy reforms: automatic removal of fuel subsidy and the floating of the naira. Right? Both policies are not working, or they did not work. Subsidy has come back. Fluctuation of the naira or the devaluation of the naira is not working. If we do a comparison from May 2024, May 2023 to current date, which is September, that is 128% devaluation of the naira. Now, in July 2024, we got an inflow of $119 million into the economy. We didn't see any impact. September 11th, another inflow of approximately 1 billion, which is 900 million. No impact yet. In quarter one, 3.4 billion capital inflow came in. Mostly 62% was just foreign portfolio investment, right? The rest were foreign direct investment, still on shares. The foreign portfolio investment was on money market instruments, treasury bills, and OMO instruments. The foreign direct investment was on shares in banks. The remaining percentage was other investments, which were loans and long-term credit. Where is that infrastructural development that this man has been jumping from Germany to Dubai to India to every summit that he's talking to people that he's the chief salesman? Now, our president was pressurized by the international community, most especially by the IMF and the World Bank, to completely remove subsidy and to remove any fixed or currency control that is automatically devalued your naira, float it. That there were promises of foreign direct investment. I am not the one saying it. You can do your research and find it. And even the president himself said it. Now, if in 16 months after he has made that policy, we have not seen inflow, capital inflow, that has even exceeded how much? The inflow we have seen that came into the country is less than $6 billion. Less than $6 billion in 16 months. In first quarter, the second quarter of 2024, the capital inflow is even less than what we got for quarter one. So if in 3 months in quarter one, we got 3.4 billion, which is on an average, we are getting 1.1, 1.1, or 1.2 or 1.3 for each month, then it's a complete disaster. Why did you devalue the naira? And the capital inflow of foreign direct investment that we anticipate is not trickling in. And even investors are saying that there's a risk for us bringing in their funds and it is being tied down because they can't take it at any point in time. That's another reason many of them are putting it in foreign direct investment, foreign portfolio investment. Short term, 3 months they're off, 3 months they're off, 3 months they're off. Give me 1 second, just 1 second. I'll be back. Seconds, please. So they are doing 3 months and they take their money out because they are afraid that their money will tie down. Then we look at, okay, what is the impact on these policy reforms? It has only made Nigerians poorer. It has only increased the sufferings of Nigerians. It has only made the economy to be terrible. And the president is telling us to be patient. What patient? How long do we have to keep waiting? That this thing is not working. Now, the other thing they told us was that they want to converge. Initially, we had 3 exchange rates: the CBN rate, the official rate, that is the FMDS rate, and then the black market rate. Now, the president came and said, "Oh, I'm floating the naira." So there was no more CBN rate, which was at $491 then at least by April 2023. There was now the official rate, and there's still a black market rate that is still not converging after 16 months. The black market rate is roughly around $250 or $300 more than the official rate. So it shows that the policy is a disaster. Why don't you retrace your step back and remove the pains that Nigerians are going through? Why don't you acknowledge that this economic policy has failed and has thrown Nigeria into more debt, into more hardship, and redress it and say, okay, it appears maybe this didn't work. Let's go back and fix things. So, again, the president came up and said, I want to grow this economy to a $1 trillion economy. It appears that the CBN governor, Cardoso, did not get the memo right. Because to grow that economy, you cannot grow an economy in 6 years' time by having an interest rate of 27.25% official. That if banks want to even borrow to you, it will be 33%. It has increased the cost of borrowing. It will reduce savings. It will throw Nigeria into more hardship. Even the manufacturers sector are complaining. So this is a pretentious economic policy that the president is trying to pursue. In my viewpoint, it will not work. It is a disaster and Nigerians are suffering. If you look at the African sector, no, the African continent alone, with the exception of Ghana, that has 29% interest rate official from their central bank, Nigeria is the second. Those 2 countries alone has one of the highest interest rates in the world. Anybody, you go and check, one of the highest, with the exception of Turkey and Egypt. No, not Egypt. One of the highest interest rates in the world. Now, I think Larry also agreed with me on saying that because US cut down their rates, Nigeria wanted to attract foreign direct investment to come in, which for me is foreign portfolio investment just 3 months. People are just coming to take our this and go off. They increased their rate. There was no need to increase interest rates by 50 basis points, especially if you say you are fighting inflation. The last time you increase, we are now seeing that inflation is coming down. You wait and see the response again. You don't increase interest rates. If you know, you think, okay, inflation is not coming down to the desired result, you hold that interest rate as it is.
during your monetary policy committee meeting. Emefiele did it. He held it at 14% for quite a very long time. You hold it for at least another 3 months. Let's see what will happen. It is only when you now see that inflation is not coming down, it is still going up, then you can now say, okay, let's jack it up. But no, that was not what they did. Another thing that Larry, when I was questioning Larry, sorry, Larry, I'm not trying to put you on the spot. He said we are relying on old data. That is not true. The beautiful thing that the National Bureau of Statistics do is that on a monthly basis, they give us the CPI every month. Maybe many of us are not checking. Please do check. Every month we get our inflationary numbers. The month of August is out. So the economic policy, before you get bored, one man, other people spoke for 30 minutes. I looked at the time. Let me explain properly why Tinubu'S policy, economic
yes.
policy.
Yes, you have the time to explain fully, but not maybe as long as I can. So sometimes you have to use editorial or something, but carry on until you feel you've satisfied your point.
Before you yank me off now, as you did on Monday. Others spoke. Can I spoke for 27? Can I spoke for 27 minutes?
Not everybody will
I
speak
enjoyed
for 27
the
minutes.
eyes on. No, I checked the time. One man.
I
was very quiet. I was looking.
No. I said not everybody will speak for 27 minutes. It's an editorial thing, so there has to be an element of production to it. Yeah. But carry on.
Especially when this is not the truth. People don't like.
No, it's not so much.
Okay, one man, no problem.
Hold on. Let me go on.
Hold
on. You will go on, but let me just say this. It's not so much. It is the truth what you're saying. I don't even know if it's true or not. I think Kulata is engaging in the comment section. But it's really about the audience experience and if they're engaged with it or not. That's really, and it always shows in the numbers. But carry on.
Well, also, Egypt has 28% interest rates. Just point of addition to that.
Yeah, that's true. Egypt, Ghana, Nigeria. So it's not about whether the others are enjoying it. This is the main cocoa. If people cannot eat, when people are saying hunger, what is causing the hunger? They have to know what is causing that hunger. It's about understanding what is creating that hunger, what is creating that inflation, what is creating why people cannot afford to eat, or why people cannot afford to get jobs, or why people cannot afford to buy fuel. You must know this. So, I'm not saying it to the audience, but this is the truth. It's because the president gave 2 bad economic policies, and after 16 months has failed to address it, and we are suffering for it. We are completely suffering, and we will suffer for it. We will suffer for it. See, he makes that step, and that was why on Monday I asked, whose interest is the president working for?
You have to understand, Emeka, that there are about 3 things that Tinubu hinges on. The removal of that, I wouldn't even give him the fuel subsidy because that's more a Buhari carryover. But especially that the removal of arbitrage that is putting it in the exchange rate and the Lagos Calabar superhighway. So those are his marquee spaces. So he's not going to reverse that. He's going to do any and every, because he's going to live or fall by that. If he reverses it, it's done. So he has to make it work, otherwise he leaves office.
You said we have not removed
any
Emeka,
I want you to also frame in your analysis the 107 trillion in circulation at the moment.
Which 107 trillion in circulation? We have securitized means and ways.
No. 107 trillion naira in circulation as of this week. So
okay, I didn't get that. I didn't get that in the news. But if we're looking at means and ways, we have actually securitized that loan that the CBN was printing out money. Yes, thank you, Baba. Okay, thank you, Baba. Thank you, Baba. Thank you, Baba. Now, we are increasing inflation to mop up excess money supply in the economy. Then apparently it is not mopping up the excess supply in the economy. If we still have 109 trillion naira still in circulation, it is not mopping it up. It is not fighting inflation properly. Yes, inflation is coming down a bit, but we still have food inflation, and the increase in MPR is not addressing that food inflation. The CBN governor actually said it. He said it, the impact of food inflation is due to flooding, transportation, and transportation costs and flooding. What else is the other thing he said again? The lack of food supply. So we're not addressing it. So what is the president in terms of agriculture, which comes back to the economy? The president's economic policy is bad. Today, the Minister of Finance said, oh, we should be food sufficient in the country. We should not be importing food in the country. But we are still importing food in the country and we are not food sufficient. What are they doing is not to complain anymore. We want to increase our foreign reserve. Our foreign reserve is still floating within 32 billion, 33 billion. Then we have received almost approximately 1 billion. This month alone came in through the sales of our bond. This month alone came in. No impact. Something is going on that is not right. Look at our 10-year bond yield. Our 10-year bond yield, 19.4% approximately. One of the highest. Why? Because we are jacking up NPR all the time. Whose interests are we serving? I don't think it's the Nigerian people. I think we are serving the interests of international communities and not the Nigerian people. Q1 capital inflow, the highest was the United Kingdom, followed by the Cayman Islands, which also reflect those who are hiding money in that island, bringing it to Nigeria. This Q2, I think the inflow is still, it will still go up when they release the figure, but the US came first because we are yanking up MPR. We are yanking it up to the detriment of Nigerian people who are suffering. We are satisfying other people who are coming in 3 months. They put money, 3 months, they collect their yield and they move. 3 months, they put money again. 3 months, they collect their money and they bounce. Now, even that capital inflow, let me tell you, the recipient, it was banks. 62% banks. All banks. The highest was Stanbic and BTC that got the most. Manufacturing 0.02%. Whose interests are we serving? The president must see that this is 16 months now, going to 17 months. Nigerians are suffering. We want to increase our foreign reserve. Dollar's rate is still going up. Foreign reserve is still not coming in. The excuse he gave, the foreign reserve has not come up, is like people traveled and importation. Importation of what? Consumption rate is going down. Check the GDP numbers. People traveling. How many Nigerians are traveling? Did millions of Nigerians travel during the summer? And if they traveled, how much did they collect that reduced our foreign reserve? Which means something is going on that we don't know. Now, Ekene is saying that there were rumors of the CBN governor trying to resign. Something is going on that we don't know. This is the biggest news that Nigerians must know. All other news we are talking about, I'm not interested. This is the biggest disaster that Nigerians must know, because at the rate we are going, dollars we might get to 2,000. At this rate, it will go to 2,000. We are not controlling shit. It is not working. That's why I said on Monday, I am calling it out officially that the Bola Ahmed Tinubu economic policy is a disaster and it has sent Nigeria to poverty. Even the Dangote refinery, they are still fighting demand. We are no longer importing fuel again. Somebody should come and correct me. We are now trying to buy from Dangote. Where is the impact in our reserve? Why is the dollar price still going up? Who is playing voodoo magic with us? Some will come and tell us this economics, I know how well. Make I even brag. I know how well. But they follow our homeland. Follow. Something is going on wrong. And I'm asking again, and I will close. who is Bola Ahmed Tinubu working for? Good night.
Oh, all right, brilliant. So that's Emeka rounding off conversations from previous sessions. For people who may have been somewhat wondering, that wasn't actually this session, but it was a conversation that ended abruptly because Emeka left before the conversation could conclude. So he has now come to conclude what he was saying in that previous conversation. I think that was 2 sessions ago. So hopefully we get it back on track and we take it back on track with let's go to Baba. So Baba, you're up next. Hopefully you don't want to take the extensiveness of however long Kenneth took, but
No,
just
is War Piece not available? Because I don't want anybody complaining, actually.
yeah.
War Piece.
What piece is not available? Otherwise, he would have been sniping at people from the
I thought as much.
you know, people that are coming with cheap tickets. You know, the people in the cheap seats. I don't know if you've been to Arsenal. It's always the people at the back row that's shouting the most.
My people, no, they are the real Arsenal. I beg you. We will
And
enjoy.
now he's really not there because as I'm dissing him now, he would have jumped on me. But that's what piece.
I agree with you.
He came here to sleep. All right. So to you then, Baba, let me just rattle through what we're talking about again. This one now, I hope it doesn't go under the radar. They're starting the formation of that special rangers for the mind space, especially targeting hopefully that Zamfara gold that we're not getting a penny from. You were insisting, but it looks as though to the contrary. But Brisky, it seems as though he didn't spend a day in prison. And as further proof of that, the government are suspending then senior prison officials in Kirikiri. So that's to say then that there's some veracity to that, and there's additional clips coming out in that direction. Reps, the House of Reps, they are urging NNPC and Dangote to allow independent marketers to lift petroleum because, of course, if the NNPC, Emeka and even Ekene was just saying that the impact of Dangote is not being felt on the currency, that is because of the hand of NNPC still being there. 11 ministers may lose their jobs. Gbajabiamila could be replaced by Fashola. So that will be a prayer answered by Gbajabiamila as useless as they come. Reactions as Okpebolo, Philip Shaibu, others kneel for Tinubu in Aso Rock. So that that fealty, that sort of overlord or Ghana master, something still ongoing there. BUA Rabiu, whatever his name is, telling us some nonsense about why food is expensive. So from that or anything else you'd like to talk about, 5-7 minutes monologue, Baba.
Yes, thank you, one man. And co-panelists, I salute you all, and people in the comment section. How are you doing today? Esteemed watchers, listeners, I hope you've clicked the like button. I salute you also, and don't forget to share and subscribe. I think I will just start where Emeka stopped for maybe about 2 minutes. Is it the myriads of problem with our economy, like you postulated to, man? It dates back. It dates back. Unfortunately for President Tinubu, his party, APC, ruled for 8 years. And so he has no excuse to say he will want to maybe blame the old administration for all the woes of Nigeria. But we that are not politicians, that's how we will look at it, actually. I'm not going to give him a soft landing or maybe just a slap on the wrist or anything. Yes, he needed to come out, but he did not come out from beginning. He was trying to shield exactly what he meant. The economy was not in a mess, but in a rut. In a rut. Why do I say this? Immediately they came, second week, or was it before Emefiele, or as soon as Cardoso came in, they took 7 trillion ways and means just to cover up the gap the deficit. That's what they started with. And up till now, the twin policy of the subsidy and the floating of the naira, I think they are necessary, whether we like it or not. With 3 windows, how do you cope with that? Central bank rate, official rate, and the street rate, all diverse rates, and it was a free run for all of these people. That's so irresponsible of that administration to run that kind of 3 windows for a forex. And in trying to float it also, I think a lot of mistakes were made. And actually, that's where I don't situate a problem on subsidy. It is the forex that is actually our problem. And I think the president is somebody who believes that, look, plug the holes rather than maybe those that created the holes, rather than dealing with them. Maybe you can come back later. I think that action is what Yoruba call kakokole akata lono katu fiabo waba adie. But in doing that, he is underrating those who is confronting. Imagine 107 trillion in circulation. I think 2 months ago, it was just about 90 trillion in circulation. Where did that 17 trillion come in from? Where did it come in from? A lot of things are really wrong with our country. That's why some people get so frustrated and say, look, is there something spiritual about our situation in that country? We are a peculiar people. I can tell you maybe what I think those surplus funds are coming from. In a country where you change your currency and you still find new notes of the old currency still in abundance, more than the new currency. Only in Nigeria that can happen. Only in Nigeria. The economy actually stupid, I would say. But the president himself, I'm glad, is now staying put at home to handle these things himself. And I think he must be ready to play hardball with most of the people actually toying with our economy and destroying it totally. He has to sit down, put shoulder to wheel, and address it properly. He doesn't need to pander to anybody or wanting to have a good name to himself. You have to be a bad guy to rule a country appropriately. He's trying to steer our country in the right direction, socially, economically, and otherwise. So he must behave. If he's so brave to take us in a different direction, he must be brave also to apply the stick where necessary in time. He has to realize the urgency of the time, because the whole thing is not gelling. If we don't have low food prices on the table in our dining room, nobody will believe anything is working. Nobody will believe, even though others who know exactly, who think they know the direction we are going, may want to maybe just adopt a sit-down-look attitude. But the majority of Nigerians are not like that. Until they see prices fall, have food on their table. But where I'm saying most of these things actually, I'm not an economist and I'm not going to pretend to be one, but at least I know a bit of, how do I put it, how to run things. Where we fell short was in Jonathan's time, when we rebased our economy. That was a wrong move entirely. You rebase an economy which you didn't marry along with income per capita. How do you do that? and you claim you are number one in Africa, where there are almost a dozen of the 54 countries in Africa have higher income per capita. So you cannot claim leadership. And we went.
Baba, can
Yes,
I interject you? Sorry, please. You
yeah,
said
go ahead.
rebasing that economy was a wrong move. Why is it a wrong move? Because hold on. Prior to 2015, before this evil party came into power, we saw that Nigeria was, in fact, according to Bloomberg and some other
Oh man,
economic.
take note of my time. Carry on, Aaron.
We saw what's it called? Bloomberg and some other economist papers were saying that Nigeria was the fastest economy. Our refinery was working at almost like 35%, if not almost like 40% at the time. Nigeria wasn't having this hyperinflation, where there were so many industries that were springing up. I could tell you so many of them within the Apapa local government, Apapa area in Lagos State. So many of
No,
them were springing up.
wait, the lending rates
Our
during
production.
Jonathan's time. Let me correct you before you go ahead. No, our lending rate as of Jonathan's time was between 30 and 33%. Check.
Okay,
Carry
fine.
on, please.
Well, I don't know of that. I don't think it was that. It was that really.
Anybody can fact check me, please.
Okay, all right. Please fact check. So my point is that Nigeria was at a production level, not anything seen after Buhari came in there. So you cannot compare those economy of that time. If they rebase the economy, that was a good move to tell the international community, business people, that this is what we are worth, our economy. A lot of them were opening. I can tell you, 2023, 2022, 2010, 2012, up to 2014, before these idiots came in, the economy was speeding up. A lot of factories were coming up, were springing up across left and center of Nigeria. But suddenly, these idiots came in, they just crashed your economy. And they're telling us that rebasing the economy was a bad, it wasn't a bad move. Because I can remember then, the economists, Bloomberg and so many other, even the Fitch, was also putting us at a very higher, when it comes to destination for investment. So, I don't understand when you're saying that it was a wrong move for us to have rebased our economy. It was necessary to tell investors that this is what we're worth. Bring in your money. You too can be part of the success story. That's how I see it. So let's not use this. Let me just stop there, Baba. I don't understand. Like maybe I'm not.
Okay, this is what your country was what or is what then. But then, were your people, the people that that country, were they what that is the question. That's where income per capita comes in.
But Nigeria is not as poor as what we find now. You see, we and I can go on and on these arguments. Nigerians were not in this dire situation. Yes, I can also Nigerians were rich then. Nigerians were like what we're expecting Nigeria to be. But I'm saying Nigerians were not as these powerless when it comes to their purchasing power.
Yes, we were not, because Jonathan at a point was pumping about 2.5 million barrels at almost around 120 million. 120 dollars per barrel. Work that math out. He was raking in a lot of money then.
So what was the magic that he did then, that he was pumping then, that these idiots can pump? Ever since they've been there for almost like more than 10 years now.
That his timing was situated in his own time. The oil prices rose.
Don't blame them. You see,
the oil prices. Can I finish? Okay. The prices rose then. I think I can't remember what was happening in that period worldwide that made the price to go up to 120. And because of the agitation in the Niger Delta has subsided. I don't want to go into the reason why it subsided during that period. He was
going to the reason, no.
No, you know who beat me. I not go fall for that. Me. Okay.
No, my brother, no.
Look, he was one. The money he made for that 6 years he was in his administration was humongous. And I still quarrel with that rebasing. of the economy. Two things they were going to do then. Fortunately for us, they were also going to redigitalize the Naira. But fortunately for us, Emir Sanusi looked what was happening in Ghana. Because at that period, Ghana redigitalized their cities and this took off 1-to-1. One city.
Sorry, Baba. Redecimalize, you mean?
Okay,
Redecimalize.
okay, thank you. Redecimalize. Ghana took off with 1-to-1. And within 9 months, it shot up. And Sanusi took note of that and said, no, we're not going to do this. Even though because they rebase thinking they are going to redecimalize the Naira. And that was, I think, what affected the income per capita. Because as of today, because then, I mean, our income per capita was about 3,000, if I'm correct, fact check me. South Africa was about 5,000-6,000. Algeria, Tunisia, Morocco, all of them. Even Ghana was ahead of us. And you can't tell me you are rich and your workers are poor. It doesn't cohere. So I situated then. But when Buhari came in, I can give him that. If the price fell, production also fell. Production did not fall, but he was careless. And oil theft became a thing, a tough meat to chew for us. Now let's come to the present, where the mistake it is doing is that the enemies of state, they are deep there. He has to tackle these people because it's not for nothing that everything they've thrown out. If you have not done the arithmetic, but since they took over for about 15 months now, the money they've sold, the forex they've sold to the banks, to the BDCs and everything is humongous. Humongous sums of money. They throw 1 billion today, within 3 days, it's gone, bam, the money will shut up again. There must be a reason for all of this. And if you are the president, you must have the balls to tackle it. Because you can't tell me you don't know the reason why it is like that. As I sit here, I can tell you about 2-3 reasons immediately. At least if the 3 are not correct, 1 will be correct. Because without fixing the forex, nothing is going to work. I know he put all his permutation into gas. He said it even during campaign. He want to make it a gas economy because we have proven reserve of gas ad infinitum, the numbers. But then all these things takes time. The urgency of now determines that he has to, one way or the other, fix that foreign exchange.
I think we're number 7 there about in cubic measure.
Baba, I have some
gas.
I have some questions for you.
Go ahead, please.
Yeah, why are you speaking coded now? You say you can give us 2 or 3 reasons, but you're not dropping any reasons.
Not be all close to this. They drive for soon.
I won't learn now. Make it.
I will not give you my mouth to begin to shave my head from my.
Okay, but
come on there, baby.
Okay, no wahala. But do you truly believe that there's this shadow cabal hiding behind the scenes, acting as enemies of state, purposely jeopardizing our economy and preventing our growth? I mean, those people that's treason. If that is the case and the president is aware of it, why do you have DSS? Why do you have SSS? Why do you have your intelligence? Why can you not bring these people to book if they're purposely sabotaging our nation?
Let me come in a little bit and then Papa, you pick it up. Without equivocation, there's a shadowy cabal that moves the machines of state, especially in Nigeria. But why Tinubu cannot move against them is that they can destroy him within a day, and he knows it. And the one thing that proves to me that cabal is there is Mele Kyari, the czar of the NNPC. under no circumstance would that guy be in situation unless it was serving purposes greater than the Nigerian interest and serving elements more powerful than the Nigerian state. There are cabals, a lot of them Nigerian, but not a lot of them actually from the Middle East as well, all intermeshed. Nigeria is where a lot of the world harvest and feast. You know, the president is just the president for the everyday Joe now. A good example would be Yahaya Bello. These people, they will go and bust into some hotel, drag out some 23-year-old boy, call him Yahoo Yahoo. But Yahaya Bello turns up at their office and they served him tea and sent him on his way. So there are elements more powerful than the state in that country now, and they don't really care about you and I.
I think the president has to grow some balls, even if if it means that he has to enjoy himself, he has to do it. Because at so much 70 plus, I don't know what he has left in life or what he's pursuing. He's seen it all. He has to call them to order. I think he's done that once or twice. He's done that. But there is a particular guy. He has to tackle that guy. He has to tackle.
Is it some Arab-looking guy from the north?
No.
I think I may know. Okay, carry on.
I'm talking about a Yoruba guy. So let's leave it at that. The Dangote refinery as it stands today is what we'll attack. I think they are trying to do a lot of things because I read somewhere now that 158 billion has been given to him as a tax credit in addition to the previous one he had to construct a service lane through Ekpe, Shagamu to the Benin Express way to create a corridor for the trailers, the tankers, to be able to move without disturbing the main traffic flow. So that's another.
Let me ask a question. You see, this is when we see all this crap that you people talk. I mean, not you, Baba. I know you're only trying to tell us what you heard. Where is the okay? What is the point of the coastal road that they are building to nowhere that they say they were building? When they are giving this guy $100 billion, billion naira a tax credit just because he wants to create a road. So what's the use of that money, taxpayers' money that Tinubu is giving to his protege? I mean, what's his name? This Lebanese guy. What is that all that for? You see, what was people
I didn't talk about the Lebanese guy. I'm talking about Dangote. They gave him the
I know.
tax credit.
I'm saying you're giving somebody a tax break of 100 and something billion naira, and then yet you are building a road on that same axis.
No, you are conflating two different things. Rational mind.
Okay, what am I conflating?
The coastal road
service lane.
It's a service lane. It will be what they are asking Dangote to. The tax concession is for him to build a purpose-built road for the.
What does that even mean? Purpose road.
That's what I was just about to explain.
Okay, well,
it's a purpose-built road for all of the mass of trucks that will be coming into his refinery, so that it can divert it from the Lagos traffic and not constitute an impediment to that.
But which area? Which axis is that? Which axis is that road is going
to pass? Shagamu.
So where is the coastal road going to pass? The coastal road that they're building. Where's it going to pass?
That's a different project now.
No, it's not a different project because that road will still pass through that area. So what's the point of the $100 and something billion they're giving you that?
Because that's a dedicated. What Dangote is that the tax credit is to build a dedicated road, which almost will be exclusively for that.
I don't think you guys understand what people are talking about, because that Ekpe road, the Lagos coastal road they're going to build, it's still going to pass through that Ekpe. It will pass through Ekpe.
It will pass, but this is an additional service lane. So that as soon as
where is that on the map? Where is that on the map? Have you seen that map of the Lagos road to Calabar? Have you seen it?
I've not seen it. I just want my own space in the country of it to be completed. Any other thing Call it selfish, I don't know.
I mean, people you want to try and error, you won't need, they have no idea, they are clueless. They don't even know what they are doing. You're giving somebody a tax rate of 100 and something billion.
The fact that you don't understand it does not mean they are clueless.
No,
It's perfectly clear.
I'm very lucid as to what I'm talking about here. Because that
No,
road...
no, you are lucid, but you don't have a grasp of the essence of it.
I do have a grasp. I do have a grasp. If what Baba is telling us is what it is, that Ekpe road is going to be expanded or is going to be worked on by this guy so as to allow vehicular transfer or, movements, then I'm wondering, that's a coastal road they're building. Where are they going to build it? It's not going to,
you want tankers to be going through that coast. Look, every road is built for a certain vehicular.
What is the point of the coastal road if tankers are not going to be passing through it? I say it's only for private cars that are going to be passing through.
If tankers pass through that coastal road, then it would defeat the essence of it.
Oh, come on. What are you people talking about?
It will lock it down. It would lock it down in a grid.
Come on. What are you people talking about? Is it not for the economic reasons that why they're building the coastal road? To allow
the tankers are not vehicular movement now. They are dedicated vehicles for a specific purpose. And Baba already explained it's a service lane to service that particular
service lane. What are you talking about, woman? It's for all vehicle. It's for any vehicle. It's for any vehicle. You're driving a trailer, you're driving a lorry.
That's the thing. You don't get it. That's just it.
Woman, if you don't know, what you're talking about, you don't know what you're talking about.
I think I do, but
you don't. I don't think you know what you're talking about.
Oh no, one man in the UK where you live, do you have a dedicated lane for trucks?
We have service lanes, yes. We have bus lanes.
No, we are not talking about bus lane. We are talking about
the same principle, isn't it?
No, bus lane. We have bus lane everywhere.
Okay, why do you have bus lanes?
Bus lane is just to lessen the traffic.
No, on the autobahn in Germany, and in Austria, we have
bus
truck
lanes
lane.
are found in main city. Not once you're out of the city, you don't have bus lanes anymore.
No, Hakim, I think is that Hakim? We have in autobahn. We have service lane in autobahn. We have on autobahn for the only trucks we have.
That's Brownberry.
Which state is that?
You say?
Which state?
No, Baba, don't let rational mind boxing you down to somehow. The one that you are talking about is different from coastal road. You are talking about Ekpe Shagamu that will lead to the road that will lead the express road. That one, from that place also you can get to Ibadan so that you boycott the Lagos Ibadan expressway. That's where that one is passing to. It's totally different from the coastal road.
Do you know what you were talking about? Where is the Dangote refinery? Where is the Dangote refinery?
It's in Ekpe now. It's in Ekpe.
No, it's in Lekki. That Lekki road, that Lekki road.
Yes.
So is that what they are giving tax credit from? From his refinery there.
Wait, anybody, this one is not meant for people going to the coastal area. It's meant for people going to Ibadan, the northern part of Nigeria. That's what it's meant for.
Is that what they said?
That's what it's meant for. Now that's the route. We are telling you the route. You are just shouting and say, "Walking the lane." So
what's shouting? What's shouting? What's shouting?
It's totally different from the coastal road. Anybody going to the western part of Nigeria, going to the north, that's the route that they will be taking instead of taking the normal Lagos Ibadan expressway.
I'm asking you, how many road is there on that Lekki axis? How many road that leads you out of Lekki? Either way, either you're going west.
Okay, the question we should ask you: the coastal road, where is it heading to?
It's heading west. I mean, it's heading east.
But this one is heading north.
No, where is that? Where's that northern road that leads you to Ekpe? That's
Shagamu.
Momo Shagamu.
Right. Then if you not take that one, you link that road to it will cut across the the present or Lagos Shagamu or a road.
You guys are just so funny with the way you are people are describing it.
Well, what I'm saying there actually is look, the Dangote and Bua,
I think Baba already used the perfect phraseology. It's a service road. That just explains all you need to know. Yeah.
Because in my from that refinery every day there will be hundreds of truck leaving, and our normal road today are not meant for that kind of vehicular pressure on our road. AB in comment section, I'm not talking about Obasanjo. No, he's not a businessman after all. So
Baba, you have to let the
no,
comment section.
I have to correct that.
Otherwise, it'll be
Oh,
cascading
Mobito
over.
Bemiloni, you say I'm talking about Baba. Who give me mouth to talk about Baba? I beg you. I not talk of Baba. Baba not be businessman. So what I'm saying is that the tax credit
Baba, you said Tinubu should not be afraid that it's 70. You too, you should not be afraid now.
We are to 70 years. If I talk, I go die. If I talk, I not go die. But I not go talk. I beg you. But risky they face you on now. What I'm saying is that the beauty of the tax credit, because Dangote have performed before, they give them a lot of road actually, and they've been doing it both in the north, in the east, and in the south. They are doing marvelous work, and I support that program to give them tax credit, because when they even pay this tax, do we see the benefit of it? We don't enjoy the fruit. So if they are using it to build the roads, concrete road now, I think it's okay. And the Dangote thing, I still reiterate that it will beat the marketers at the end of the day. He will beat these marketers. They are just, they are in the last throes of their economic debt. Whether they like it or not, they will bow to him. He has a refinery. They don't have. They are importers. So nothing. And the president should do well to sweep away all those dead woods in NNPC. We don't need Mele again. Mele has done very well for himself, for whatever group he represents. It's adios he has to do. While doing the ministerial reshuffle, he should also shuffle out Mele Kyari and his group. They are dead woods and they are clogs in the wheel of our economic progress in that country. Then let me quickly go to the Bobrisky issue. One man in prison worldwide, telephone, tablets, cable televisions, all those things are not new anymore, anywhere in the world. So that Bobrisky is there and them flexing and doing all the rubbish doesn't mean he is somewhere cooling off in a flat or in an apartment or anything. And I made a mistake because somebody called and we discussed this morning and they corrected me because they listened and told me, yeah, Bobrisky was not a maximum, but a medium prison. Medium prison. I was talking about maximum and the person correct me. I just want to put that on record so that nobody will represent me. I was talking about maximum. Maximum as a prison ministry person, I know. But the medium, really, I don't know the what's the demography of the medium prison. But they say it's not dissimilar to what they have in the maximum prison. So a lot of facts will come out later and you will be amazed at it because they have their system. And what you are referring to, that they are sacking a deputy controller of prisons because of, read it very well, except you are trying to spin. No. The only thing is that these letters they are giving out to the DCCs, they would have done it long ago. But the Bobrisky incident made them to sit up immediately and send those people packing, who has been taking prisoners out and bringing them back in the evening to come and rest their head. That is what they do. That is what they do. But to say they outrightly, they give somebody an apartment to stay, no. It's not happening. It won't happen. Nobody wants to risk their life job, 30 years of service because of one person. No. No reasonable person does that. So I rest my case. The interjection has taken up my time, but I won't take advantage
Wait,
of that.
Baba,
So
before you go, let me give you one more interjection, I beg.
yeah.
So, quick question for you. You keep hearing about these marketers, these oil marketers. For those of us that are not in the industry, like, who are these people? Are they an absolute mandatory piece of the supply chain that we need? Can they be cut out? Because every time I hear marketers, they are associated with some kind of problem.
Yeah, you see, Ainzon, these people too, they are owners of banks. Some of them are governors in some states today. They have money, they have leverage borrowing from the banks. So they are part of the problem the president has to confront, because if you 2-3 weeks ago, there was a bill, $6 billion we are owing them. A lot of people have not interrogated that. That money is what is called the subsidy, or part of the subsidy, because they gave credit to NNPCL, take the oil, go sell. NNPCL undersold those oils to the PMS and have not even paid them. And of course, they take advantage of these bills. I don't think the arithmetic is correct, because what I heard was that they were using the normal thing they do. If you owe them, the paper they present will be different from exactly what they supplied. But NNPC has, what do I say? It's like they were helpless. They needed to help the president that period of time because there was no money. So they kind of bent double and allowed the marketers to have their free days. And that bill is outstanding today. And whether we like it or not, we will pay. They are very powerful. They can destroy the banking sector if they refuse to pay the banks, who some of them own or partly own, and refuse to pay. But particularly the period where the banks are to now recapitalize. So it's a dangerous situation, dangerous balancing act for the economy at this material time in point for us. So everybody has to be maybe, how do I put it? We have to pet. It's a kind of juggling act where you have to pet everybody to calm down, so that at least let's move. Yoruba say, look, let's prostrate for a pygmy. Am I right if I put a pygmy, so that they can allow us to do what we want to do? Because if you refuse to prostrate for the pygmy and allow you to pass or have
Baba,
right
is
of
16 months not enough?
No. I wanted to move on from Baba. I was just waiting for him to land. But Baba, round it up, and then we go on to the next person.
Yeah, look, if it depends on who you are confronting. You get my point. It depends on who you are. And don't forget, let me just put this. Don't forget, there is O and O in all of this arithmetic we are talking about. So care has to be taken. Careful balancing act. And I'm even excited. I want to see the stuff the president is made of between now and December, because these are the critical moments. Because once we enter into 25, it's all free. It's all free road for everybody. And they will have seen that it's weak, and people will take advantage of that weakness. I yield, woman.
All right, brilliant. Thank you, Baba. So thank you, Baba. So Baba, I wanted to move on just because of the people waiting. But to your question is the marketers are integral to the food chain of that space. So if you imagine that Dangote refines where he is, but then to get it from Dangote to Kebbi, to Borno, to Oyo, to Anambra, etc., that's all down to the marketers. So they make the potato, fill up their oil tanks, and then ferry it all over the country. So they're integral cog in the wheel of that particular enterprise. We go on next to Ajane Koko if it's ready. If it's not, we go to Rational Mind.
What's up, woman?
Yes, Ajane Koko.
Yeah, I'm good. Yeah.
No, all right. So we're talking about the Senate passing a bill for mine rangers to curb the excesses in illegal mining. But the Bobrisky saga is still ongoing. Our federal government suspends senior prison officers. We were talking about the House of Rep saying that they should break the exclusivity of NNPC with Dangote to free up that space. And then the cabinet reshuffle, it looks as though Gbajabiamila will be one of the heads that will roll on that day. And a lot of people are somewhat hopeful for that. And then there's this ridiculous clip as well. I'm not quite sure if people are joining us anew. Let me just play it. This is the governor-elect of Edo State on a thank you daddy visit to Aso Rock. But what how we thanked daddy?
Thank you. Thank you very much. Thank you. Oh, okay. Yeah. Thank you, sir.
So there it is. That's the governor of Edo State elect kneeling down for daddy. So I'm not quite sure what's going on there, but just go at it as you'd like, Ajane Koko.
Thank you, woman. Greetings to our listeners around the world. Click on the like button, share and subscribe if you haven't done so. The clips you just show us now, I think I really like it. It demonstrated our culture, our tradition, the way we show respect to elders, and I think we have to keep it up. We can't be doing things the way Western world do things. When you see elders, you stand up and you throw your hand before him to shake his hand. No, that is not the way it's done in our culture. We have to hold our culture high. When you see the Chinese or the what do you call it? Maybe the Koreans or Japanese, they will put their palm together and bow their head before their elders. So that's a show of respect, show of submission to elders. So what the governor-elect did, I think I really commend him. And others I saw in that video, the way they, bow down and give that absolute respect to the president, that is remarkable. I'm deeply moved. I really love to see that. So we should show respect to our elders. Respect to elders is one thing, and criticism of the president is another thing. If I meet the president today, I will show respect to him. I will bow my head before him. So,
I'm sure one man is surprised.
it's surprised of what?
Will you kneel down?
Was expecting.
Huh?
No. I thought that would be. No, that wasn't what I was.
One man, did you skip me?
I came to you.
Don't they?
People hear this sound of snoring, but I knew as soon as we mentioned it.
Oh, really?
Don't they? You are not here now. We was calling you.
I was sleeping. I started with one man. I followed his read out. I followed him, give me submission, but submission was becoming too long, and at one point I fell asleep.
Yes, I called you. I thought
Yeah.
we all joked that in fact we were mocking you that you were sleeping, hoping that you say
I was
something.
sleeping. Sorry, because I followed you. I started with you.
Yeah,
I
I know.
started with you. Anyway, after I
One
said,
man,
look, okay.
one man.
Hmm?
You can go with him since he's back.
Okay, thank you.
Yeah, you call him.
Thank you.
Let him.
All right,
Thank you.
all right. So Oba talk I thought he
Oba
was
talk
going to. I thought I don't man know they kneel for anybody. What is all this? The way they were kneeling and they're holding their hands up, almost like in prayer. Like they were
But
meeting. My goodness me.
I saw it and I was laughing. One thing I could conclude is that first of all, we are Africans. We can't take that out of us. But secondly, what our people will say, quote unquote, federalism, this federal government, we now a new era. All these people, once they find the opportunity to look like our kings, they will do worse than the king. They will demand more than the king. So if you know you enjoy this kind of status, why don't you promote the traditional culture and traditional rulers, promote them very high? If you like everybody to be kneel down to be shaking you like this, I don't see anything wrong with it. As Bajalo said, in Japan here they bow down. When Obama came, we must bow down to their emperor. Korea the same, China the same. And our own is kind of confusing. And since we are choosing another culture to replace our own culture, they say, look at educated people kneeling down for the president, and the president is okay accepting them. But if you really look at it, they are traditional people. But look at it, take it this way: the answers they meet each other like the Muslims are greeting the same thing too. Buhari brothers, when they come to greet him, the same thing too. We don't see any problem with that because we say, oh, they are not only they are Muslims, so it is okay. So in one way, I don't see any problem with that. But in the other way, the people will come. If you go to Twitter tomorrow, you will know the people that will complain. But I don't want to go there. Anyway, that is for that. Let me go for the fast, the bad guy. One material you heard now that fast actually make that call. Now they are fast is claiming that it was Bobrisky that called him, not him that called Bobrisky. Mama, can you hear me?
We all can carry on.
can
We're
hear
all
you.
listening. We're all listening.
So, and I was saying yesterday that this your Yorubarism, whataboutism, nepotism, and tribalism is getting out of hand, one man. But you can see it now. Now the stories of Raven himself. That does not exempt very dark man not to have a bit of problem too. Because if you mind the way he presents his case, because he's dealing with intellectuals, people that's legal in the area of law. They can find a way, like a technicality, to rope him. So you should know how to put some kind of caveat or disclaimer in his presentation, so that they will not just do something to rope him. But we can see now the young man here is arriving some certain things, and somehow, fast is drawing further leg into the problem. Up to the extent that Arise is holding a special distinct for a segment for it. What started just like joke, you know. For me, but Brisky should be the one for them to really deal with, or if not dealt with, or deal with, because it's not past tense yet. He's the one that is that alleged, so he should come out and make a disclaimer that he was just he just being having a big mouth, or he was just having a big mouth. Than grown up men will start feeling themselves. But thank God they are suspended some prisoner people, some
Yes,
prisoner.
I was just going to say that it's gone beyond that now because they suspended about 4 or so senior
Yeah.
prison officers. So that is to tell you that there's some veracity to the
Yeah,
audio.
there is. Since I don't know why Fast make that call. Since you demand an apology, why are you making that call again? And the call, you dated yourself again. You agreed that it was Bobrisky that called you, and it wasn't 10 million, and it was 3 million. So, yeah, in short, I thought you are grown men that let this thing go. Instead of they really gave it Fast really put gave it value by demanding for apology immediately. They just ignored this matter, and the matter would have died down by himself. Because since Bobrisky is an ex-convict, everything would have died with Bobrisky. Well, that is for that for that matter. What other talking point again? I was interested in one man. I think there was
Yeah,
one other talking point.
we were talking about the Tinubu reshuffle and Gbajabiamila likely to fall in that process. And then we were talking about the mine rangers that is being put together to tackle the illegal mining going on. And then the House of Reps wanted to break the monopoly of NNPC being the exclusive buyer of Dangote's fuel. And of course, we've already talked about the Edo governor doing all right to Tinubu.
Funny enough, have you seen this state governor, the acceptance speech?
Was it in pidgin? Was it in pidgin?
Guys,
Was it in
guys
pidgin
spoke. It started with PJ and ended up very well. I was surprised. I felt I'm still really maybe I'm still looking for somehow to, like, how will I say, to debunk it. The guy started with PJ, and the guy was really a prompter. You could see from his lenses of glasses. But you understand, this guy can read very well. The guy was
but
articulate.
that's a heavily rehearsed something now. You'd have practiced it maybe 10,000 times with Oshomole correcting him. That's a heavily rehearsed.
That just yesterday now, he went to collect that certificate of this thing now, and the guy could read. He was very accurate, very coherent, very accurate. So I think Tinubu has come with a style that APC will run with for a very long time. Because when Tinubu was coming, we laughed in that he was speaking Ebola Balu, saying things and not really speaking. And he won. Those states now is on that one. The guy didn't speak, and when the entire guys were trying to make any statement, he was goofing, gaffing, and all that. But look at today.
What piece can
Yeah.
First of all, did you watch? Okay, first of all, let me ask you: do you know this guy very well at all? Have you heard anything about him? That's one question. Yeah, the guy who won.
There's a big Okpebholo family in Egboma, but he is not that Okpebholo family. I don't know this Okpebholo family, but that Okpebholo family, I have some friends from the larger one. But this guy, I don't really know anything about him. Just rather than he was once a boy for late Aneni. Late Aneni actually groomed him. Actually, allegedly, he made his money from Aneni. That's one thing I know about him.
The second question is: did you see that? Did you watch that Pidgin English? That BBC Pidgin interview granted to BBC. How he spoke, and then he said something. He said, when they asked him, I think they asked him a question around that line that why was it that they said you cannot speak English, that kind of a thing. He says that was his winning strategy. Could it be that some of the Edo-lights have been duped to believe that this guy could not speak? Because you were saying something a while ago that Tinubu used this strategy of Baba when of it how did they sing that song that time? So could he said that was his winning strategies, that he tricked Edo people to believe that, because I know some people there was one platform I went to, the guy had to silence me from even talking about this guy. So because we're talking about this guy not being able to talk, and I know this person run a campaign for this guy on the mantra. It's on the mantra that he could not speak English. He said what?
Not Edo people. He tricked his opponents, not Edo people.
Thank you, Patrick. I wanted him to land.
He tricked not his opponent. He tricked Edo people, because I'm telling you about this particular guy. Hold on.
Me, I be Edo person. I know if you speak.
Patrick, wait. Let him finish. Let him land.
So my point is that he said that was part of his winning strategy. So, does that not tell the Edo people that you people have been, you've been duped? For you to have believed that this guy, because that was what some people ran on. Some people ran on and say, oh, you know, if you speak English, go vote for him like that. In fact, we want person who speak English.
Okay.
So could that not be the case that you people were duped?
Can I respond now? Okay, thank you. Well, if he came around on that matter, he won. He didn't trick Edo people. He gave his opponent something to worry about, and he was doing what was needful for him to win the election. First of all, politics is all game of deception. Politics. campaigning and the rest. So he came up with a strategy instead of the other opposition to focus on the basic issue or the main issue. They were busy going after his personality, leaving the critical issue alone. I know people don't care if he speaks English or he does not speak English. The people that like him don't care if he speaks English or he doesn't speak English. And people that don't like him does not care if he can speak English or not speak English. You have to understand that. He didn't dupe any Edo people. He just played the opposition and it fell cheaply for him. But that being said, opposite that claimed that he does not speak Edo ever since, and was using that as his campaign so that it doesn't matter. His successor does not speak I mean, Ishan. It's not a big deal. Finally started speaking deep Bini yesterday in his interview. So does it matter speaking to the Edo people too? So when you make such statement, you have to be careful. I know this is politics. I'm not holding grounds for any of them, but it's all about winning. It doesn't care how it doesn't how to say it doesn't matter how they win. Like they say, mass snake woman kill him. What does it really matter? What really matter is that the snake is dead and gone. So I think, like I said, I think this matter is this new style Tinubu started right now. It's going to work, go along. It's going to be around for a while. Now Tinubu started it. They are trying in Benin, it's successful. The next Ondo, I don't think Odetuwa will say anything at all. And if we don't learn from it, Odetuwa will win. Will win. Instead of facing the main issue, then you'll be running after the man personality. That's what they just want you to do, so that they'll distract you and be doing what they will, what they want to really do to you to get you busy or to get you out of the way. So it didn't trick any other people. And again, I know the undertone of your statement, rational mind. You know, it takes a thief to catch a thief. I know you don't like Tinubu. It's okay. It's your opinion. I'm not against that. Anything Tinubu present is not for you. It's not okay, and it's true. I agree. But Obaseki did the same thing. Just a few months ago, Obaseki rang 18 local government into power. No election malpractice, no votes influencing. He rang people into power. Just like the difference between it was that there was no helicopter shooting people from the sky. So he ran up to the extent APC pulled out of the chairmanship local government election before the election to see how worse it was. He used the state power to deal with the obedient then, and he got 18 over 18 local government chairman. That's all what you see, and he got more than, I think they have more than 100 councillor. Ran into power. Nobody saw anything wrong with it. Then he used lies, and same thing Obaseki is doing. Obaseki is very good in using deception, like sympathy and division, divide and rule tactics to always win the election. Always find something, put blame on something, so everybody will run to that place. When he wanted to bring the House of Assembly people to power, he came out, oh, they want to impeach me, oh, this, that, and people ran with that. And he brought 14 members back to the House. And today now, the thing is working against him, and people are angry. Why is this so? And Obaseki 2016, they ran him to power too. Isaiah Marshall won that election. He didn't say anything wrong with INEC then. In 2020, even though it was a protest vote for against Oshomole, he didn't say anything wrong with that. Now, when he did the local government election and the House of Assembly plus councillor, he didn't see anything wrong with that. Now he's not favoring him. Now he's complaining. And again, it's not about him. Why is it that the guy that contested the election is not speaking? That they were saying the APC guy cannot speak. Oshomole is the new daddy in town. But Obaseki is not speaking more than the guy that contested. That says intelligent guy with the big CV. Suddenly, what now happened to the guy's CV? The guy cannot speak for himself anymore. You see all these things there. It's very funny anyway. They say, Obaseki is not a godfather. He cannot control us. But since that's when he lost the election, he has been, before the lost the election and after he had lost the election, Obaseki has been speaking. And the answer they are saying allegedly, I think he's back to Lagos. So that guy never really cared about the state. Not that he's voted for the state. Arsenal has never voted in his life. Funny enough,
Yeah, well,
one person was APC. Huh?
Wobbies, how are you there?
I do agree with my brother.
Yeah. So where does that leave us? If people feel like they can run for office, they don't need to address media, they don't need to have serious questions asked of them. They just hold their little rallies and they enter office and they can keep doing this. Where does that leave us as an electorate, as a country? If the people running, we can't have our fifth estate, typically, which is the media, really interrogate them. Because that's what the Pueblo did. That's what Tinubu did.
Yes, I did not.
Yeah.
I think you talk. Like I said, I started with Tinubu. I said like this thing Tinubu just started. He's working hard for them, and he will stay a long time. And I think the people, the other parties, should quickly find a way to find a way to counter this thing, because they actually be bringing people now in mediocre now, and we just stay mute, and other people will shout, and people will people focus on that mediocre instead of focus on the main issue. And day he will be there, or we'll keep seeing worse people in time to come. In next 8 years, we'll be seeing funny people in seat of power. We're not supposed to be there. Fukanizer, Agbero, and what are not so far. All I said in English anyway. Anyway, we see people that is not up to no good in power. This what Tinubu have started right now. But what we should do is not to lose focus and focus on the main issue. If Obaseki have focused on the main issue, if Obaseki have done well, I don't think all these things will be a problem. The guy cannot speak. That would be -1 for the guy. Obaseki, what really just
what is? Let me play you a clip and then give us your thoughts on the clip, and then we move on to Ajande Koko.
Okay.
This clip here, it's about 40 seconds, but it goes to the very heart of what Nigerian politics is all about. It's the king is dead, long lives the king. So that's the metaphor that builds up to it. The king is dead, long lives the king. What this?
No, we are not here. We will not allow implication. No, the days are gone where you play two games. Now, go with artificial intelligence. We will stay with our native organic intelligence. So we cannot be fooled again. So one of them and you are lost. AI, another idiot. Another idiot. Vote before, during, and after election you want to jump up. No, stay with it. We don't want people to sit on the back.
So that was a commissioner from Obaseki, very quickly wanted to cross over to Oshiomhole, but he's still telling him that I think they even called him an idiot.
So you're saying AI is on that idiot. Okay, quickly, if what Oshiomhole was saying on that video and the rest spoke emulating, it would be good, so that this nonsense should stop of cross carpeting and personal interest. Because of that language, personal interest, people don't have they don't have integrity again when it comes to integrity anymore when it comes to politics. If their kids or somebody else do that outside politics, they will say all kind of things. But when they are doing it, like they say, they will say that it's a political prostitute. There's no shame. I think if everybody can emulate that once you have to stay in your political party, regardless whatever happened, that will not be seeing these political prostitutes everywhere jumping back and front. Anyway, let me quickly say this before I hit the floor for Ajale Koko. Now, people think I'll be speaking. I'm speaking for the. I'm speaking because APC won. No, whatever happened in Edo State is solely because of Obaseki's failure of leadership. Basically, lack the leadership skills. Yes, he has his own good parts, but when it comes to politics and when it comes to governance, he doesn't have it. He was too stubborn. The same thing he is blaming other people. He was doing the worst. But people that is blaming, telling me right now I should wait 2 weeks and I will start wailing. It's the same thing people saying or not saying about Basaki. Basaki have been doing the worst to other people, destroy people's land, all kind of manner of nonsense. And again, people that voted for APC, they will not complain when the Tigers and Lions started. We all knew this. We all know this. When the APC come back to power, Agborism is back to those states. But people just prefer that because they were angry. They say, "Who want battle? I don't care what that shit day," because they were tired of Obaseki and Menes. So don't run on that and start running up and down that. Oh, in 2 weeks time we'll start complaining. We have seen the worst before. This will not change anything. We will still bear it, and next time, I hope they will do better and vote out of their emotion. Thank you, one man. Let me go back to sleep.
Oh, all right, brilliant. So that's the majestic workpiece, of course. Our workpiece. Do you know that I've only just opened. I've only just seen out one of the 2 bottles that you sent me nearly 2
Oh,
Christmases ago.
how was it? Which one did you drink?
It was fantastic, actually. It was it wasn't. It's an unusual texture, it wasn't
Yeah.
like there was a time I was drinking it here and I was slowly getting drunk on the session. I think and Kulata, they were laughing at me that
I don't know the one. I don't know the one you drank. It's the cheetah. That one would deal with you very well.
Yes.
It's that cheetah. That one is because when I went to Nigeria, I was drinking with one that whiskey guy, and I thought the guy was a baba. So they were telling him I was saying to careful. Before you knew, the guy was like pouring the drink. I was pouring on the floor. People started laughing. That cheetah is very good. I like it. Yeah, Mazaki. They're all different. One is single malt. One is a blended whiskey, and the rest. But
I think I'll save the next one till maybe December. I'll open that in December.
I think it's about 2 years now.
Yes,
Got it.
yes. I just
After flight.
I put it away. I said I'll save it for a special occasion, and then it was tucked at the back of so many things. And then there was a time I was rummaging through, and I said, "Oh, these things are still there." And then I opened it and I tried it, and then it took me about 2 weeks to see it all. But so thank you for that.
So I should thank you. I should thank you for trying
it. Yes. So I'm going to go on to Ajanle Koko, but on my way to Ajanle Koko, I'm going to bail out hand over to Thomas. I'm not sure if Thomas is fully there, but Ajanle Koko certainly is there. So I'll hand over to Ajanle Koko just so I can bring Patoski in.
Yes, Daddy.
Yes, brilliant,
Daddy.
fantastic. So thank you so much.
Just kept quiet. I'm here, one man.
Only Ayo represented today, so I'm not quite sure what's going on there. So, but that's Ayo, of course, keeping the super chat space going. So thank you, Ayo. So thank you, Ayo. And that space still open. Anybody else to join Ayo? We did say a complement of 5, and that's Ayo counts as 1. So still 4 more to come, hopefully. But thank you. But the viewership more than the super chat. So that's the first thing. So thank you, everyone. See you tomorrow. The conversation still carries on. Ajale Koko goes next. Rational Mind. You've got Prince Daddy who's with us. Brown Berry who still wants to labor that Edo's politics a bit more. Simba, of course, part of your after hour crew. And as I shuffle myself out, I bring on Patoski. So full conversation still to be heard. So thank you, everyone.
Do we have Ajale Koko?
Yes, I'm here. Thomas today.
Mo wà ń bí mo kàn dákẹ́ ni mo ń aṣọ mọ̀. A bá ṣe ń kọ́ sílà ń kọ́ yẹra. Bá ṣe ń gbàgbé náà là ń pa owó lápá kan.
Ó dàbẹ́ lógun lẹ́kọ̀ọ́ dé.
Yeah, Ajale Koko. Yeah, kick it off it up for us. Second section.
Yeah. So yeah, as I was saying, the governor elect of.
You haven't said you're regular now. Have you said it before?
Oh, I've said it. Greetings to our listeners around the world. Click on the like button, share and subscribe if you haven't done so. So I like that clips that woman showed us earlier of the governor elect and his team and Osho Baba. that went to greet the president, and the way they were greeting, I really like it. They show a total respect to the president, and that's how it should be, to show respect to elders. When you meet the elders, you have to greet them with that respect, and they did it in their own culture, the way they kneel down to greet their elders there, so which is good. Yeah, and I was saying the other time that yes, I can criticize Tinubu administration today till tomorrow, but if I should meet with him, I will greet him the way to greet an elderly person. I
Elderly
will
man, yes.
elderly
That
man.
is what we that's what we are in the Yoruba land now. We don't care
Yeah,
about what happened. We greet you as an
yeah,
elderly man,
yeah.
elderly person.
Yes, I will bow my head and prostrate
Ah,
before
but that's Mama said we will give him a dirty slap. I remember one day.
No, don't bring trouble. Never, Rational one never did say so. Don't be bad. So, yeah, that's about that. So I think I like that, and that is how we should. I mean, we should greet each other, particularly the young ones. Should show respect to elders. It's good. I really like him. I really like that, and I hope that others will learn from that. They will emulate that when they are meeting elders, wherever they, you know. So that's about that. So what's they said they are going to do cabinet reshuffle, and Gbajabiamila might be replaced with replaced by what's the name of former governor of Lagos State, Fashola. Well, it doesn't mean, and it doesn't. It's not gonna. There's nothing. It's not gonna bring anything new to that office. It's not gonna bring anything new. They are all Tinubu boys. So if Gbajabiamila should, if the president let him go, I believe we want him to go for other things to, champion his political, possible to champion his, possibly to champion his political ambition, because as some people,
I wanted to ask
yeah,
you this question. I think these guys have saw they envisage the future. They still stand with Tinubu since '99, till now. Maybe they envisage is going to be a president because it's only Ambod there I can say they go haywire. All these guys are just with him. Yeah, what do you think? Are they saying are they should say are seeing the future with this guy?
well, those guys,
They are just loyal. They are just loyal.
yeah, loyalty is one. Another thing is that they are in the same group. They've been in the same group. They've been in the same political association during the military time, and the same political association during the military time. That was the Yaradua Group, PFN. That was where Tinubu started his political career under the Salome. Then they called them Primos in Lagos State. So, and they all joined, and they were in SDP together. And after that, after Babangida announced June 12th, and Abacha came we threw the constitution into the garbage and said all political activities suspended and all the party was scrapped. So so they remained together, and when 99 political activity came back. They joined the same party, which was Alliance for Democracy. So they've been coming a long way, and so they believe that the group um, um, interests matter most. And Tinubu, you know, is he know how to carry people along, particularly people that are close with him. He know how to carry them along. He know how to give them some political position where they can make some good money, and he know how to, play the politics right. You know, so he carried them along. That's why they stay with him not till today. So in the case of Ambode was never a politician. He was not part of that group. He was a civil servant. It just happened that, he was an accountant that knew how Tinubu, um, you know, manage the resources of Lagos State and all the hidden, all the secrets as to how he, he managed the finances of Lagos State. So Tinubu saw him as a good guy too. I think that is why he picked him and imposed him on others, believing that he is not a politician that can rattle that political group that he has built. So he believes he can easily be manipulated. So, but along the line, the guy came out with his own color, just as we have seen the Wike, the governor of Ubara, who Wike have helped, who serve as an accountant under Wike, and who Wike brought to be the governor, and now he has turned back against it. So the accountant, he has a way of showing, fighting back when to their conscience they believe, I can't mismanage the public fund or this. You can't tell me to run these finances the way you like. I am the accounting officer. I'm the one that will be held responsible or be called on to give account in the future. So my reputation matter. Let me do it the best way I know I can do it to, satisfy the to satisfy the ethics of my profession. So this, he was never a politician. So he was just he was an accountant. So that is why he did what he did, and he got in trouble for it. He saw what happened to him one time in office, and
kicked him out.
They kick him out. You see Sanwo-Olu, who is a politician. You see the way he was carrying bank, following Baba during the campaign everywhere when Tinubu was going on campaign.
Wiping Baba Yash.
It was there. That's so.
But Aja, you should just not bring Gbajabiamila to Lagos. We don't want any of that kind of people. No. Should not bring him to Lagos. Kuma promise any kokon.
We are hearing that Gbajabiamila is a person they are trying to support.
The Renaissance group, Patriot group. That's they shouldn't bring it to.
Why?
Why? People Aja, don't let me use up your time.
Baba. People in his district are saying that he has done a very good job. He did a very good job for them when he was House of Assembly. The way he provided, what do you call it? The Wi-Fi or this thing.
I know he did a lot of things, even in Surulere. You understand?
Yeah.
But Aja, I beg, make them not even try.
What are we going to do? if that is what they want, do we have anything?
We will
We have
tell
any
them.
means to stop them? We can't stop
Oh,
them now.
they will stop.
Yeah, well,
The
you will see the
Renaissance
way they
group will be stopped. Fortunately, they are not APC people. So good for good that point alone. That's where we will start from.
well, let's see. So if they remove my own suspicion is that if it should be removed and replaced by what do you call this
Fashola.
Fashola, uh you will see Baba that he want to start preparing for the next 3 years to be the governor of Lagos State.
Oh, they will give him ministerial position.
Okay, that could be. Well, they can give him ministerial now, and towards the end, he will resign, and then go and join, start preparing for governorship. Yeah. So,
No,
but
no.
you see. So,
So Ajalekoko.
yeah.
So they will sideline Amzat.
They must not even attempt it, Prince Daddy. Come and try it. Lie. I carry on.
So
I just the boss here.
Gbajabiamila will become the governor for Ondo State. Is that what you're saying?
No,
Lagos State.
Gbajabiamila is.
I know, but if it, I mean, so what's that Ajelekoko saying that is preparing him
No, there is
for?
that suspicion, Prince Daddy. There is
Oh,
that
okay.
suspicion.
All right.
Yeah, they've been saying it. You know the
But
what do you call it? The
question.
vice.
Maybe they said people always forgive people. Why can't he forgive somebody?
He has forgiven him. Tinubu is not somewhere like that. He has no beef with Ambody anymore.
Ambody visited him at Aso Rock now.
Aso Rock.
Yeah.
And they've met a couple of times.
Really?
Yeah. Oh, yeah.
I didn't know.
Oh, he visited him. Yeah. Even before he
when
became
Oba of Benin visited Lagos, somebody was there.
was there. Yeah. So I think they reconciled their
They reconcile their differences.
yeah. So Prince Daddy, what's the name of the deputy governor of Lagos?
Amzat.
Amzat, yeah. You know that Amzat, you know he's from Ogun State.
I know.
Yeah, so some Lagosians are kicking. They've been talking that
only the islanders, only the islanders,
the
not
island,
Lagosians.
yeah, the islander have been saying that no, we can't let a guy from Ogun State be our governor. So, and I believe that will resonate with a lot of people, and they might not let him be. So, if they might not let him be the governor, the president, if Nigerian voted him in for second term, I believe he will be considered for maybe ministerial appointment. So there's a lot of way they can compensate. I mean, politicians compensate each other. So if they champion Gbajabiamila to be the next governor, and they tell him to stay down, not to even show his face at all for it, they can promise him that look, I will bring you to.
Is it even credible that Fashola will become the chief of staff? Is that even a possibility? Where's that rumor coming from?
That's the news.
It is strong. It's speculative, but it's a very strong one.
Yeah,
I doubt it. I doubt it. I mean,
well, let's see. Fashola himself have said it earlier. I mean, before the president assume office, Tinubu assume office, that he's not ready to take up any political appointment. That he said he was tired, and he want to go and live a quiet and peaceful, private, peaceful life with his family. He said,
for 20 years.
yeah,
4 years Tinubu service, 8 years governor, 8 years minister, 20 years non-stop.
it's not easy. So, It's not easy. So let's see. Politicians, they can say things and they can change their mind and they will come out with reason to, So, but let's see. Let's see if the president will replace it. But I think Fashola is a very aggressive administrator. He's a very meticulous administrator. So he and he's been with Tinubu for a very, very long time too. So
Yeah, but I've said from the beginning, at that position, not because it's too big or too small for Fashola, it doesn't fit him. I'm tempted to say that Fashola is a bigger personality than being a chief of staff, and that's why Gbajabiamila is really the person that fits that position very well, actually. So I'll be surprised. I mean, if he left, I'm not sure if he's doing a good job, but I don't know. But Fashola, no. I mean, it has to come in a different role. Not to be a chief of staff will be running up and down doing all this, leg work, petty work, kind of. I don't think Fashola is ready for that. I don't say it, but I could be wrong.
Well, let's see. Look.
It is a lot of work. It's a lot of work, but it's a very prestigious job, position.
Yes.
A lot of chief of staffs, in some countries have become presidents, So chief of staff is a very, very prestigious position.
Is the gate man. Is the
He's
gate
the gate
man.
man to the president.
Bigger than minister.
Oh,
Yeah.
yes, bigger than minister. So, this is one of the reasons I came today. Let me just quickly just shop a little bit into your time. I'll just leave. This Gbajabiamila resigning, is just he's the one that he's the engine room of
No,
that
don't say
government.
what is not. Oh, they didn't say he's resigning. No.
No. But what I know they didn't say he's resigning, but he's resigning. He's the one that set all these things up. Because we've already you guys are just saying it's not going to be. Some of you said you are standing against. He's going to be the next governor. There's nothing stopping that. That has been of Lagos. You can't stop it.
I beg, Blam,
You might
Baba
hate
don't
it.
want it. Baba don't want
Papa, you might hate it.
it.
This thing has been said more than 8 years ago. So it's been programmed. You know how these people do their things. They are, they are like mafias. They've
No,
programmed it.
I don't want to know.
Okay, but it's going to be.
Is the Renaissance Patriot group, the Olarewaju Tajuddin, this thing, those nonsense.
He's
Beg,
just
don't
going
let
to
me
start.
talk
He's
this
just going
thing.
to start preparing. What he's going to be doing afterwards. He's going to be mediating between National Assembly and Tinubu, and also be preparing for his governorship role. Assignment. That's just what he's going to be doing. So this one of just they just want to use this. People are just saying, "Oh, they are his him out." No,
He better
he's the
remain
one
for
that.
Asurok there. He better remain there.
Kind of. No, he's not going to remember. He's going to be in between. He's going to be mediating between the, because he's been in the House of National Assembly for a while, so he knows a lot of people. So he's still going to be doing that job between him and the president, negotiating and stuff. But he's at the same time going to be preparing to becoming
if
the
you
governor.
resign, who's going to be the person to take his job?
We don't. There's speculation about Fashola. There's also speculation about another guy that is working there right now. One that brilliant guy that is working inside Aso Rock there.
Is it Muri Opola, something like that?
Yeah, something like that. So his name is also coming up as well. I think that job fits that guy, but that doesn't mean that Fashola cannot do that job. Fashola can do that job if he wants to come back and serve. He can do it as well. He's capable of doing it.
Yeah, it's not about his Fashola's capacity. That's not what we're talking about. It just the role doesn't fit Fashola. I'm not saying the position is not powerful. Nah, it doesn't fit him.
It fits him. Why? What is wrong with the role? So if Fashola can be a minister, so he cannot be a chief of staff.
Well, see that you're conflicting the two. It's not about which job is more worthy No, or if he has the capacity or not. I'm not saying that.
Are you talking about the
But
age or what?
well, that could be a factor, and it also the way to do that job, you have to have a level of craftiness, right? Craftiness that Fashola is not in his personality. It's a job that fits
But hold
Gbajabiamila.
on, but hold on. Fashola was formerly chief of staff for Tinubu. When Tinubu
Yeah,
was Lagos.
you are correct, but and
And so
that's why
what changes? What
you have
changes?
to put on a timeline. Back then,
But
20, 25 years
So
ago,
now it's a
sure.
John
timeline.
Kelly,
So
John
it's a
Kelly is not
timeline,
John
right?
Kelly, former Trump's
Oh my goodness, man.
chief of staff. It wasn't around it was around 70 years. That's
No, no, no.
that's that
See,
military guy that
when
was
Fashola was the chief of staff for Tinubu back then, that was a perfect role for him. He did it very well, and it fit his. That was a perfect role for him. 30 years later, is not. I mean, there's a big difference in the timeline and how the man has grown and what he has become as a politician. It doesn't fit him.
So,
I
so,
don't know.
so,
I'm
so
not
by
going to
the same
speak for
token,
him,
hold on,
but
my friend. By the same token, why could we not say that the present role that Tinubu is occupying does not fit it?
yeah.
Now, why can't you say that?
Well, you can't say that because you're the one saying
You
it.
can't say that, right?
You can't
Okay,
say
yeah.
that, rational man, because you are the one saying it.
Oh, so how about I tell you that you are the one saying it about Fashola, that Fashola cannot assume that role of a chief of staff.
No,
By the same logic
Rashomon,
that you're using.
you're trying to be petty.
No,
I
this
know
is
what
not
you're
No,
petty.
trying to do.
This is just poking
it's
holes
just
that this
it's
your
not being
trap that you're
petty,
talking
just
about.
trying to
Are you
catch
saying
you
it's
somewhere.
below him? Prince Daddy, are you
No,
saying it's
now
below him?
it's not.
Are you
I
saying
don't
it's
even see the
below
connection. I
Fashola?
don't see the connection.
Or what are you
Fashola
saying?
being a chief of staff 30 years ago and being one now, it has nothing to do with Tinubu. That's been nursing
If
the
anything,
ambition.
he even have more
Hold
experience
on.
now, I would say. He has more
No,
Tinubu
Prince
has
experience.
been
Daddy,
nursing the
Prince Daddy,
ambition of a
Prince
president for the
Daddy,
past, what, 20, 30 years. And you're
Prince
telling me
Daddy.
it's
Wait
not
Go
the
and
now,
sit
let's
down
difference?
with this
ask.
crazy 30 years you're talking about. You don't know what
Prince
you're talking
Daddy,
about.
let's ask. Are you saying it's below Fashola or what?
No, no, I think you just came in. That's what I said. I said it has nothing to do with the job being below him or his capacity to do the job. I'm just saying that the personality that requires to do the job doesn't fit Fashola. It's come a long way. Yes, I understand 30 years ago it was the
What's
chief
the
of staff.
personality that is required to do the job that he
Thank
doesn't
you.
have?
That personality is Gbajabiamila or someone like him.
Someone like Gbajabiamila. What personality does Gbajabiamila have?
He has the level of craftiness, in the way he does things. Yeah,
But
and the
we have
role
seen
is
that
held in the
he
past.
didn't pay them.
Huh?
You see, the let me just explain something. You see, for someone who is a president that is not politically strong and established, you need someone like Baja that has some level of craftiness and some political maneuver. But for someone who's a president that is politically strong, you need someone like a technocrat. And that was what Abakari was doing for Buhari. You discover that when that man died, everything about Buhari government just fell apart. Fashola is someone that can help organize processes, do restructuring, he will accelerate transactions or activity in the presidency. Decision making will be faster. It will
Okay,
make
to
sure
speak
things run
quickly, I
smoothly.
agree, but
That's the
does he have
thing.
to
He's not
be?
going to be speaking for
Hold on, does he
presidents in
have to be in
political
the
meetings.
role of a chief of staff to be able to facilitate what you just said, which I believe that he's capable of doing it, and that's kind of role that fits in actually. Can he be in a
No, but that's
different role
what
to
each chief
do
of
it?
staff doing in Nigeria. They run the presidency. They run the presidency. He's the head of all the presidency staff. You understand? It's like being the CEO of presidency. So he can do it. He knows who to appoint. This man has been a governor for Christ's sake.
He
He
knows
knows
a
who
lot
to
of
He
people
is
appoint.
as
the
well.
best fit.
He knows how to
He is the
manage the
best fit for
presidency.
the job.
He has understanding of civil servants. He knows the civil servant. But
He
Amila
is
was just a
firm, a
Okay,
legislator.
go-getter, pointed person.
right.
That's
Yeah.
what he is.
This about a year ago, my position was exactly what I'm saying now. When it was between Gbajabiamila and Fashola, and the same reason that I gave a year ago before it was Gbajabiamila was appointed still stands. I knew Fashola was not going to be the chief of staff.
No, he turned it down. He said he wants to rest.
Well, yeah, it does part of it, but he said it before, even before Tinubu won. Okay, he
Yeah,
has
but
said it
that he
before
wants
that he
that he
wanted
will be
to
is
rest.
different.
So it had
That
nothing
he
to
will
it
be is
had
different. That
he
he
wanted to
can
be
be.
out of government, not because he was given the role and he turned it down. He said even when Buhari was still the president, he said it was done. He needed time off, and I believed him. I mean, I watched the interview on the Rise. I mean, you could see on
No,
his face that he wanted
Prince
time
Daddy, you
out.
are saying different things. They gave him, he turned it down. They didn't give him, and that's not my argument. That he has the quality and he can be. That's what I'm about. If they
And
like
I'm
the
not.
president,
And
can
that is not my
appoint him.
argument. I agree with
The
you.
argument is that he cannot be. He doesn't fit that role. That's the argument.
No,
That's what I heard you say.
is he doesn't fit the role not because of his lack of
By
capacity,
your own
skills.
reasoning,
Huh?
by your own reasoning, and by the knowledge of him that you have.
No. You conflict. Patoski is conflicting what I'm saying. See, you conflict what I'm saying. I'm not saying that Fashola does not have the wherewithal.
Don't let us waste time on this one now.
Is that hold on? Is that the man from Saudi Arabia? Is that the man from Saudi Arabia?
No, it's the man from Iraq.
Iraq. Okay.
No, he's from Afghanistan.
From Lebanon.
Even worse. Okay.
He's from Lebanon. Let's go and rescue him.
That is why.
That's
That is
why
why.
he doesn't want to.
That is
He
why his
doesn't want
network.
to waste time on this one. He wants to run.
That is why his
This guy
network is
wants you to
terrible.
move to the right thing. He wants you to move to agriculture. Simba is more of an agbe now than a doctor.
Can we even
Doctor of
can we
Agric.
even call Simba doctor anymore? Maybe we should call
Doctor of
him
Agric.
As far as Simba is
farmer.
concerned, agbe yẹn pay.
He's a doctor of Agric.
Kó máa ra aṣọkọ ẹ̀ ló jẹ́jẹ́. Kálẹ̀mí náà ní kọ́. Gbogbo wàhálà.
Oh, got you. So, Gbajabiamila, I think, well, we just, I believe that he can do a good job. It's a very, how do I describe it? It's a very meticulous administrator, and I believe he will do some changes in that presidency. He will carry out some house cleaning.
Who is meticulous? What are you talking about?
Fashola.
Okay, I thought you said Gbajabiamila.
No, Fashola. So Fashola will surely do some house cleaning, and I think it will bring some sanity in place. The president is having some health challenges. He needs somebody that can really help him to carry out the job, manage the presidency well, and prepare him very well for,
Ajale people. It's Rotimi Ameji still alive.
Rotimi is still alive. I think I think he's in school. I think he's in is pursuing a law program. In one
Because
of
he
the
just went
university in
down. I know
Abuja.
he's alive. I was just joking. He just
Yeah.
went down. We don't even hear from him at all. Everything just quiet.
Yeah. He said he doesn't want to do anything with politics now. He want to pursue a law degree. He's doing it at one school in
No, he
Abuja.
has already qualified. He went to law school and finished. He's finished about
Oh, he's finished.
a year now.
Okay. Yeah, I knew when he was in school, when he was saying he was pursuing his law program. So as I was saying, Fashola will definitely bring some sanity, and the president, like I said, is it needs somebody that can really help him in carrying out his function, effectively. The job Fashola that served with him as the chief of staff when they were in Lagos, I believe, can still serve well.
Sorry, Jalikoko, you just put a twist in it. You just put a twist. Now, based on what you just said right now, then I can agree that Fashola will be the right person. Now, if Tinubu is tired or is not feeling well, I need somebody to step in and make a presidential decisions. Yes, Fashola will be the right person for the chief of staff, not for the daily
You know,
administrative
argue,
stuff.
boy, Prince, what are you arguing? Go round and round and round and round. What are you talking about? You just said a while ago that, oh, you cannot do that. I mean, like, now you say, oh, if anybody can do this,
No, rational man. Your problem is that you don't listen. If you listen to what Angelico said, I don't even know if Angelico knows what he said himself.
Baba, why would you now? Eh? Why would you like that?
No. You just hold on. You just
Prince
said that.
Daddy.
You said Tinubu is tired, and he wants somebody, that can do the job, like maybe make.
No. That can assist him in carrying out his function effectively. He must have somebody that
like strictly in the role of a chief of staff.
Oh yes.
Okay, then Fashola is not the guy.
That is not the guy.
No.
Okay, can you recommend one name? Who do you think?
I have zero recommendation. But
okay.
if you're saying that, Tinubu wants a time off, that he wants somebody that can be there, and people will come to him and we give them the final say, do this, do that. Now Fashola will be the right person.
But that's not going to be. What do you mean by time off? If Tinubu is going on time off, the vice president will have to step in.
Yeah, I understand. Not always the case.
Yeah.
Sometimes Tinubu can even be around, but he needs to make some critical decisions. They can defer to someone like Fashola to make those decisions, and it'll be comfortable.
Look, let me tell you. You see, the chief of staff on many occasions, or let me say always, will surely be the last person that the president will see before going to bed, before going home to his wife. And if you want to make a very critical decision sometime, the what do you call it?
Chief of
The
staff.
chief of staff will be there with him. Chief of staff is his best advisor, number one advisor, because every file going to the president to the president passes through him. He must read it before getting to the president. If something that is not necessary to get to the president, he can take decision on them and then inform the president, because the president could allocate some responsibility to him. So look, anything that has to do with these areas of my responsibility, you can handle it on my behalf.
Okay.
When it comes to maybe security decision or something like that.
1 second, Angelica. So based on what you just said right now, do you think Gbajabiamila can do that, can fit that role right now?
Why did the president pick him? Why did the president pick him in the first place? If he cannot, if he doesn't believe that he can do it.
I don't believe, based on your description, I don't think Gbajabiamila is doing those extended work, those like real tough decisions that has to be made. I don't think he's doing it. I could be wrong.
You could be right, but we don't know.
We don't know, but I don't think he is.
He's been doing it. That was
why
he was hired.
Give an example of a decision that was made. They said, "This is really Gbajabiamila's call." Give me
one. We know? You don't need to know. It's his president's call. It's not his call. It's the president's call. Whatever, even if Gbajabiamila is the one that made it, we don't know. All we're going to say is his president's call. If Fashola gets there tomorrow and makes some of this decision, it's the president's call. The ball stop at his table. So it's just there to support the president.
Sorry, if I may contribute, Gbajabiamila cannot do that job. The guy is too liberal, and then he's a free for all kind of politician that can just listen to anybody do their bid. We need somebody that is firm, that can take critical decisions, and that will not compromise. Gbajabiamila can compromise a lot, and we all know. We knew what happened when they were making the appointments to ministerial posts, all those board, this thing. We all heard about what happened, about the corruption charges that was allegedly leveled against him and all those things. Gbajabiamila is not a tough politician. is too liberal for that kind
It's
of
a
position. Maybe
self-interest.
that was why
It's a
they,
self-interest
yes,
person. It's
they
I
should,
totally, I
maybe that was
totally
why they want
understand
to
that.
remove him.
I agree with you on that one. Sorry,
it's
Mr. Angelico, I
corrupt.
want to ask you a question. If what will happen to Minister of FCT if Gbajabiamila leaves? Because he's one of them that he's been standing by him, and they are very, very close. If tomorrow Fashola comes in and they don't have that same relationship, he might be let go. Soon sooner than we expect.
We cannot be let go now. Wike is
Wike
one
is
of
the
the
right hand
Anybody can
man
Wike
of
go.
is one of the
Tinubu.
best ministers.
Is the right time,
Mm.
yes, yes.
He's
The
one
right
of the
hand man of
best.
Tinubu
Tell me a minister
is
that is
Tinubu
doing
that
better
brought
than
him. It's not Gbajabiamila. Forget
Yes,
it.
eh
There's no
now.
link between
yeah.
Gbajabiamila and Wike. There's no
And and,
link
and,
at all.
and to add to that, Wike is single-handedly the most important minister in that
Yes, now.
in terms of value to
To,
Tinubu.
to
Okay,
Tinubu Wike
There is
is
no
even
minister
bigger
that is
than
performing for
Gbajabiamila.
Wike in that cabinet.
it has more
What
value,
if
And he
it's
has
not
more
Yes.
what
political value for
what if
Tinubu.
the issue in Rivers State keep boiling and people keep talking into
well,
the
you're talking
president's
about the
ears and
future.
They
said,
won't answer
You're talking about the
anything.
past. That the reason why he assumed that position of FCC minister and is value to Tinubu. Amongst all those people, Wike is number one.
okay, we'll see. We are all here.
Wike is going nowhere. They are using him
How
for
can how
every
can how can somebody
diagnosis.
even link? How can
How,
somebody
who
even
will
link
throw who will throw that kind of person that is
Gbajabiamila with
helping you to
Wike?
destroy somebody
Simba,
that is
Ah,
helping you to
Simba.
destroy
oh,
your
they are always
position?
together. We always see them together.
Brown,
So
Simba,
Brownberry,
Simba,
hold on.
yeah.
Simba.
Peter, Patrick, what do you say?
Call me anything.
I mean,
John, James. As long as you don't call me Judas.
Patrick,
No
okay,
call me Judas. Call me anything.
it's okay. I mean, why did you say Wike is going? I think I heard you say Wike is going. Why did you say that? Why did you say that?
No, I didn't say that now. I said Wike is going nowhere.
Oh, it's going nowhere. Okay. All right.
Wike is going nowhere. Wike is the most. Tell me a minister that is doing better than Wike in that cabinet. Tell me one. Apart from that, even that internal affairs is doing well, but
Patoski,
not
even we
better.
are talking about political value.
Wike has
He
the
has
most
more political
political value in the
value
south
than
than any
any
of
minister.
those ministers.
Yes.
Any of those ministers, other than all those Badaru.
Even more than Gbajabiamila.
More
Who is
than
Gbajabiamila? What
Gbajabiamila has
can
no political value.
Gbajabiamila do for him?
No, Gbajabiamila, the political value that Gbaja has, Tinubu has too. Anything that
He was
Gbaja
one
can
that
pull
gave him that political value
that
now. So
position,
yeah,
anything that Gbaja can pull politically, Tinubu can pull without him.
exactly.
But Tinubu cannot get 1/10 of Rivers vote without Wike. Without Wike. Lójú lásán ni ẹ rò pé Tinubu win Rivers.
Exactly. So
Also, let me say something. Also, he needs
With
to
now.
continue fomenting the trouble in PDP. Because if
Exactly.
PDP does not get themselves together,
Whatever is part of political strategy. So we can't blame anybody for that. Whatever.
He needs
don't give me
Yes,
that
so
crap.
he needs Wike to continue to
You
destroy
can blame
PDP.
Tinubu for that. Blame Tinubu and Wike for that.
no,
Don't
it's
give that.
part of politics.
It was
If
part of
you allow
politics.
your house
You
to
see,
be
this
burned down,
is
they'll burn it
what
down
we're
for you.
saying. You people will come here and you be championing things and you will be trivializing things like as if
So if
we're talking
PDP
about the
allows
life
them,
of people,
if
the
PDP
life of
allows
about
their
200
house
and
to be
something
burnt
million
by
people.
another person, so can't it? Let me tell you, a rational mind. Listen, there are two political parties. They are all vying for the same position. A political party is so weak that it can allow himself to be burned down by the other party. Is that the kind of party that want to rule Nigeria? The party that cannot preserve itself from his opponent, can that party preserve Nigeria from external aggression? A party that cannot preserve itself from his opponents, that you can count these people. Is that the party that will rule Nigeria? It's not Wike that is the problem. It's the people in PDP that allow themselves to be burnt down by Wike and Tinubu. Tógìrì ò bá lanu alágbá ò lè wọbẹ̀ náà. Àwọn ò ṣe try láti burn APC náà.
Owó ìyẹn ò lè rí kò lè yé rational mind o Patoski. Owó ìyẹn ò lè rí kò lè yé rational mind.
It's from Benin Republic.
Èmi ni òwe ò lè yé àbí? Ìwọ bọ̀bọ̀ yìí gan, I mean, ṣé ìwọ tí wọ́n láti òkè ọ̀yà mẹ́ẹ̀ tẹ́ ẹ pera ẹni Fúlàní tẹ́ ẹ pera ẹni Fúlàní ní
It's
Kwara?
from Benin Republic.
Ọwọ́ àfáwà ní Ìlọrin. ọmọ àfa wà nílọrin òun wá sọ fún mi èmi ọmọ bíbí Yorùbá àbí I mean kí ló ṣe Simba èmi ní kò lè òwe ò lè yé.
Olùbó yẹn sọ Yorùbá yẹn kó ní èmi ọmọ bíbí láti mọ̀ pé
èmi àwòye farabalẹ̀.
Yorùbá yẹn ò rinlẹ̀ dáadáa.
mi ò farabalẹ̀
Yorùbá ẹ lọ Patoski Yorùbá ẹ lọ.
bí mo bá tẹ̀ sọ Yorùbá ó yẹ kó yẹ pé àwa ti pẹ́ mi báyìí so èdè wa gbà bí omi díwọ́ máa ń lọ lẹ́nu so
àwa náà ti pẹ́ bí díẹ̀
ìwọ ló mọ̀ yẹn ìwọ ló mọ̀ yẹn tára mi lèmi ń sọ èmi ò sọ títí ẹ ìwọ ló ń béèrè question lọ́wọ́ mi pé Yorùbá lọ lẹ́nu mi mo dẹ̀ sọ fẹ́ ní títí orí tí Yorùbá fi lọ lẹ́nu mi kò síbi tó fẹ́ sọ Yorùbá yẹn dé tí mo gbọ́ kí ni èmi dẹ́ kí I teach Yorùbá language.
ó ń kọ́ àwọn òyìnbó ní Yorùbá.
àti paradọ́mà tó dé láàárọ̀ yìí ó tó dé láàárọ̀ yìí o.
ọ̀pọ̀lọ́ ní taba sọ̀rọ̀ taba débi ìrù ká fò jẹ́ ká fò. mo ní ọ̀pọ̀lọ́ ní taba sọ̀rọ̀ débi ìrù ká fò.
ẹ̀ka fún pàwé ńlá kò tún yé yín ò tún ní yá pàwé kékeré ọ̀pọ̀lọ́ ìrù ká máa wé kí ló jẹ́ bẹ́ẹ̀ national mind kí ló jọpọ̀ lọ kí ló jọpọ̀ lọ ó yàtọ̀ kí ló jọpọ̀ lọ.
ẹ wá rí mi sí lórí platform yìí gan ẹ rí mi gan.
ok national mind
má bínú
irú ọpọlọ ṣógun àbò kúrú irú ọpọlọ ṣógun àbò kúrú.
kí ni ìyàtọ̀ láàrin ọpọlọ àti àkèré.
no tí ẹ jẹ́ kó sọ ṣé irú ọpọlọ gún àbò kúrú
àbí kọ̀ǹkọ̀.
àbí kọ̀ǹkọ̀.
sọ̀rọ̀ náà ṣọ́pọ̀lọ ṣèrú ẹ̀gún ni àbí rú ẹ̀kú.
gbogbo nǹkan bọ̀ bá ti mi yìí ẹ fara balẹ̀.
kò mọ bóyá rú ọpọlọ gún àbí rú ọpọlọ kúrú.
ọpọlọ ò ní rù bí o mọ ọpọlọ tó ń sọ ọpọlọ ní Edo state bẹ́ẹ̀ ní olú ẹ̀yẹ ìpẹ́ ẹ̀ lọ́wọ́ ní rù.
What's the meaning of ọpọlọ? What's the meaning of ọpọlọ in Yoruba?
That's a frog.
No, it's wrong. It's not frog. It's actually ọpọlọ is actually toad.
No,
kọ̀ǹkọ̀ is frog.
Kọ̀ǹkọ̀ ni frog. Ṣé ǹkan Yorùbá? Kọ̀ǹkọ̀ wo ni frog? Kọ̀ǹkọ̀ ni.
We are telling you. Listen to us.
Ọpọlọ ni frog.
Kọ̀ǹkọ̀ ni frog. Ọpọlọ ni toad.
Ọpọlọ means big, something big in Benin.
No. If you don't know Yoruba, don't say.
Akere, kí l'akere?
Oríṣi Yorùbá ló wà tó máa ń pè ní àkèrè.
Actually, Simba, I think àkèrè ni todo.
No, àkèrè they are the small ones. They are the small ones.
Àkèrè is the one that they eat now.
Ṣé ẹ̀ ń gbọ́ wọn Yorùbá?
You can. They eat both. You eat àkèrè and kọ̀ǹkọ̀. They also eat kọ̀ǹkọ̀. Kọ̀ǹkọ̀ usually even bigger than ọpọlọ.
Kọ̀ǹkọ̀ is poisonous. Kọ̀ǹkọ̀ is poisonous. You need to take that.
Kọ̀ǹkọ̀ is not poisonous. Kọ̀ǹkọ̀ is not poisonous.
Toad is.
There is one of them that is poisonous. So there's one among these.
It's actually ọpọlọ that is poisonous. It's actually ọpọlọ that is poisonous.
Comment section ẹ pọ̀ ọ̀sẹ̀ tí a bá jẹ́ Yorùbá ní comment section ẹ sọ fún wa èwo ni àkèrè kí ni difference àkèrè àti ọpọlọ.
There is àkèrè, there is ọ̀kọ̀ọ̀kọ̀, there is ọpọlọ. There are three. They are different.
Ẹ̀yin lẹ máa ń lo àkèrè but Yorùbá normal Yorùbá.
Àkèrè they are smaller.
Up to 3.
Let us talk now. It's been argument.
Tó bá mọ Yorùbá sọ àwọn afáwà láti ní Ìlọrin bẹ́ẹ̀ ẹ̀yin tẹ́ wá láti àti òkè Ọya àríwá yín bẹ́ẹ̀ ẹ máa kí ní Yorùbá.
àwa Fúlàní àbí.
Fúlàní ni máa claim pé ẹ̀yin Yorùbá.
There's a big market for it in the north. So there's a big market for it in the north. I watched a YouTube channel that they have a big market for it in the north.
For frog or toad?
Yeah, big markets. If you see the bags, big bags, full, they will be selling it. People come from all over.
They might be shipping it out.
It's a delicacy now. It's a delicacy.
Shipping it to Niger, all these Burkina Faso, they're shipping it out.
Even in France too, it's a big delicacy. It's a delicacy in France. Also in China.
By which people? By French people.
Yeah, French people, they eat frog. Yeah.
But the one in Nigeria, they'll dry it up, and they'll not pack them in the sack, very big sack. And
That's funny.
Even China too, they eat frog.
I know those
Oh
ones
yeah,
eat
we
anything
know
now.
that for long now. It's a
They
good delicacy.
eat
Doesn't mean if we
anything.
don't eat it, doesn't mean that people don't like it.
They eat
That's the thing.
Chinese eat
Some people don't
anything now.
understand that. So let me talk about Tinubu for me. Because let me get my recipe. I mean my therapy from Tinubu.
Get your
So
recipe.
that your BP can come down for you today.
Yeah.
Okay, Rashoma, your
Yeah,
daily
abuse
dose of
Tinubu small
Tinubu,
so
right?
that your BP can
Let
come
me have
down.
my dose of Tinubu tonight before I go
Daily
to bed.
dose, go ahead, yeah.
Because if I've never beaten Tinubu down today, I will not go to bed. I won't sleep tonight very well. All right, so you see this guy. I don't even know what this guy is. Just when we say some people here, like what's his name, Prince Daddy, was saying that Fashola cannot do it because he's
Rational mind, hold on, please. Should we collect all your possession from you? Because I know the first money you make in life, you made them in Lagos.
Okay.
And you still continue to castigate Lagos. And I'm asking you this question: why is Lagos working from Tinubu till the guy there now? Why is Lagos working?
For your information, I started making my
There's
money.
no place that is working in Nigeria. I'll stop that one.
Now, when I started making my money, Tinubu has never even come into the city. Who even knows Tinubu? No, who dash monkey banana? Who knows Tinubu? I've been making my money way back in the late 80s. I started working on my own. So what are we talking about? Who even know Tinubu in the 80s? Nobody knows it. I don't know him. So for the point of correction, I didn't make my money when Tinubu was there.
All right. I was just joking with that one. Yeah, don't have time.
I'm not saying you.
Rational mind, they make Tinubu and primary school.
So my primary school, you want to go primary school in the 80s.
Tinubu and primary school ni what make away.
No, me so bad, me so bad. On tell me something. Who know Tinubu?
But who know Tinubu that time?
Tinubu has never come into the political scene. He came into the political scene in the 90s. That's when we started knowing Tinubu. When he ran for Senate. I mean, was it when he became is it chairman of Etiosabi? Where was I don't know.
Rational mind.
Mr. Patosi. So you see, I don't know where you're getting that from. Thomas, for me, I am making my money. So, but the thing is this, and again, talking about Lagos, they working. Lagos will not work. You are in Sydney there, or maybe Perth there, or Canberra, Luambe. These are world class cities. Kini Australia, what does Australia have? I mean, where you did there, you can turn on tap. Omi mama joni that faucet here, sino cup where. And clean water. Pure water everywhere. Come on, at the shop, many things.
Australia has kangaroo.
Coast, Thomas. Kangaroo. Anyway, so my point is that you people, I don't know what you people call me. I see Shelly or Royimba me, man, sue me lórí platform me, baby. Mo ti rọjọ́ yín
Tinubu la ní kò bú.
Mo ń bú Tinubu náà, mo ń mọ ẹbọ lápò ni. Mo ṣe mọ ẹbọ lápò ni, mo ń bẹ ẹbọ lápò ni. Nígbà tí attack ẹ̀yin tẹ́ jẹ́ àgbàdo people mi báyìí. Ọkọ mi ò ń balẹ̀. Because ẹ̀yin kan lè máa wá bíbẹ̀ lè máa ń champion ẹ̀. Ó dàbí eléyìí tó gbẹ̀rẹ̀ ní Emeka ni tó wà Canada mẹ́ẹ̀. You see the politics, you see the economic.
Okay, kò ń ṣe Emeka, ó pe rẹ̀ ní Emeka ni, kò ń ṣe Emeka rí.
I'm just throwing shit. Talo mo bá Emeka gan ti tẹ̀lé lórúkọ ẹ̀ àbí kẹ́ ọkọ̀ ń go báyìí. Talo mo bá
àbí Fẹ́mi kan ló ń jẹ́ bẹ́ẹ̀ Fẹ́mi lórúkọ ẹ̀.
No, he's that
Rational mind, kí ló gbà lọ́wọ́ àwọn Yorùbá yìí? Tí o tẹ̀ máa rọrùn sùn lálẹ́, tí o bá rọrùn sùn pẹ̀lú bọ́jà máa ń fìtì náà tiẹ̀ ń bì.
Wọ́n máa fìtì náà ara wọn ló ń fìtì náà, èyí èdè ló ń fìtì náà.
Wọ́n á máa fi àwọn pípọ̀ yìí máa lálàá lẹ́kọ̀ọ̀kan Rational mind.
Ajá ìgbà tí n tí mọ̀ inú máa ń bí mi á dàbí pé kí n sọ̀kò fún ni. Bọ́ ìgbà tí n tí mọ̀ kò ṣe nǹkan kan lára mi mọ́.
Rational
Mo ń
mind,
gbádùn ẹ̀ ni.
ó lè pe àwọn èèyàn lẹ́mìí, àwọn èèyàn náà dẹ̀ máa fojú ẹ̀ wọ́n máa fínà mọ́ gan.
I hate this Tinubu man.
Wọ́n máa fínà mọ́ gan. Wọ́n máa bó jẹ́ rọrùn sùn ọ̀lọ́.
Mo máa ń họrun ní. Mo máa ń họrun ní báyìí.
Wọ́n á máa fàwọn pípù yìí máa lálàá lẹ́kọ̀ọ̀kan o.
Mo rọ́ wọn. So anyway, so my point is,
Actually, do you know that actually, because I don't even know when people started changing their name to disguise across ethnic group in Nigeria. You see an Igbo man putting a Yoruba name put, you know, understand, just to make to talk on social media.
okay.
You can't even use name now. You can't even use people's name to identify them anymore.
Well, boy, one of the brother Simba, she Simba lórúkọ ẹ̀ nu. What the brother Simba?
Ṣé rational mind lórúkọ tiẹ̀?
Mi orúkọ mi ṣe rational mind ni ọ̀tọ̀ mọ̀ mi ó mọ orúkọ mi. Yeah, so anyway, my point is this, my friends, it's just that I just don't know. People like our people here, somebody here from Canberra, there, be from Perth, be from where he is in Australia there. I mean, he lives a good life. I mean, he owns a home. He can turn his faucet. I can turn my own faucet here. I can go into my shower. I mean, there's lights here. But any people, Mama sọ pé Tinubu call Lagos, kilo call Lagos. Ṣé bó ṣe ń kọ́ bó ṣe máa ń kọ́ city nìyẹn ni? Ó kó àwọn buses kan kó wọlé. Ó ṣe títì fún ara ẹ̀, pọ́n buses ẹ̀ pọ́n. Ó kàn turn a city into some kind of business enterprise. That's what he did. After all, I see all this thing that he is doing. Ṣé BRT ni? Ṣé títì tó ṣe tó là sílẹ̀ mẹ́rin? It's not just for the common people. It's for his own business, so as to create an illusion that yes, Eko is working. When we say a city is working, it means people are benefiting. You can enter your home, turn on the tap, no more pure water. Bottled water. To charge your phone bottle, you'll be paying like 1 cent on those bottles because recycle. So it's because so as
we are coming to that in Lagos. I'm gonna charge you very soon.
So Mama Germany. I built Lagos. Saudi Arabia. I built Lagos. Lagos was built. What the F are you people talking about? He built Lagos. Lagos, your man built the city here. Not build Lagos. But before he came there in the 90s, before he came there, Lagos State Water Corporation, one Jora Causeway, man. Among Omilati Ben, Wajegunle. Many who people no one face me and slap you by. Most homes, why you read what on tap water about? Mama drop clean water.
Okay, Ajegunle lẹ ń gbé ńgbà yẹn.
Mi ò fẹ́ sọ mo kàn sọ fún ẹni kò sí ní mo gbé lẹ́kọ̀ọ́ mo gbé lájégúnlẹ̀ mo gbé Apapa road mo gbé gbogbo ẹ̀ náà mo gbé gbàgbé gbogbo ẹ̀
under bridge
mo gbé under bridge náà mo gbé under bridge ní Màlúù road ní Màlúù road ní Marine Beach mo gbé under bridge bẹ́ẹ̀ náà mo gbé.
ibi marina ẹ̀.
Yeah, so anyway, my point is, you see, I don't understand why people come here and you say,
"Oh, you go Jora Causeway, no?"
So anyway, my point is this: you see, guys, I don't know when people just overblown this guy like he's some kind of a genius. Oh, what the hell are you people talking about? Primaries and people Nigerians. Look at this one that this don't put an come to what by don't vibrate lower song the time me by. Don't vibrate Tinubu'S he should retract his step. He should retrace his step. As of me by this guy does not have anything upstairs. Gbogbo tó kó sínú manifesto yẹn it's just gbogbo kíní ni kan pa kíní pé kíní lo èdè tí báyìí lò kan porúkọ Nobel laureate yẹn kan porúkọ Ṣóyínká
gbájú ẹ̀
ọgbọ́n ká fẹ́ràn sẹ́nu ká wá tì.
So gbájú ẹ̀ ni gbogbo ẹ̀. So you see, I don't understand. I support people pé this guy is a proper. Ibi mo ti mọ̀ pé tí mo ti bẹ̀rù Tinubu ní 2015 yẹn, 2013, 2014 yẹn. I fall into that trap. This guy is coming. Buhari is coming back. I remember 1985 when 84 when he came to power. But it remains a good time. Those times when Nigerians were like made to be disciplined. Nigerians, they lack discipline. But we're not tough. One guy, no fall for it. But when I look back in retrospect, one guy, Babala propaganda, no tough one guy. Be propaganda. And I fell for it. That is the same thing that brought this guy into power. And he's continuing using that propaganda to want to rule Nigeria. And look at where Nigeria is. I'm a local I built Lagos. I can't transform Lagos, so she will not transform. Ṣé city tó ń lọ yẹn tó Saudi Arabia tó lọ tí wọ́n ń gbé mẹ́ December ṣé tí wọ́n bá wọlé ẹ̀ tó bá turn the faucet tó bá turn the tap ó mú mi iná wà fún ẹ but eléyìí see any people yìí gbogbo yín I don't know mo ní fọ̀rọ̀ yín fún Olúwa mo ti fọ̀rọ̀ yín sọ Ọlọ́run fún George fún yín.
Bàbá ṣe ń ṣépè ní báyìí ní àbíbọ̀ o.
ó ṣépè mo ń ṣe mi ò ṣépè mo ń ṣe mi ò ṣépè mo kàn sún mo ní fọ̀rọ̀ yín fún Olúwa. Because ṣẹ́ni ọ̀rọ̀ yín ti sún mi ní platform mi bẹ́ẹ̀ ṣe máa promote Tinubu yìí and again mama rí ọ̀hún kan wọn kẹ́ Mr. President aṣíwájú mama wò pé wọ́n ṣépè fún ọ̀yìn people yẹn. Ẹ lè sọ pé Mr. President no. It's just what can you eulogize this guy like this guy is the kind of genius. The policy of Mr. President, the policy of getting Mama will put anyway.
RM Asamafu Samaregi.
I was looking at Tinubu along the way because now I'm boy to win the Edo State. I mean, I net declared by governor of Edo State. But one person in Kunle, my hope into law. He rubbish will lay into law. One person in Kunle. One person in Kunle, then go long Kunle.
So to back level you alone.
No. It's just deify this. You guys have deified this guy like this guy is some kind of a godlike person.
Ṣebí bó ṣe ń kíyàn ní ibẹ̀ yẹn nìyẹn lọ́jọ́ wọ́n dẹ̀ ń kí bó ṣe ń kí àgbàlagbà ń bẹ̀. So kí ló burú
àgbàlagbà kọ́ sọ wọn akúnlẹ̀ fún wọn máa kúnlẹ̀ fún wọn máa àgbàlagbà máa kúnlẹ̀ fún àgbàlagbà míì.
Àgbàlagbà ju àgbàlagbà lọ kí ló ń sọ rational man. Àgbàlagbà ju àgbàlagbà lọ.
Mo ti gbọ́ yín I heard you. Àgbàlagbà ju àgbàlagbà lọ. You see the point is this is just this sọ lóyún da ìlú rádà in fact ìlú rádà níná under this Tinubu. Èyí tó pẹ́ lẹ́mìíkà yẹn kíní kan Tinubu should retake his.
Kí lè mí ká ṣe fún ẹ? Kí lè mí ká ṣe fún ẹ?
Ó wà lára àwọn tó wá bíbẹ̀ tó wá.
Èmi ká rèkì lẹ́ni.
Mo kọ́ rẹ́ ní ìwà ìwà nígbà gbogbo analysis ẹ̀ ni pé ṣe ìpínlẹ̀ ìwà ìwà nígbà tá a sọ̀rọ̀ tó ń bú ọmọ àmì tó ń bú òbí pé òbí kíní kan. See, let me just cap it up. You see, we're not going anywhere. Òfò òṣì bàbá máa bá kúrò ń bẹ̀. Ọba àwọn yìí ẹgbẹ́ Fashola club champion yín Lagos champion yín tó jẹ́ tẹ́ ń pè ní best governor yín ní Lagos. At least ever since 1999.
So you are not wishing Nigeria well.
No, me.
No, it will never. That is what he's been doing that one for because of Tinubu now.
So insane. Nigeria about the dancing. Farabalẹ̀ gbọ́ mi. Nigeria about the dancing. Èmi mo wish bad abi. Ṣé mi ni president.
Pẹ̀lú nǹkan tó ń sọ nsìn.
No, me. Wishes doesn't. I mean, Bala Jema so
you said Oshi Ori Buruku. That's too much now.
Pẹ̀lú Tinubu mo forecast fún yín tó máa ṣẹlẹ̀ eventually with Tinubu there.
So you think if it was Obi, would have done better?
Well, to my go Obi no ni, my brother. Just the way I'm vibrating, that's the way I'll be condemning Obi. I said it here that I was supporting Buhari
so
when
they vibrate now. We don't see you. We don't know say they vibrate.
I've never vibrated against Obi. Even Alex Oti, who is just ordinary governor, he didn't vibrate.
He's not the one in play. He's not the one in place. He's not the one who is the president, who is the leader. If he's doing this crap that Tinubu is doing, I'll be number one. I will be coming here and I will beating down on him. We talk. But you see, the point is let's not go this Obi, not Obi. I mean,
it's only that it can never happen. Well, I wish that it happens and we see your reaction, but it can never happen.
Simba. Emi don't pedestalize anybody. Whatever about me, I will tell my dad, about I'll tell him. Because you will go, I will go someday. But what is all this mess about?
Rational, let me ask you a question. Do you think that anybody will just come and say, oh no, what I'm trying to do is to make people to suffer? That okay, I'm coming to government and what I want to do is to suffer the citizen. No, I'm just asking, is there anybody that can have that kind of mind?
Sure, mo máa like ká máa ṣe kẹ́ńbẹ́ ohun tẹ́ ń ṣe yìí ẹ máa sọ máa pé ká máa ṣe sádàkà ká máa ṣe gbogbo ká máa gbàdúrà sí Allah ká máa tọrọ lọ́wọ́ ẹ̀ òun náà ni asaga fún the life gbogbo ẹ̀ ṣé gbogbo eléyìí mi ò eléyìí ò the thing is this mi ò ní láti ṣe pé it is a reality Tinubu go failing because number one, the way the country is constituted, nobody. But Muhammad wa, Jesus wa, long from rewa. Alone only run country and successfully with the way that country is it's constituted. The way
No, I think I agree with rational mind. So why you not blaming Tinubu if you know that? If you are, why you not blaming Tinubu if you know that?
this is why I'm blaming him. This is why I'm blaming him. If he really understands the problem of that country, if he really understands the problem, if really like he said that I'm the man for the job, he would
something
have
that God cannot do, you want
with
him
the
to do
cloud,
it.
with the cloud that he has. When I mean the cloud, with the way people they revered him, they look at him as anything to back look at the speed at which they passed the national anthem. They passed this law, they passed that law, the speed at which they do it. Look at the speed they used to confirm this lady that is there. Lady to Amiba, to the CJN. Look at the speed they used to do that. Look at the speed they used to confirm all his ministers. Why don't you use that same speed and call your people and say, let us rework this constitution, whereby everybody would start this country on a good footing. But no, because he feels that if he does it, maybe they will not vote for me. I don't believe that.
Okay, so you believe that the major problem that we have in Nigeria is the constitution?
The way don't necessarily the constitution. The way Nigeria is constituted, that's what I'm saying, which also can mean the constitution. Yeah. Invariably, it means the constitution. Yeah. That's where the problem lies. We need to reorganize that country. We need to reorientate our people.
Okay, now I think let us be serious and so that we will not just be lamenting. Okay, now what do you want them to alter in that constitution that you think that okay we change Nigeria?
You see, it's very easy for you to say, what do you want me to change in that? Come on, that's not what I'm saying. We need to throw away that constitution. We need to throw away that constitution. I'm not what I mean throw away. I'm not saying we should throw it away. There are some things we can still take from it. But my point is this: is that we need to commit.
I think we should be able to identify. Okay, these are the areas of problem, so that we alter it. So, you think that the whole constitution is useless?
That's what I'm saying. I won't say the whole constitution is useless. Go on. Okay, say something, Patrick. Go on. Okay,
you said we need to throw away. Then you say, I don't mean we need to throw away. We need to.
What I'm saying is,
what do you want?
Okay, let me make myself clear. What I'm saying is that I believe that there's still some things like certain things in the constitution. Don't get me wrong, I'm not saying that the constitution is 99% flawed. There's some things we can take from it, but those things that is hindering our progress, like for example, do we want to continue with this bicameral, or do we want to go like unicameral? We need to take that off. But for me, I believe we should go unicameral because we've seen the reckless spending, our money that could have gone into project for the people.
But which country is going unicameral? Give me an example.
Come on. You're trying to bog me down with many questions.
Give me one example of a country that you know that is unicameral.
Oh, come on. Patrick.
Senegal, they are practicing unicameral now. They are practicing. They used to practice.
We talk a country that is working. When we are talking, how can we mention Senegal?
Oh, come on! Why can't we mention? Are they not?
Can you remove Timber from the platform, please? Let's just
See, I even thought rational mind perfectly understand the problem.
Moni, I have a question for Rational Man. That's the thing that came up. Rational Man, how far with your? No, it's a question to him actually. How far with your town planning group that you wanted to set up in Nigeria to?
Come on, depress that.
No, you said you wanted to do something about town planning stuff in Nigeria. That's what you said. So I'm asking how far with the.
It's in motion already. I already started. I have a business registered already.
Is it more like will you be consulting with the government?
Yeah, it's consulting for local governments.
Okay, how to
both HR and also putting up infrastructures for them.
Okay, so let me know when you have the name, and I mean, just let me know when it's up and running. I need to follow. Okay, thanks. Yeah.
All right, we'll talk. We might be able to talk behind this, not here. We can't talk about that here. So, anyways, my point is this.
No, rational mind. I see. I was even thinking you will give us a robust answer.
But you know, there's so many
No, no,
things.
no. Wait now. See,
Or
our problem in that country is beyond cameralism, whether uni or those.
It's
Now the
one of it
question is
now.
this.
It's one of it.
Wait
One of it.
now. Wait,
Okay, go
wait. Now the question is this: if you put unique camera system, will it stop these people from collecting full allowances, all those stuff? Will it stop them from traveling first class? No, the thing will be that the resources again will concentrate on those people again. The problem you want to solve there is this: how do you stop these people from eating our resources? Now, how do you?
But it will
How do
still
you?
save us. It will still save us a lot of billions of naira.
Baba, it is not guaranteed. They can even
No,
double the
it's
allowance.
guarantee. It's guarantee. You know that when it comes to what do you call it in government staff
Parliamentary system.
no, not even
Baba,
talking about. I'm
that's
talking
not
about
the easy.
budgeting now. You
Baba,
know,
that's not the
personnel.
easy. There are banditry.
No. Hold on. That budgetary allocation for their pay. That
No,
one
then
is a lot of
what answer again, Baba?
no.
How much is
That's a
even this
lot of
money that
money
we are
we are going
talking
to
about?
save, whether we like it
Is
or not.
it?
Ajale Koko, that's not our problem. I keep saying the reason is this. Look at it this way: how does that affect a significant portion of our police allocated to VIP people? How does that stop using banditry? Some people hiding under banditry to steal our natural resources. How does that solve our insecurity? How does that solve the problem of or in this food insecurity, where they deploy people to the farm, when by bandits, when criminals are in the farm, and people can no longer farm? So to me, I think we are just we are upset with only, let us cut excesses only, but without knowing, even despite the excesses, that should not mean that people should not have job. It doesn't mean that people should not even have security. Nigeria will not be the only country where the politicians are going beyond their boundary. I'm not saying it is good, but it is not just the main problem. Cutting that cost today will not give jobless people job, whether we like it or not. It is still like having a policy to buy the like of Dangote up that will develop our economy. When everybody is okay, I was looking at a picture today where they were showing the street of Kano where people were not going to school. There are people who were just the youngest, literally the street of Kano. How will unicameral system solve that problem? So to me, and this one may sound like maybe I'm stupid or wicked. Well, even the Tinubu administration we are trying to talk about that is not performing today. Yeah, to some extent I'm disappointed. But are we seriously joking, comparing Tinubu and Buhari when you know where we are coming from? Look at where we were at when Buhari was there. We had a country that was going into bankruptcy. Can you say the same thing of Nigeria today? You understand? So we know that he has to solve the problem of food inflation, all those stuff. But we will just brush it as if, oh, this guy has been so doomed and doing nothing. Abba. Because, this is the tactics we use against Jonathan. And we put Jonathan out at the end of the day. What do we have? And people are saying labor, for example, now. As if labor just jump. I keep saying, even in as much as I don't support Showore, if its sincerity is that you really want a change, then it's not going to be Labour Party. It's going to be a party like Showore. It's going to be a party like Adewale, Prince Adewale, and all those people. So let's just stop all this. If you don't like Tinubu, perfect. We understand. You can have your reason. But if you think because you don't like Tinubu, then bringing another fringe, another graduate system again, like that will pretend as if they love the country like a Labour. If you think that's what's going to happen, help us. I don't see that happening. That's why I'm saying that even when we want to tackle the problem, we ourselves, we have to understand the real problem. So to me, cameralism, even zero cameralism, that's not our problem, to be honest with you. That's my own opinion.
You see, Ola, you know, if I can understand what you are trying to say here, you see, you are saying that the system we have now is not really working well as expected. So, if we have two houses that has failed to deliver well, to represent the people well, and deliver well for the people, so what's the point of having two houses? The Senate, why not even cut it down to one and see maybe having one can be more efficient and can, you know, and save us a lot of resources committed into servicing two houses for nothing. Why not just cut that expenses down, focus on one house, and see how they will perform? So,
No, Baba, like I said, you are not getting my point. How does that stop governors? We have governors now.
But Ola, what you are failing to understand is that we've not touched so many areas. I'm just talking about one aspect.
Yeah. Because okay. We are looking at the federal alone. How does that stop governor from
that's why we said we need to rework that. Ola, that was why we said we need to rework that. When I say rework, it means we have to touch so many things. One of them is that going unicameral rather than maintaining
the work is from the top down.
Exactly, that's what I'm saying. I'm just trying to take it bit by bit. I know.
No, we have 36 states. That's where I differ. We have 36 states.
You see what you said. There's a point in what you said that for the fact that we're doing unicameral does not mean that people will not be corrupt. They not still steal money. Yeah, it's part of what we're going to negotiate in that new constitution. We will make the institution so strong, whereby we'll make it almost impossible for them to steal besides their money that they're allowed, that they are legally allowed to take, which is apart from their whatever their stipend or whatever money we give them monthly allowance or whatever we give them, they will be monitored whereby they only legislate when it comes to project whatever. All these are so-called stupid what they call it constituency projects. No, everything goes through the local government. Local government has to do it themselves. If you want to champion any project for your area, the money must be disbursed directly. You can go and negotiate with the federal. Apapa local governments needs so infrastructure. We need some road construction. Give us some money. Not only sorry. Did you hear what Sani was saying the other day? Sani, he said he gets consistency allowance. Consistency project money directly into his account. They pay into his account. Why should that be? That's the question.
See, in as much as I like the idea of
these are the things we need to address. Money should not go into senators' account or whatever crappy account they set up. It should go directly to the local government. That was why I said sometimes they go. I've said it on this platform. We need to fix the local government first. If for me, in that 1999 constitution, because I heard that they say they're coming back now from recess. If only thing they can pass is that autonomy of that local government, let us go from there. If they are feeling reluctant in doing anything about the constitution, that local government, let them have. When I mean autonomy, not this illusion or this facade kind of autonomy. Real autonomy.
Not facade now. The Supreme Court judgment.
No. You see, anything you can't put. You see, one thing in one Batoski, with this set of leaders that we have, I don't believe anything they say they are going to do until I see that really work. I will not be somebody that come here and start blowing a trumpet. Hey, Tinubu has done this.
It doesn't matter what you believe.
I want to see it in action. So that is me. That is me. I don't believe in
what I'm saying is this. Even within what we have now, let us even still take the opportunity and maximize it. Like for example, now there's no way it is written in the constitution that the senators should have constituency allowance. You just go point it out to me. There's no way it is written.
Because our institutions are
not. Okay. There's no way it is written in the constitution that governors cannot do some kind of economical scheme, like having some kind of farm settlement, having some kind of irrigation system within the state, or having some kind of economic system that can boost that country. So now the question is this: even changing the constitution now with the mindset we already have now, it's not guaranteed to change anything. So I would rather, but do you know one thing? If you say we want a new constitution now and we're back on it now, it is as good as journey to nowhere, where we have already the conferences we did in the past that we could have just implement and just pass as a form of law. Just for us to work now, we are not doing that. So by the time we go back into another conference again, maybe in the next 4 years, we don't put the person, and the next 2 years or 3 years, we put the current person there away, and we still come back next time, we want a new constitution. No, to me, it's a long journey. Whatever we can do with the current one, for example, let us do it. That is where I stand. So to me,
But Ola, I think if I can understand what you are saying, that our problem is not actually structural. Our problem is personal. We just need to change. Nigerians just everybody just need to change and do the work in that country. Even if we change the structure and we don't change the way we behave, nothing will change in that country. That's my own belief.
That was what I said. We need to change the people's thinking. We need national orientation, not this not this crap that your Remi Tinubu is doing, thinking that what's it called? Ashoebi will turn Nigerians to be patriotic. So when we say these people doesn't have any clue of governance,
you still want a rational mind on this?
No. Let me talk about Remi. Remi is just another clueless, like a husband. I mean, these people, I don't know what is wrong with these people. You know, I mean, look at that. I mean, jump from one project to another. To bag with spinach then. Agbi agbadolola. I mean, I just jump sorry klan porukwe. Ashoebi. They Ashoebi lo make Nigerians patriotic.
Rational mind. We are talking about solution to the problem. Don't just take us to that route of abusing and
Okay.
Abuse won't do. If doctors they won't abuse, why you worry yourself? Continue the rational mind.
The thing is this rational mind.
Rational mind. To abuse now, so
I was not here yesterday when Emeka was speaking about NPR, raising NPR. This, you know, in as much as you can have that thing, you know, I was even talking here yesterday that look, Nigeria is not a place where you want people to move out money now. You want to do everything, both portfolio investor, both a redirect investment. You want everything in Nigeria today. Just imagine the situation whereby those people that you want them to bring money to that country. If your interest rate is not attracting them, they move money out of the system to somewhere else. So what happens when they start moving cash out of your economy? You just look at it from that singular position only. When you look at your position in the country, whereas when you attract those people because of your NPR, the government can still find a way to subsidize for the local product for the local producers. But you know what I've seen about we as a citizen of that country, we focus more on something that do not really benefit us, that is benefiting the.
So what is that? What is that thing? Can you give an example of what thing that we are focusing?
Fuel subsidy. You know, the question is this: on the surface, poor people think they benefit. You are not benefiting because you are killing the industry that's supposed to create jobs.
Come on, dude. But let's not.
Wait
let's
now.
not you're going to another area now. Another area of.
I'm not going to another area. I'm not going to another area. Okay.
When there was subsidy. Okay,
look at United Arab Emirates. It's not as if they do not subsidize fuel, but they are subsidizing for the poorest. For the poorest. But the question is, in Nigeria, you cannot even separate because we don't have a system to even separate the system, the poorest. Because even if you want to separate, corruption we go over it. You won't be able to separate the poorest from the richest. And at the same time, you were doing all those things to subsidize for your labor at the expense of the job you are supposed to create. Why do you think they are fighting against Dangote, for example? You think only foreign people are the ones fighting against Dangote? Those people that are benefiting from the rocks, they will fight to finish. So the thing you can do is that that's the problem, because things started yesterday now. Only all of a sudden you want it. My popular example.
Somebody said fuel subsidy is God. That's what he said, right? But then we are finding out that there's about $6 billion. $6 billion that NNPC is owing. Igbo owing. How did they make that? How did they get that? Incur those debts?
Rational mind.
Apparently,
like I said.
they've not removed the fuel subsidy. They're still paying the
Wait
subsidy.
now.
What are you talking about?
Wait. I focus on the long term.
No,
Let's
you keep saying long term.
Wait now.
Until they drag that
Let's
country up.
Dangote refinery survive. Because like I said, like I keep telling you, because by common example, when they introduced telecom, when they deregulate, people shouted. They threw different grammar as if United was the best thing since sliced bread. Today, we know the impact. The same thing when they did the regulation for the broadcasting. Even when the thing started in the 90s, we didn't see the impact. But today, we know where Nigerian youth are now. We know how the talent we produce now. All those talent you are seeing on YouTube today, people say, oh, they will come. Instead, they will have come. Those talent will have come, but not at the same rate because already Nigeria already prepared. They are prepared for the emergence of a YouTube. So the regulation we are talking about, this Dangote refinery we are talking about, you will not necessarily feel the impact in 2-3 years that way. It may be 10 years down the line before you will not see the massive, because that thing will have turned around the industry. So to me, we seem to like to go back to what is causing us problem. You understand? It's like you use one hand now to make money today, you use another one now to grab the money and give to the elite, and just because you feel, you actually feel that's where subsidy benefit the poor people. That's the mistake we are making. You know,
no, you see, this is what we're talking about. I'm happy Mama show analysis that is different from what we're seeing in the reality of it. And Mama show analysis, I don't even know where you people are getting all this your analysis. And Mama defend on in the reality of what we are seeing on ground, playing out in front of our very eyes. It's different from what you people are talking about. I agree with you that certain things you said, Ola. But my point is that we need to restructure that country. Everybody has said it, that we're not going anywhere if we don't restructure that country. But how are we going to begin? That's what we're talking about. We need maybe a unicamera. If we want to go by camera, then can they go on like a part-time, each of them, and we only pay them per session, per sitting? We need to rework so many things about that country. But for me, if they are delaying, let them allow local government function in a true autonomy.
No, but rational mind. The only thing I think we can gain from that is just to reduce the cost of governance. That's all. It won't change. Can it change anything? Can it make them to make better law for the people? No.
But
So,
he's saying it now that we have to restructure that country. That is the best way to get things
Baba Jai Koko, if you really understand what is going on in Nigeria, it's not about the structures. It's the rot. Nigerians we are rotting.
No, we can restructure to correct the wrong system, the system that is not working. It's because we have
It's because the people are the one that is not making the system to work. The people are okay. Look at let Baba Jago, sorry. Let us use example of this Bobrisky Falana issue. You understand? Okay, we have people that are supposed to take Bobrisky to court and present cases. They took bribe and present a watery case to the court for her to actually escape some punishment. After that, in prison also, some people now collected money also to put her in a guest house for her to enjoy. You understand? That is what we are talking about. It's not it's the Nigerians, individual, everyone in that country contributed to the problem that country has. If we don't, do you think that by restructuring we change the attitude of the people?
Okay, so how do we do that? How do we go about that? Let's not. We know the problem that Nigerians themselves are very.
I think the reorientation of the people to let people know that
we're talking about. That's one part of that. That's part of.
It's not all the structural adjustment that we are talking about, camera by camera or whatever that we are talking about now.
Let's not get our let's say.
How does that one affect the attitude of the people? How does it?
Hold on. You have a point. What you just said now is part of what we're going to do if we were really serious about changing that country. Structure, even though we put the best structure on the ground, people will still find a way around it. Yes, I agree with you. That's what we're saying. Also, people need to be re-educated in a true society, how to live in a real society that works. That is going to be part of what we're going to talk about in the new constitution. How do we make the police not to be brutalizing their own citizens? Make them a true, real police that is there to help their own citizen. If your citizen wants to cross the road, it's an old elderly woman, you carry him or her, you cross the road, you stop on the road, go to Benin Republic there. Other whistle, I don't blow whistle by, won't be that. Why stopping? How can we imbibe that into our police?
Okay, rational mind. I will give you 3 or 4 examples. Look at it this way now. I call what we need in Nigeria, structural reprogramming. Restructuring is part of it, but it's not solely restructuring.
National mind. You are comparing Nigeria to your country, to Benin. Eh?
Let's not do that. Let's not do this side thing that are not really. We're talking about resolution here.
Okay, let me give you 4 examples, 3 to 4 examples. Okay, I so much believe in a control system. You understand, and it's part of restructuring. You see, look at it this way. You may not like it. I've said it over and over. It's a form of control system. It's a part of restructuring. Now, when Tinubu got to Lagos, like I keep saying, people don't like it because Alphabeta story. That's why we keep coming. But people they've not told me what could have happened without Alphabeta. This guy was borrowing additional 600 million for payee every month. So the income, the Lagos internal revenue there was 600 million. And they were borrowing another. But when he put a system in place that could capture others, what happened? All those things started going. Okay, busters. All those busters in different institutions before, they were stealing money before. Oga Patoski, and I believe that he must have deployed some of those solutions to the other institutions. When banking industry in Nigeria, here the statement I say, banking industry and all those payment processing industry like InterSwitch and like eTransact, they were part of those people that systemically that help the institution with the systemic cleansing. Even they've not cleansed everything fully. They started deploying solution that okay, you won't be collecting money manually. You have a payment platform, Edu Portal, Pay Direct, all those things. These people started doing that in online in such a way that you'll be able to have account for it. It's not as if there will be corruption, no, but if there were 1,000 people stealing from you before, you managed to reduce to 30 powerful people. And you still see the effect, because if you want a country whereby nobody will steal, allow you, even the country I have today, my prime minister, Oshibebe, when you hear something they call Arrive Canada, you know, someone made me look like a fool when person explained to me, say, sit down there, you think they know the shop money, okay, explain this call, Arrive Canada, go and read about it, you'll be shocked. So now you put a control system in place, because what you can do in any system that you reduce thieves, you reduce corruption. You can't wipe it away like I will fight that way. So that's the type of problem. Dangote refinery you see today is a form of a control mechanism within the industry. What is happening now is this: it used to be free for all before, but now we have the corruption is not concentrated around Dangote and some other people. I will not see Dangote as totally free, because I don't believe any billionaire in this world is totally free. But what will happen is this: all those small thieves that make everything, they will share that in a way, assuming that those thieves they were shopping like 10 billion before now. Maybe Dangote may not be able to shop more than 4 billion. Out of it, maybe the remaining 6 billion probably will be released to the community. And not only that one alone, people will get job around that, because the more job you get around the system you cleanse, the better for the country. That's the way I see it. So it's a function of doing the right, putting some kind of mechanism in place. Now, if you want to prove it to you, Akiwumi, the African man, this thing, you know, the fertilizer subsidy that he did a cleansing up by e-wallet, he was able to do a lot there, right? So, and this control, if the government can do that, it will be fine, because when Obasanjo was there, what used to happen to our exchange rate that time is every month after federal allocation, all of a sudden the exchange rate will just increase. But when he introduced EFCC, you understand? Well, and he made example out of Alamese. What happened? All of a sudden, all those governors, they started having medical treatment in-house. They no longer go for foreign medical treatment again. So it's a lot. It's a lot. We have to put something
So
in
you just said it
control
now. I
things.
said it's a lot. So you see, you see, we are all just trying to
I've said it now. I've said it.
Yeah, but
I
I'm
give
agreeing
an
with
example
you. I'm
of
agreeing
how
with
Lagos
you.
State was managed
I'm
through.
agreeing. Hold on now. Ola, I'm agreeing with you that it's a lot. Where are we going to start from? That's the question. Where do we start from? Like our friend Simba
It
was
has
saying.
already started, but we don't want
Hold
to.
on. No,
We don't want to
they've
say,
not started.
okay,
You
no,
see,
no,
that's
no.
the point. That's the point.
Floating of naira is a
You
control system.
cannot listen. You see, that's the thing. That's the thing you're not getting. You're not getting it. When I said here that these people are not serious about what they are doing, you say you want to give your local government autonomy. But some people shall challenge me here that yes, he's doing it. We shall see how it's going. Till we leave out that office, we'll see whether that local government will really function in the true sense that which it should function. Or it's just to create an illusion that yes, I've done something for you guys. We shall see. Or you should do power. We'll see.
Rational
So
mind.
my point is this.
The federal is
There's a
doing,
whole
but
host of
we
a problem.
don't want to give credit where credit belongs. That's the
No, I will
problem.
not give credit. No, you see, that's the thing. And that's why I'm different from some of you here. You people like to be so I'll come and be singing praise of somebody. I don't even understand what he's doing. So let me see the really play out in the real sense of it. Then I'll give praise to him. Maybe if I'm still alive, 20 years from now, 10 years from now, if I see, this guy really walked back there, I will be the first person to admit it. If we're still here, if this platform still exists, I will be the first person to admit it. But my point is that anything besides that, for now, you'll never see me come here and I've been singing praise of these people because I don't trust them because I've seen what they've done. It's all tokenism. Did you just see me kind of policies and way of governance? I don't follow. I've seen this country has trained me. What I've learned from this country has really trained me to see how governance is structured. So for me, that's why I've said it. I've said if this thing really works, this is their governance system, this is their local government, I want to be consulting. And the reason why I'm saying this is because you need to know, people need to know how governance in a locality, how it functions. Because it is from there people learn to become real administrators if they are given bigger responsibility to handle. Apparently, these guys don't.
Let me tell you something, rational mind.
They do not.
See, putting a control system in that country is a big opportunity. It will be big job creators. Now, look at it this way now. When I told you that floating naira is a control mechanism, you want to say no. See, even Obasanjo as good as Obasanjo, because Obasanjo in quote has been the best since 1999, whether we like it or not. Either maybe the corruption level they've not degenerated to this level.
Professor Ola,
I agree to you, bro. Yeah, I just came here. I spent like 30 minutes, 1 hour. I know. Mobisini.
Okay, all right.
Yeah. So the thing is this. Now they were using. Look at what Buhari just let us see how you can bastardize our monetary policy. Now, just imagine if we practice naira floating for a very long time. Do you think an evil genius will just come overnight and started using our currency for round tripping? People would have challenged, people would have made noise. But because this thing has been a tradition, Obasanjo even tried to stop that, but he was unable to stop it. So why subsidizing forex? Because now look at, we are suffering from so many areas. We use the forex we get, you understand, which Dangote will likely to eliminate now to pay for fuel subsidy. Take that one as one. Now, not only that you were using your forex to pay fuel subsidy, the job you were supposed to create for your citizen, direct, indirect, all those real estate that are supposed to grow there, all those food vendors, all those wine, beer, all those people, all those night workers that were supposed to grow around the Dangote business, you took everything away. You were giving that to company in Europe. You understand? Look at how we are losing. Not only that, we are losing to the smugglers too. The money that we're supposed to be using by ourselves, and people are still crying for subsidy. So the dollar, the naira day float is a kind of control mechanism. If we are used to that culture for the next 8 years,
how do you control? How do you control when you float? You don't control.
You are not getting me. You are not getting me.
What? I mean, because it doesn't make sense when you say somebody's You're floating something.
Listen to me before you argue with me.
Hold on. Let's not.
I don't hold on. Just listen to get what I'm saying. Don't just criticize for the case of
I've listened
criticizing.
to you. All you've said.
No, you don't get it. You don't get it.
Okay,
The question is
this.
this:
Let me hear you again.
you were subsidizing our dollar. We were subsidizing dollar for those people that were not even putting any infrastructure in place. You were subsidizing for someone that will come and carry your currency for free of charge. I became overnight billionaire, and you say you don't understand that. If you float naira, will you still go and buy dollar and round trip it? You will stop that because those people round tripping dollars. They will not allow that dollar to get to those people that really want to use that for business. If you don't understand that, I don't understand. I don't get what you are saying.
Okay, all right. Now I think I get your point now. But my point is that if you, I don't know if you listen to, I know you might say the guy doesn't know.
But Ola, the collective punishment is the problem here now. You can't, implement a policy that will punish the entire citizenry, that will cause, a very serious shock on your economy and the economic activity in the country. It's a dumb policy. There's a way there's a way you can carry out a policy targeting, or that we target at a specific group of people that are corruptly enriching themselves, and others will not suffer from the consequences of that policy. So you can't totally tell us that, oh, the floating of the currency is good because some people are doing round tripping and they become a millionaire. No, there's a way you can manage it that we specifically targeted at those people and not the entire the economic system. So I don't know.
You see, the difference between when we're subsidizing and when we float is this. When we were subsidizing forest for round trippers, we just have what we call delayed tragedy. Is what Nigeria was having that time, because delayed tragedy is the size that you were spending your income for recurrent expenditure. You were spending
Yoku dollar.
Okay. So what we're just doing is that Nigeria just postponed the doom day, because we have examples of country where what Nigeria was doing that time failed, and the examples are around us. So what we were doing that time is okay, the country itself was going bankrupt, but let's keep subsidizing for the round trippers. Let's keep subsidizing for those overnight oil businessmen overnight. That is what we're doing at the expense of the citizen. I've said it over here that if you run that country into the state of bankruptcy today, even you that you think you have, maybe like say yesterday night that you have like $1 billion in your account, you may not be able to access your money the following day. So Nigeria was going towards bankruptcy. The fact that it didn't happen doesn't mean that it could not have happened.
At what cost is that to the country now? At what cost?
See, either way there'll be cost. Either way there'll be cost.
Hold on. You said it's a control mechanism. Now, now they've liberalized it, they've allowed they've floated the naira. So what light do you see at the end of the tunnel, that at some point there's going to be sanity into the system and fuel price is going to go down, or Nigeria will be able to afford to live life again? What is the indices, or what are these signs that tells you that it's going to happen?
Baba, you don't plant corn in a day.
No, come on, don't give me this corn, don't plant corn.
Wait now, we are just telling you of this thing. It doesn't work the way you are looking at it.
No, well, so how does it work? Tell me, how does it work?
Float naira. Wait now, it's a long battle. It's a long battle. Because those people that are making money from there, some will even come and fight against you 6 years to this time, because they want to go back to that system that benefit them.
Okay.
I'm asking you.
You don't seem to be answering my question. My question is,
I'm asking your question. You are not listening to me. I'm asking your question.
Because it doesn't make any sense to me.
The question is this: you wanted that naira floating now because it happened last year. You want to see the benefit this year. I've said it from the first day that you are not likely to see the impact of this thing until 5 to 10 years time. I said it right from the first day.
So Nigerians should be ready for those to suffer for 5 to 10 years, right? Is that what it is?
I don't let us put emotion.
Did you hold on? Let me before you continue. Before you continue, did you listen to what this guy said today? What's his name? Even though I don't trust it, I don't believe whatever it comes out of. But this very one, I will take it. Cardoso, did you know what he said? He says no economic policy can solve an inflation problem. That's what he said.
Okay.
So if Tinubu is applying this now, it means what Tinubu is doing invariably is an indictment on himself and in Tinubu policy.
I think you take him out of context. So
did you listen to him? Did you listen to him?
I think you might have taken him out of
context. No. You go and listen to him before you tell me I'm taking him out of context. You see, the point he was trying to make is that he was trying to defend Tinubu's. That it's not Tinubu's fault because he said that it was what they made on ground.
Let me tell you something. You know one popular verse in the Bible when some people will raise the prayer.
Come on, don't start this biblical thing. I don't like this.
It's not about biblical. I'm just drawing an example that people will say, "Oh, God asked him for people to command him." God did not ask people to command him. But when you read the verse of the Bible, you will read where we say, concerning the work of my hand, God was like the
religious people, interpret religion.
Oh, you make an example. You can't go bring close. What was Cardoso? What was he saying before he read that?
You go and dude, go and listen to him. Go and listen to him. But I'm telling you what he said.
Okay, look at this way now. You remove fuel subsidy, for example. I can say removing fuel subsidy will never solve the problem of Nigeria energy.
And that's what he's saying. That's what he's saying.
Wait. I will not go ahead now without now going ahead and invest in critical infrastructure around that industry. That's another thing entirely. You now say, okay, you are picking removing fuel subsidy alone there, but you are not looking at other parts that I said without investing in critical infrastructure like refinery, like the value chain, like the pipeline that we do all those stuff. So that's why I said you pick Cardoso out of context. Go and listen to where he was coming from and where he was going from.
Come on, dude. Don't do this. If you have not listened to him, say you have not listened to him.
No. Even someone that is not as learned as Cardoso,
don't give me that
error. Even a person like me, I don't think anybody like that can commit that error that you're trying to place.
I had him. Don't come and be spinning this Agbado narrative. High sounding economics. If you know all these things, why don't you tell it to your Tinubu?
Rational mind. What you are doing is
defending economic indefensible.
No. You are not really discussing economy. You are really discussing the politics, especially against your political enemy.
Because no. Politics and economy in this time in Nigeria, the way Nigeria is constituted right now, even in any country, even here in America, politics and economy they intertwine.
I know. You may not like someone, but when it's come to when you start to economy, you realize just like, okay, I planted maize today, and people are shouting that I'm hungry tomorrow. Are you expected because you planted maize yesterday?
Let's not do this. Let's not do it to all of them.
This is what you are doing now. I'm only taking you up with what you are doing.
Okay, move below. Do you use 2 years to plant maize? Do you use 2 years? Do you use 2 years to plant maize?
What I'm telling you is
it's almost going over. It's almost more than a year and 6 months.
If you've not listened to me from day one, I said it. Go and play our this is.
I'm not using anecdotes. Don't make sense.
I'm not using anecdotes. That's why I kept moving back to telecom. I kept moving back to
hear some Agbado people like yourself, like Emeka said it here. You don't even need. I don't need to hold it to his word for me to know that for Tinubu is a failure. It's going to be a failure the way it's going.
See. What Emeka said. What Emeka said yesterday. He had an opportunity to correct himself when Patoski actually gave him a typical example.
Yeah, come on, forget that.
Wait now. Look. Wait now. Patuski actually tried to correct him. He had an opportunity to
What is
correct himself.
correction?
But something like this, see, sometimes we have speakers that speak to the emotion of the
Well,
audience.
you see, that's not
Emotion,
this is my
emotion
emotion.
of the audience will never solve the problem.
I had Emeka very well. You do not jack up interest rates and expect industry to grow. What is not clear as to that? What don't you understand in that kind of economics?
Rational mind. What you are not looking at is this. You understand?
Why is the US, even your Canada, there? Why are they continuing interest rates?
You rational mind. Let me ask you a question. If you have $1 million in your account today,
there we go again. This is another.
Wait, now I'm just making analysis. It's not personal. If you have $1 million in your account today, and you are in America, America will give you 4%, right? America will give you 4%, but Nigeria will give you 27%. Which country are you likely to take your money to? Which country?
To Nigeria now.
Good. Now let's assume that America and Nigeria did not have the same interest rate, and you have the same $1 million. Which country are you going to take your money to?
Say that again. I'm sorry. Say that again. I'm sorry.
Now let's assume that Nigeria and America did not have the same interest rate, 4%. Which country are you likely to take your money to?
Again, you see, this
question is straightforward.
No, hold on.
Don't say no.
Don't
dodge it.
Hold on now.
When you have if the interest rate in a risky country like Nigeria and America are the same, which country are you likely to take your money to?
Okay.
It's a simple question.
Good question. So let me answer your question. Will you allow me to answer your question without interjecting me? Because I know you're expecting me to say yes or no. Now my point is that logic will say that I won't take it anywhere. I'll put my money where I know because they're all the same. But there are some things you need to consider. The one that is giving you 4%, what is the business climate in that country? Is this viable? Even with the low interest rates, where are you guaranteed that if I put my money here, Kalo will not swallow it. EFCC will not come and they use their boys that be chasing me around and be asking me for their own police will not be asking me, your corrupt judges. So these are the things you have to take. You have to look at. Where am I guaranteed of my return on my investment? That I don't have to worry that, there's no NEPA lights, there's no infrastructure that I have to depend on. I don't have to. So which one? That's where that will factor in for me to decide, okay, I want to put my money, I want to make my money remain here in Canada or here in North America. Okay. So I'm going to take it to Nigeria. Okay. So that's what I now look at.
Now, those people that now have money in Nigeria, that because the interest rate in Nigeria is equal to that of America, what do you think we have to those investors in Nigeria? We did let their money stay back in Nigeria?
I guarantee you, if you have 100 of those people, 80 of them will still carry their money and come and invest here in America, in the West. No, maybe not America, maybe in Dubai or other places. Yeah,
now, this one leads me to you answer my question now. If people now started moving money away from Nigeria, let's say you have $100 billion from Nigeria now, and those 100 billions they are for 100 people, and now 80 people now move their 80 billion away from Nigeria to America because you have almost equal interest rate. So what will happen to liquidity in Nigeria? Okay. What will happen to it? Now, Nigeria is trying to solve the problem of liquidity. That is why they are raising that interest rate you are talking about.
No. Okay. You see, you don't want to describe
this is a simple finance thing that we are talking about, but you guys just see.
Can I throw something in?
No, wait now. It's just like look at this way. No, just give me 2 lines. I will talk 2 lines, about 2 or 3 lines, then I will keep quiet. It's just like when people you have a bank, you deposit money in this bank, and all of a sudden another bank raised the interest rate. And those poor investors, they started moving money away. They started withdrawing their money aggressively to where they will get this thing. What do you think is going to happen to that bank? There's going to be liquidity problem. And that bank is in crisis. So for that bank to respond to those people that are taking money away from me, the bank will have to raise its own interest to cut and balance. So that people will say, okay, why will I move my money away?
I get it.
Nigeria is trying to solve liquidity issue. And that is where people are not paying attention to. And because someone is saying something fanciful, does that mean the person is just talking economic or technical economy?
It's a double-edged sword. It's a double-edged sword. So you cannot just explain it away the way you just explained it, like, it's scary. It's certain that Nigerians will move their money out, or they will keep their money because it's the same interest rate. No, it doesn't work that way. There are so many other things you have to factor in. The business climate in Nigeria. Can I pull out my money? You don't have enough dollar in the system of foreign exchange. You see, these are some of the things you have to think about. So these are some of the things I'm talking about. That it is the business climate.
Let me tell you one
atmosphere.
thing. A typical finance guy is here, which is can do. We still know how our investor works. Investors, all you want is this: you want high return on your money.
You want profit. You want return on your investment. Yeah, that's it. So,
exactly.
Yeah. So my point is this.
Now there is nothing. There's nothing attractive.
You cannot explain it away just the way you are saying it, because
I said interest rate is the only thing you can use to attract all those money to your country. Otherwise, there'll be capital flight. People will just move. When people move money out and you go to your bank,
you
now,
and
there's
I,
no money in your economy now. What happens to you?
Hold on. You see, this is what you are missing. But you and I know that Nigeria will never have a single, not even under, not at this under this atmosphere that we find ourselves. Nigeria will never have a single digit interest rate. But that 27 or 28% or 29% that this guy jacked up, it's insane. If you bring it to like 15%, which I'm not saying that, I'm just giving an example. That's just my own example. Like 15%, at least it's still more something that will still allow people to go and borrow the money and still do their business quickly and maybe return the money back to the banks. But you jack it up to 27%. Here in the United States, I think it's 5.something%. I mean, it's not 5 or 6.something%. That's the interest rate. They even recently came down by 0.5%. So that's what are we talking about? But you took it again an inch more up again. What are you talking? Are you encouraging people to go and borrow money from the bank? That is just the money you are lending to the bank. When the bank now want to lend it to you now, they'll be putting that more as 40-something%. What are you talking about? So you're comparing Nigeria now with America, or to your place where you're there, not America here. Oh, 4%. Nigeria will never have that 4% you're talking about, not even a single digit.
Rational mind, even the
what are you talking about, my friend?
Industry, we even suffer too, because people will not go and borrow from the bank.
Who wants to go and borrow from the bank?
Yeah, people will not go and borrow from the bank. And when bank cannot borrow out money, how would they get? How would they make their own this thing?
I gotta go. Have you heard now that they said they will bring back this cyber tax that NSA was trying to do? They will bring it back again now. In fact, they started. They said they started.
Repeat that again. You say what are they doing?
That thing that Nuru Rubadu was trying to do. CBN will now start deducting money now, but they will bring it lower. You start taking money for any when you do.
But they said they are not going to do it.
No, they're going to do it. He's going to back. I saw it in the news. Cardoso said, Central Bank said they're going to do it. Yeah.
When did you see it in the news? When?
Google, where you are there. Google.
Don't you think that they came out to say,
hey, you ask a question. Let me answer your question. Google cyber, what was that? Cyber security, whatever tax by the CBN. Google is where you are right now.
You are not the latest news about that one you don't know, and I want to tell you. They came out to tell you that they are not levying anything. They stop it, they cancel it. And
when did you see this in news?
This one was last week. Because there was listen.
This one was a few days ago. This one was a few days ago. You're talking about few days ago.
Last week, I think some commercial banks started, they want to do that thing. And immediately, not even within 24 hours, they stop it. They said they did not instruct the commercial bank to do that. So they didn't do it. They canceled it. Well, I want to even ask Ola, if Ola is here, I want to ask him a very good question. When Buhari was there, we are subsidizing the Naira with 1.5 billion Naira. Are we still doing that today? Ola, if you are hearing me.
No, we are not doing it, because this is what I try to explain, but rational mind.
But they won't understand it now. Nobody knows. They won't care to listen.
You are subsidizing for billionaire that will use this money overnight, but you think it's the masses. No. What was happening that time is this: they pie the common man gradually. You are not paying the first generation, but you are paying the second, third generation along the line. Now, the policy today is affecting the first generation, But that generation is going to affect them to a particular point, and it's going to plateau, and everything will start becoming normal for the second generation and other future generation to benefit. I don't know how to simulate this.
Okay,
thing.
Okay, hold on.
My second question.
No. Let me answer your question. Hold on, because you came in here, you were badging here like somebody was giving the wrong information. Go and read this day of hold on. Yeah. Okay, let me go back. Come on. Go and read this day of 8 days ago.
That's what I'm trying to tell you. I'm trying to tell you what happened.
No. Hold on.
Late last week.
CBN, hold on. CBN reintroduces controversial cybersecurity levy.
So that's what I'm trying to tell you.
Hold on. Slashes tax to 0.005% from 0.5%. Do you understand what I mean?
And I also want you to go and check Wale Edun
No. Don't give me this right. Go and check.
You are not
anybody here, friends. I mean, go
you
on.
are not the only one in this group.
Come
we
on.
Have people
you see, don't do this, y'all.
But Remy, let him read that article to us. Let him read. Let him give us.
He will read it. But I'm also.
But let him land first. Then you can come with your own.
Okay, land. Go ahead and land. Then after
the Central Bank of Nigeria says it will continue to enforce payment of the mandatory levy on all electronic transactions by banks and other financial institutions. This comes nearly 4 months after the decision suffered a major backlash when it was initially announced in May. CBN, however, disclosed that the controversial levy had now been reduced to 0.00% from the initial 0.5%. It is in this day of let me see, what was that this day here? I mean, where's that? Just Google it, cybersecurity levy. Google it, anybody there in the comment section on here.
So what they did, they just slashed
they flashed it. The
rational mind.
And this guy is telling us here that he's a lie. Come on, but boy, mama, taban sorrow, taban buying sorrow, mama, go alenu biba.
So what they did, they just reduced the.
They just reduced it. Yeah.
Yes.
Okay. Let me now counter you,
dude.
It's true there's a report like that, but why?
Oh, yeah, now you know there's a report like that.
No. There was a report like that, but they said reality. I think you can check your bank account. If they are removing the money, if you do transaction, you are not the only one here. So the same Wale Edun came out, and so maybe Kados also said that they are not implementing it for now. And if you have a bank account in Nigeria, if you have a business in Nigeria, since that time, have they removed any security levy from your money? Have they? So don't come here and
this guy. I don't even know the kind of person you are sometimes.
Whatever you read in the newspaper,
you're going to tell me, are they really your bank account? Come on, dude, stop this. I'm telling you.
But rational mind, that statement came from the central bank governor, as you said, right?
I'm trying to tell you,
they
are not reducing, they are not removing anybody's money for now. That's what
but Remy, what you are telling us, you are just telling, you don't have anything to prove to us. If you have any article,
rational mind, I know where you stand. That what I know.
This is not a matter of what do you mean by where you stand. He brought these days. He's telling us, reading from these days, according to central bank. If you have anything contrary, you bring it, Google it, and read it to us.
I send the link because any story.
So that thing is even revenue. That one is even that thing is even revenue issue. I was going to respond to.
Ola sorry. The same this day newspaper toka. Link it to send to a warrior rational mind. Open it.
No, don't give me that more open links. You will open it and then read it to us.
No, me need láti máa waste the time a lot of people.
Ṣé gbọ́n alágbàdo tó máa sọ̀rọ̀ bí ọmọ
àwọn alágbàdo ni àwọn mi ò ní láti àwọn náà lè kó ṣe kó gbé ìbò ó gbé ìkádà àbò lè kó.
No, rational mind. You just want to criticize. That's just the problem.
No, I'm not criticizing. Can you let me talk?
Everybody open link.
I said something now. This guy came in here, badging here, and was saying, he makes a lie. Kinika from many days and many weeks ago. Okay, I had to go and look for the article. And I brought
okay, rational mind. Before I go anyway, let me respond. Let me respond to that interest rate. I want to go. That's why I'm
very late here. I don't want to raise my voice. And I opened the article and I read it to you. Now, he said he has something else. Why don't you read what you have there? That's what I'm asking him. Hey, you gotta read it yourself.
Well, no, look, you go and read it. Now, I don't have time to read anything. You are just, you know what, the problem you have.
Okay. Let me respond. Let me respond to interest rate for business. You see what it is.
1 second. While responding, look, rational mind. If you don't have an open mind, if you are still like the first time,
don't give me this open mind. Don't use this your crap on me. If anybody does not have open mind, you do not have open mind. I read an article to you. You're contradicting it. Bring your evidence. Telling me to go and read it.
What? Oh God, man.
Go on.
I've told you you are fixated on this guy too much.
Kick this guy out of this place. Kick this guy out of this place.
Let us
kick this guy out of this place. Talk about what we're talking about. Talk about the policy we're talking about.
Can you keep quiet for a while?
Okay, I'll keep quiet.
Been talking. Thank you. God bless you. You have fixated on him for a long time. If you have an open mind, like I am here, if you pull out something and I think it's genuine, I will accept it that this is good. We have to give due to him if he's performing in some area. Yes, he's doing good things here. This area is not doing fine. And we have to look at where we are coming from. We all know that before he became the president, we are in a mess. Everybody knows the truth. And we know that we have not been productive for years in Nigeria. So all of these things coming into play now. And if we want us to continue to subsidize for dollar to naira, then where are we going to get the money? Are we still going to continue to borrow money to subsidize it today? The same thing with the petrol, but I'm happy. Let's see what happened at the end of this month when total importation will totally be banned and everybody lift their petrol from Dangote. And they will also supply Dangote crude. In fact, I was reading a piece on Dangote yesterday. In just an average of 24 hours, it made billions of naira. It's back to the richest man in Nigeria, in Africa. Just 24 hours, it makes a lot of money. So we shall see what happened after they now say, okay, at least October, there's nothing going to be like, okay, this is refining the crude that imported to its refinery. It's going to be in Nigeria. In a nutshell, what I'm just trying to say is that in every analysis, in everything we do, sometimes we just have to be flexible enough to accept that, oh, this guy is doing good things here, and these are the ways this place is not doing fine, then it should improve. But not coming here, you think you are the only one that can call people Agbado, you can insult anybody you like, or you can just talk down anybody you like. Life is not like that. Thank you. Allah, you can continue.
So, rational mind. My response to our interest rate is this. You understand? That's our reality in that country because our external factors too, we have to look at is very strong. So Nigeria is a land of opportunity because Nigeria is a land of opportunity.
The opportunity is winning, and you and you are here, I'm here. Remy one in Finland.
The fact that we ran away.
No, but
no,
let me even just land my point now. Don't derail my thoughts.
Okay, there, go on, please.
Now, Nigeria is a land of opportunity. What do I mean is this? Look at what Dangote is doing today now. It's an opportunity because you are putting. So a lot of things can happen in Nigeria today. There are some kind of industry you put in Nigeria today that is going to bring money to you. Now, you are concerned that the interest rate is very high. I agree with you, no problem. And this is the way I now have challenges with the federal government, especially from the aspect of fiscal. Number one, can we have a situation, because this is what we should be driving, a situation whereby, okay, We know maybe you are borrowing 30%, 35%, but then we know you are going to create like 1,000, 2,000 jobs. Can we have some kind of policy like that in the country that, okay, if you can create 2,000 jobs for people, we are going to subsidize your production. How do you subsidize production is this? Number one, you subsidize tax. Maybe government is collecting like 25% from the manufacturers. You say, okay, for now, we collect 5%. We've seen examples of countries that have done this. That is how China grow. You understand? So your interest rate can still be high, and the federal government can still find a way to subsidize, because you want to keep your interest rate high, so that people that were supposed to keep their money in America, in Canada, will bring the money in Nigeria, thinking they'll be making their money back on interest rates. And because if you flip it, people will move money away. If they move money away, where will you get money to even invest in that country? So that's the cost. You have to pay for that cost because you are still a developing country. But the government should look at, okay, instead of overtaxing the manufacturers now, trying to give them some kind of subsidy by reducing, give them tax break for them to do. Then, because that one will not stop you from taxing the employee. Because already what you are doing is this: you are bringing this company, it's employing 2,000, you are reducing the tax, but don't forget that the 2,000 employees that they have now, they were not there before. You are now taxing, you are now getting the benefit of that subsidy from all those employees. That's what you are supposed to do. So all this grammar, interest rate, no, that's not the issue. That was why I was saying that Emeka means the opportunity for Patoski to explain that thing. I say, you see, one thing there is this. Don't let us make a mistake that if I'm eloquent, for example, if A is eloquent, that the person automatically understands the problem. That's not how it works. Person that understands the problem may not be as eloquent, may not be able to speak boldly and talk and shout everybody down. That's not the way it works. So to me, our reality today as a country, because of our level of prosperity, we need to attract money from everywhere. Then you go back and look at your fiscal policy, reduce cost of business for businesses in Nigeria to create more jobs, and you transfer the tax to the employee. It's a simple thing that anybody, you don't need to be Soludo or this what's this popular economists that used to go to all this our TV, this thing. Is this Rewan or what's the name of that man? You don't need to be all that level of, you don't need to even as advanced as possible to know that this is a simple thing. Create job, bring more people on board, then reduce cost of business reduce cost of business for the manufacturers, for the service providers, then transfer the thing to the employees. You understand? 1 million, you employ 1 million people today. Then that means you brought 1 million people into the tax segment. That's exactly what we are saying. So don't let us just criticize for criticizing sake. You know what I see here is this: we've criticized Tinubu now 1 million at one time, but are we really providing solution? We are not giving solution. And what a rational mind told me here was just like say economics of the level of Cardoso. We just talk carelessly that there's no economic policy that can solve the problem of Nigeria. Again, let's just think of the other Nigerians that are learning from us.
Can I just something? You keep repeating yourself, and you see when some people.
I'm not repeating myself. I know what I said before.
Yeah, it's okay. I mean, but let me talk because yeah. So my point is this: is that you see, it's very difficult to explain things or to talk people out of some of the things that they've talked themselves into believing. I don't know how much you want to explain this to you. I mean, I explain to people who believe like yourself that you cannot do what you're doing if you truly want to grow the economy. You are contracting the economy because nobody will want to borrow. And hence people are not, like a few hours ago, I was talking to my younger brother who's still living in Nigeria. The guy lost his job. And ever since he has not been able to find a job. I was trying to today I was trying to just tell him everything's going to be okay. Just hang in there. Like every time I have to call this guy because this guy is getting to the level of despondency right now. And not just only him, many of his friends. They lost their job. A lot of the companies are you are eating to talk. A lot of the people are laying off. A lot of businesses are laying off people they cannot pay because where is the money they go? I mean, some of them, if it's not what's it called, the interest high dollar rate to naira that they cannot even maintain anymore. Where are they even they have to go and borrow naira from the banks? How are they going to make sure they're going to maintain and be able to pay back the loans, and they have to also pay their staffs? So nobody's going to borrow money to create more jobs or create more businesses that whereby they hire people. So you wonder. So that's what we're saying. Nigeria, all this your analogy, this is an anecdote that you're trying to, I mean, whatever parallel you're trying to say. Oh, imagine Nigeria is 4%, America is 4%. Nigeria will never be 4%, not even a single digit, not even 10%.
See, rational mind. Let me quickly respond to that.
Because
so that Remy can talk. Let me quickly respond to
this. My point I'm trying to make you is this: is that you cannot grow the economy at the level of which the interest rate is. That ordinary, that's just to the banks. So we're not talking about people going to borrow directly, because you cannot go and borrow directly from the central bank. Except maybe you are Dangote probably. But then they are selling to the banks, giving interest rate to the banks. These banks now, they now put their own on top of it when they are not giving that money out to lenders. So who is going to borrow money? And as people are not borrowing money, who is going to create jobs? You just have redundant, I mean, you just have useless, good for nothing citizens that are not even working.
I gave you a solution now. You move over it, and I will still repeat that solution.
There's no solution. I don't say any solution.
Okay. Let me tell you that solution explicitly now, because you said I didn't give you. Now look at it this way: if the government announced today, you say, okay, employ 2,000 people, I'm going to subsidize the cost of business for you, even though you are getting that loan at 35%. But don't worry, I will subsidize it. You won't pay tax more than 5% of what you're supposed to pay. But I will be taxing your employee. But make sure you meet the bracket of 2,000 people. You employ 2,000 people. That's the kind of subsidy, a fiscal angle that I'm talking about. Do you know why the advanced economy are not doing that? Because already they are advanced already. That is why when they have inflation in the economy, the first thing they raise interest rates and they start firing people. And you know why the advanced economy will just respond and we pretend that nothing is happening? Because they have a mechanism to respond, like social insurance, like employment insurance.
Can I say my own now? Can I go ahead?
I get solution, but you decided to say I no solution.
You will talk.
Could be 5 hours.
So you see, you just said something now. Which Tinubu already, they said it in their federal executive meeting they had some few days ago, that small businesses, that you know them now, they only just announce things, we don't see the implementation. But let's just assume that whatever he said is going to happen is going to happen. What I'm about to say now. He said they're going to give tax break to the people. Even with that, even at that, it's still not going to work. Because you see, you're comparing, for your information, so that you know, here in America, they still give tax break to businesses. Federal does it, state does it, even jurisdiction, that is locality, they do it. Local government here, they do it. If you have to open a business in the locality, and that area, they tax businesses, they'll give you tax break on it. Not just federal, state, and local, they'll give you tax break. Despite their own interest is not as high as Nigeria, they're still giving you tax break. So I don't even know, but yes, I agree with you that could be a way to go about it. And already Tinubu has said he's going to do it. The last Federal Executive Council, they did it about 4 days ago. They mentioned it. So my point is that even at that would not even suffice to really bring about some kind of growing the economy, because that is strangulating already. Who's going to borrow money at that rate? But I will
use when I was in Nigeria, I was working with one company, and when we get a contract, most time we often go to this finance house, and that was the first time I would go to First City Monument Bank, and that time this Owolu is the director. That he's the one that gave us the loan. Actually, if you go to the commercial bank, I think they gave us the loan at the rate of 35% at that time. It's years back, in which we have to pay the money back in space of maybe 3 or 4 or 5 months. I've forgotten. So what the government is doing now, having tax incentive for multinational corporation is good. And I think in Nigeria, even the tax net does not cover a wide range of people. How many people even pay tax in Nigeria, actually? And at the end of the day, if you are not employing more than 50 or 100 people, they won't tax you heavily in Nigeria. It's a very good opportunity for SME to grow in Nigeria. And that's why the country accounts for about 65% of business in Nigeria are entrepreneurs. So, because most of them, they don't pay tax. So and apart from that, it's a fertile ground for opportunity, because Nigeria have a lot of opportunity in every field of human endeavor. If you try to do business in Nigeria and probably find a way to manage it, you'll be successful. But if you are telling me that Nigeria does not have opportunity, that it's only America that is opportunity, forget you. America is a developed country. It's even very difficult for you to break into the system, because you are competing with with big guys there. Even as an entrepreneur in America, it's not easy. Like even here,
don't talk of something you don't know. Don't talk about him more. So you
they were quiet there. No quiet in back was so.
Don't give wrong information. What you don't know, you don't
I'm
know.
not giving wrong information.
Because you said that America here you have to compete. No, I don't have to compete. If you have your own business
niche. Are you a business? Are you an entrepreneur in America?
The right question will be entrepreneur here.
The right question will be: are you or are you not? Like from what I heard from you,
I am.
You are. Okay, but every time you have been talking here, you are always giving us that you work in this field, you work in that field, you work in that position.
What you don't know.
Let me conclude. Let me conclude. So, lady law, from today now, you are jack of everything. You have everything in your hand. You are working for government. You have been a project manager. You are also an entrepreneur.
Can you just go straight to the point? Go straight to the point. Don't use me as your talking point. Just go straight to what you want to talk. Don't use me.
Okay. What I want to because you interject. If you don't interject, Matic conclude what sense. What I want to say is that you mentioned your brother that lost his job. Losing a job, that does not mean the end of the world. Everybody have experience of life, even in abroad.
This is not the end of
Let me finish now. I pity your brother, but it doesn't mean that he should not lift his head up. I don't know whether he's a married man, and he cannot depend on people or family to continue to fend for him every time. Every situation a man finds himself, you have to find a way to wriggle out and start something afresh. If such a thing happened to your brother, first, it's regrettable. Nobody wish everybody should lose their job. But it's not the only one. I have people close to me too that something like that happened to them. And they find a way to get another job. In the same country where you guys are saying there's no job, some people are also finding job. In the same country you are saying is so terrible, some people are building property. Some people are acquiring more property. In the same country where there's no opportunity, some people are making it. Why some are not? The same thing goes all around.
How many are these people that are making it, are getting a job?
This is not about how many. I don't know how. I don't know. Please, can you
want to sell this Yagbado man? You want to sell it and it's falling and
this is not selling. This is not selling.
That's what you're doing. You're trivializing it like
this is not selling.
Remy, let me ask Rational Mind one question. Do you know that? No, let me just ask you a question. Remy, we continue. Do you believe there are serious and critical problems in Nigeria?
There are what? Sorry, I'm sorry.
Do you believe there are critical and huge problems in Nigeria?
There are problems in Nigeria. There's always been problems even before Tinubu came. Yeah.
Okay. Do you believe that problems
Tinubu made it worse?
Wait now. Do you believe that problems create opportunity?
Thank you.
But when I told you there are opportunities in Nigeria, you said no. Problems create opportunities. You can't just move around it.
Let me go and sleep. Let me go and sleep.
So that I can let me conclude.
All right. Good night, everyone. See you later.
Let me conclude. I will conclude this way. Where you see no opportunity, many people will see opportunity and they will grab it.
You go there, Osala see Finland, Osala see China, Osala see Finland. Nigeria. Go fight for opportunity. People here, any mama, any sort buruku
always this Jackie on sort of this. At the end of the day, where move Finland or America or anywhere between some people use the opportunity to invest in their country also. It's a way of life. And when you talk about migration, migration it has been happening for a long time. So you can't stop people from migrating. Some people stay put, they never migrate to anywhere, and they're even better than me and you. In terms of everything. They're in that Nigeria.
One like it.
No. No, you are nobody. I also am nobody.
Nobody.
What are resources? Only entrepreneur. You work for government. You are an agent. You are FBI. You are JSM.
Anybody do Oman go petty sometimes. You go petty sometimes.
You walk go mango petty, toba go petty.
Mango petty. Or suppositions going to make sense. Some people are better than you in Nigeria. Some people are better. What the cap? What the F are you?
Is that not true?
Come on, I'm not here. I'm not here to ask you who is better, who is not better.
We're
talking about the economic realities of that country. What is the economic realities of our people? What is the economic reality of our people?
Okay. To hit the nail on the head. I told you, I gave you a figure. Go and check it. I said,
what figure? But you probably want introduce the
just keep quiet for a while and let us. I told you that more than 65% of our people are entrepreneurs. Yeah. I told you that. And if you go to Nigeria today, you will see a lot of people setting up small kiosks or shop doing small business.
Can you
okay, so you pay Ogolo are petty thing. You don't want me to talk, and you're talking like talking back every time.
Oh, where is the small business you're talking about?
You don't want me to talk. Can't you just for God's sake? I told you more than 60% of Nigerians are entrepreneurs. And if you go to all major city or town, everywhere in Nigeria, you will see them doing service, maybe selling stuff or whatever. The problem we have is that we are not productive in terms of manufacturing sector like before because of our mismanagement over the years. And because of that, and because of what happened globally also affect Nigeria, which is not a planned economy. Even the planned economy, it affected them more. Talk less of an economy that was not planned at all. With all our mismanagement and all of this, what you have done. But does it stop people that are looking for opportunity? They cannot get that opportunity. There is a lot of opportunity in that country if you look inward. And let me tell you the truth. I don't know, majority of Nigeria, or let's say some Nigerians that are abroad, immediately they make their money, they find something to invest in Nigeria that will give them returns on their investment. And I know that with the little money they invest in Nigeria, if they want to invest it in America, Finland, Australia, they cannot get that kind of return. I know what I'm talking about. I know what I've done that yield me that kind of return. If you are not doing that, talk to your people to give you advice or suggestion how to go about it. So what I'm trying to say, I'm just countering when you said there's no opportunity in Nigeria. I'm trying to say there is tons and tons of opportunity in Nigeria. Our father do the same thing. They did the same thing, and they get a lot of returns. Except I don't know whether your father did not do that. So if you learn from your parents or from people around you, that country have enough opportunity, because I always believe in one thing. If there is a moat in a place, that is a place where you have to invest. But if everywhere is shining like a glass, then I'm not saying you cannot invest there, but the return you get there will be much more far way lesser. I'm talking about
Remy, if we have tons and tons of opportunity as you are mentioning, why are Nigeria running out of that country?
What I mean by okay, I will answer you this question.
If there are opportunity, why are we in abroad? Why can't we stay in our country?
Let me answer your question. First and foremost, roughly the total population. I want to. Should I answer a question? If you want to answer it, you can go ahead and answer it. If you don't want me to talk, I begin to share now. So so there are more than estimates, more than 160 million population in like just say estimate more than 160 million. If you calculate the numbers of people that are outside, the total Nigeria that are outside, I don't think we are up to 5 or 10 million. And the same place you are also living in the United States of America, as prosperous as America is, we still have chunks of America all over the globe looking for opportunity.
Anecdotes.
Sorry. So when you look at it overall, majority of Nigeria are still living in Nigeria. Sorry. Half of the population of 160 million, 80 million to push around out. And I will tell you why I said there's opportunity. When you go back to Nigeria, if you often go back to Nigeria, check around your neighborhood. See whether the way you live them is the same way they have been in the last 22 years or 3 years, especially where you build your property. Check the neighborhood. Check you around you. Are you telling me the same Lagos that you have left for 20 or 25 years? Is it the same way Lagos?
City developing and they go in and develop.
I feel like that. America ti wo wa, show non develop papa.
Sorry. Make sense. America you see, excuse this clueless leaders that you have in that country. I mean, when Buhari was there, with the former journalist here, to just spokesperson, don't worry, Nigerians are very they like to see things done quickly. What Buhari is doing, it's going to be a long time. But we know the same you people that are defending Buhari let one defend to amazing. No, actually, defend it. You know, you cannot plant a àgbàdo today and expect it to germinate today. Mama, Sherry. Sherry, people. But Mama, she don't 40 years. When 80 years. I mean, she won't be shape with Nigerians. Come on, review. On people
in time of difficulty like this, where opportunity might open.
I mean, people think.
Nigeria.
One like Nigeria, law. You see? So I just don't. I wonder. People, people, you know. People don't want people that you want. You're living life the way you should live life, but you want something less for our people back home. You know, people policy it's just America to develop none.
You have been in America for how many years? Because then Rosin, blah 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 blah.
Àwẹ̀ farabalẹ̀ tó fẹ́ gbọ́rọ̀ ni màá sọ̀rọ̀ fún lẹ́nu. Amẹ́ríkà ti mọ̀ lẹ́nu. Ohun tí mo ti ní farabalẹ̀ now. I came to this country with Ekpini. Ekpini, right? Me wants the country. But I'm big now in this country. This country made me what I am. Not my own country.
Big as in what? Show mayor on your body governor.
Okay. Only more.
No, now.
Don't worry. I won't bet speaker. So I'm a funny.
Your type is lousy mouth.
It's okay. Go and sit down, my friend. Go and sit down. All I'm just trying to tell you is this. All I'm trying to tell you is this, Farabale. America has given me what my own country that was born never gave to me. That's what I'm saying to you. There's a lot of opportunities here. My children, everybody, we had opportunities here. They are living their life. My grandkids are having their best time of their life here. If I were to be in Nigeria, who knows where I would have been? But I'll be a bridge. So the
my grandchildren are okay. My children are okay.
I
was expecting you to tell me. I was expecting to tell me, oh, I am the CEO of a blah 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 company. I was expecting you to tell me this is what I've done in my community. I will never expecting you to be like I am mayor.
I won't be speaker. I won't want people to blow trumpet.
National mic. I give it to you. What you are saying. Àgbàlagbà tó ń parọ́.
Odidi Rufai Oseni is I put it to you. I mean,
no, kò matter sí mi now. This is normal life. Àwọn grandchildren dàgbà. Ṣé wọ́n ní dàgbà? Grandchildren dàgbà.
Farabalẹ̀. My brother, what I have achieved. Oh my goodness. It's okay. Let me know. I don't know blow trouble. You can understand. I have achieved a lot that if it is stage more alive with me, if I even sit down, I will eat till I die. I don't have to sweat.
Shut it down.
Yeah. I will eat till I die. I will sweat.
Glory to God for that. Okay, that at least you are able to
my point is this: I have lots of opportunities here.
So you know what? You know why I asked you that question? Because talk is cheap. Talk is cheap.
Everybody
right? Can say whatever they want. And to be in government, if you have never been in government,
because I've not been in government. So come and see what
let me. Oh, sorry, one more thing.
Go on.
Sometimes with age, and you fair listen to. We're not booing no Agbalagba to be a told. So in short, what I'm just trying to say is this. You are right, the country is in a mess. You are right, we are not a prosperous or developed country. And those countries where we are here today, it takes them long years too for them to arrive at wherever they are today. It's not, even at us today, in the so-called developed country, they still have their own trouble in which they are dealing with year in, year out. They have not even found solution to it. Where you also see some example of some smaller countries that have been a success. 30 years ago, who know all these Arab Gulf countries? But they turn things around. Fine, Nigeria, we have been there for a long time. We didn't turn things around, but that does not mean that we are also not developing. It might be slow, but we have seen so many things that happen in that country. So every time you come here, you guys, you condemn your country, you condemn your leader, or blah, blah, blah. To me, leaders come, leaders go. If you have another leader that you also like, who knows? Maybe the way you are talking will be different. Nobody knows. So at this particular junction, we find ourselves, we know the country is in a mess. The only thing is that we find solution. And we will keep on pushing. The people in government, if they hear us, and if they can turn things around, that would be good for the country. So, but some people, it's not because you are in abroad or something like that. To buy abroad, make a be a solid now. everybody knows Ibito Shewa. And Ibito, they were not, no matter what happened, they know they have their record in their hand. So sometimes, I'm not saying you should not criticize, but sometimes just have a balanced view sometimes. So, I don't mean very much. No, need all about bashing all on as usual.
So no, leave that over me. Mama bash you, I'm bash you, you problem, you for me. The thing is, bash on bash you because I'm bash on because of their criminality and the wasting of our lives, our time. People's lives at stake.
But they are not wasting your own life now. You already said you are late. Everything is fine for you.
They are wasting my life.
What to be a again?
Farabale. The reason why I would never want to put my major investment in that country is because of all this crap. I could easily put investment in my own little way and employ maybe 1 or 2 or 3 people that will turn their life, I'll touch their life that way. But I cannot because of these criminals. I've tried many times to open business there. Everything flop.
Really?
What is wrong?
Only you? What about other people?
Here you go again.
No. I asked a question. Question will be lower.
I am speaking for myself. I don't know about you.
Ṣebí Rẹ̀mí náà dá trucking company sílẹ̀ tó yẹ kó wọ́n jẹ́ iléeṣẹ́ ẹ̀rùn ni ló tó sá lọ.
Stop for me now.
Wọ́n ta truck ẹ̀ gan pàápàá.
Does this stop me from doing another one? Babajale kò gbé bẹ́ẹ̀ sọ̀rọ̀ yìí náà. Ṣé bẹ́ẹ̀ náà ní bíkẹ́sì náà?
Ó lóun sọ pé òun ò ṣe mọ́. Rẹ̀mí, you told us here now.
I'm right about that one, but you might diversify now. Because stop me.
Oh, diversify.
Kò diversify, ó sá lọ, ó sọ pé òun ò ṣe mọ́.
Ṣé àwọn people ẹni wọ́n máa ń dùn ọmọ wa bíbá ọmọ bẹ̀rẹ̀ sí máa promote the country tó gbádùn. Kí ló ṣe wọ́n fi ṣe yín?
Wo ni ò gbà? Torí nǹkan tó sọ pátápátá, gbogbo nǹkan tó sọ pátápátá, ó mẹ́rin pa mí ni because agenda.
Ẹ̀yin máa pa ẹ́ náà ni. Ó wá máa rẹ́rìn náà ni. Ẹ̀yin ló máa rìn ni.
Ó ní luck láti rí ìfà system ni tó sanwó fún.
That is it.
Ìfà system lórí ìfà ni.
Mo wà lucky àbí?
Irú ẹ̀yin báyìí.
Àwọn tó ń lucky.
You are not hard working.
Balẹ̀ náà yẹ ká bẹ́ẹ̀ sọ̀rọ̀. Àwọn tó ń lucky. Kágbé mi náà mo lucky. Bóyá mo bá máa sun abẹ́ bíríìjì ìjọra kan sùn mẹ́rin. Ibẹ̀ máa bí gbogbo ọmọ mi kú.
Ìgbà Libya wọ American ṣe bó ra tíkẹ́ẹ̀tì American. Ìbò fly wọ bẹ̀ ni.
Mo gba Libya wọ America mi.
Tó lọ káwọ́ sókè. Tó káwọ́ sókè ni.
Mo fẹ́ bèrè, ẹ̀yin guys ṣe rí the video that are coming from Morocco on Nigerians on black people don't pa on Moroccan police. Have you seen that video? Very gory. Very, very gory videos. Come and see blood. On stack on be like come on. I have the video here. It's so gory. This Moroccan police, the way they were just beating and they just injured and killed some of them. Black people. I don't know if the world is seeing what is going on. And these are people who are trying to escape from their various countries. And I'm sure Nigerians are there. Who knows, maybe people that you and I will know.
Is it a recent video?
I don't know how recent it is, but I saw it somewhere on the platform.
Actually, to be frank, all those, I'm sorry to say this,
we go again.
Arab
we go again.
They are very racist. Sometimes the way they treat black is not good, especially all those Middle East countries, including all those some of these countries, not Africa as well. But unfortunately, sometimes our boys also want to take the long road because of so many reasons. Because some people believe that once to batty deal in Gobayo, so me government lumogo down by me. She was manageable. But everybody with their own reason for Japa. And Japa will continue everywhere in the world. I remember when I was in Shanghai, but America should do too. Most of my colleagues, they are more than 15. They are all 13 are American. The rest, the 2 of them are British. Why I thought Duke was American? So immigration, it does not seclude anybody. Anybody have to people go out for various reasons. It can be for love, it can be for work, it can be for anything. So for Nigerians or other African countries looking to better their life, at least we have seen a lot of cases that some people have a good job in Nigeria and they sold everything and they moved to Canada and the rest. Why? They have their own reasons. And when they got there, some of them smile. I have somebody that is close to me. Her husband is working with NMP, with an oil company in Port Harcourt. They are very wealthy. Today they're in Canada. So what is the reason for him to leave that job and then move to Canada? I don't know. I don't know why they take that decision. So
it's for the same reason like we're talking about.
No. What I'm trying to, you cannot say it's one reason.
There is no future, my brother. That's the problem.
I'm telling you the truth.
There is no future. There is no future.
There is no future.
There is no future.
Remy, are we better? Are we better off today than we were like 8 years ago?
As of where we're better.
In terms of what? Maybe you can break it.
No, economic well-being of the people, are we better off today than 8 or 9 years ago?
Of course, we are not better off. You are right. But if you want to look at it in totality, when has that country really enjoyed the wealth of that nation? When? Because I remember in the 1980s, we also suffered a lot. I was still in Nigeria. I don't know about rational mind. In the 1980s.
Then number 2 question, Tim of February is this: are we on? Are we heading in the right direction? For a better future.
Personally, for me, I will say that there's some reform that this guy is doing that is good for that country. They might not perfect it. It might not be good now, but who knows? It might turn out good for the country in the future.
I agree with you. There are some the CNG stuff. If they can really implement that thing very well, effectively, yes, it can turn out to be. It can be an alternative.
A very good alternative. Like we are talking now.
You talk about CNG.
You know,
CNG tons, where is the gas?
So you are talking about CNG.
No, rational man won't open up our station to convert
for commercial vehicle. You get your once they test your vehicle and they give you that starter pack, and then when it's your turn, you take your car.
It's free. It's free.
Commercial anywhere in Nigeria. That one.
That one is good.
They also roll out a lot of buses that are CNG compliance. There's one Dana Motors in Lagos. That one is already started rolling it out. It's the same thing with Innocent. But the capability of Innocent, how many buses can he produce? If he opens his new facilities that is about to open soon, before the end of the year, then we'll be able to know how many buses can he manufacture in a year. So if they push all those one out to Nigeria, and they also give option to private people. If you want it, you pay 250,000, and then they can convert it for your vehicle. That is an alternative. The beauty of it is this: I know the country is in pain. Everybody knows the truth. We are not shying away from it, but all hands must be on deck. So the way we criticize him, I listened to Emeka now. Emeka criticized him heavily on the interest rate, and Kolata was not satisfied with some of the ministers. So everybody have a right to say whatever they want. But that country, for now, there's some reform that is good. There's some reform that we are not seeing result. So I hope I've answered your question.
Anyway, one
thing I know is this: in the lifetime of an individual, one thing for me is this: complain. If you complain too much, you will not make an headway in life. Everybody, whether you are a politician or you're a leader or whatever, everybody find a way to progress in life one way or the other. So even when there's nothing,
my reason for complaining is to wake our people up.
No,
that
you are
in the
not.
next, in the
You are
next
not.
election, hold on, hold on. That's my own view. That's my own view. In the
Yeah,
next
that's
election,
what I want to say.
if our
Yes.
people are listening, you understand that these people don't mean well for you. Vote them out in the next election. Do not give them a chance.
Okay, so that is
Yeah.
the. So that is
goal.
the. Okay,
That's my
fine.
goal.
I want to even put you on the spot, and I want you to answer with honesty. You like Peter Obi? Yes or no? You prefer him, right?
You see.
No. I just asked you a simple question. Then I'll ask the second question.
I've said it before. I lean towards him.
It's the same thing.
If he does crap, hold on, I make answer your question. If he does crap, the same way that Tinubu is doing right now, I'll be the first person to talk. That's why I don't pedestalize him. I don't come here and say, "Oh, Obi is our savior," like some people do. No, I don't do that. I believe that.
You never hear me that I say Tinubu is my savior too.
Yeah, some of you sure sound like it.
You know one thing. It's easier said that these leaders are terrible. Vote them out. The voting people in or out depends on the electorate. The Edo State governorship election, whether you like it or not, they voted for their candidate, and that is their preferred choice. That is what we call democracy. The majority carried the day.
For information, nobody voted for APC. Don't
that is a lie.
They rigged the election.
When they get to court of law now,
the election.
You will see that they voted for the guy. When they get to
I hear you. The way they voted for Yetola, what was it? So Yetola before they move him, right?
I will bring out 2023 to you. Remember
the same way they did Oyetola.
When they start
when
the guy won, they go to court of law. You fought saying, one military might take over. And you lost out.
Like military might take over.
Because support him, be by.
They
lost out. Oh, they lose out. Oh, lose out.
No, military might take over.
You said it.
Okay, the second one prefer. But she will ball and me military might take over.
Sobe.
Sobe.
Sobe. I know what if you got Sobe. More propaganda. Okay, in a nutshell,
purọ́ mọ́ national man lójú ẹ̀ bá ṣe purọ́ mọ́ Jesus Christ. Bá ṣe purọ́ mọ́ Jesus Christ wọ́n ní wọ́n purọ́ mọ́ wọ́n ṣèké mọ́ wọ́n purọ́ mọ́ lójú korojú wọ́n ní ó ní kó má gbowó orí mọ́.
Your rational mind tó bá ti lọ sí kò má ti sùn lérè o wọ́n máa gbé àmúti fèsì ẹ̀lẹ̀ so wọ́n máa gbé tó bá ti lọ sí kò yà jẹ́ ní àmúkòkò àbí àmúwọ̀dọ̀fin tó máa ń gbé kó wá dé síbẹ̀ má lọ sínú ilé rárá àtọ̀.
ọmọ sáfẹ́jọ́.
No, ó ṣe bí national national kan ní Adigunle
mo sáfẹ́jọ́ ni.
Àwọn èèyàn ìlàjẹ́ pọ̀ lájégúnlẹ̀ ibẹ̀ ló máa lọ.
Wọ́n ti fẹ́ bá yín clean up Ajégúnlẹ̀ sí o Lagos State fẹ́ clean up.
Rational mind ó pariwo wọ́n fẹ́ gbalẹ̀ yìí nìyẹn o wọ́n fẹ́ gbalẹ̀ yìí ni o.
Wọ́n fẹ́ gbalẹ̀ yìí.
Wọ́n fẹ́ gbalẹ̀ yìí.
Ṣé kò tó wà bẹ̀ káwọn tẹ̀ ń gbalẹ̀ yìí wọ́n dẹ̀ ń ṣe town planning one plan
wọ́n dẹ̀ develop ẹ̀.
Wọ́n develop at least you know. Yes. Wọ́n wèrè yìí wọ́n kàn ń gbà wọ́n tà fúnra wọn ni.
Wọ́n tà ní ó lè ní wọ́n.
Wọ́n tà fúnra wọn ni.
Ẹ̀yìn gbogbo ayé àtọ̀run ni wọ́n.
Fẹ́ tàbí gbogbo àwọn fèsì máa ṣe sùn tẹ̀ ń gbé ní Ajégúnlẹ̀ yẹn lọ ẹ jẹ́ kán kọ́lé gidi síbẹ̀ náà.
Àní kọ́kọ́ máa kọ́lé síbẹ̀ but the point is I mean ẹ ṣe town planning ẹ create pipe borne water wọ́n ṣe borehole ẹ create kí orúkọ ẹ̀ sewer fún àwọn utilities tó máa gbómi wọlé tó máa jẹ́ kí àwọn excretors kó máa jáde kó máa gbanú pipe jáde lọ sí reservoir kan that is town planning tá à ń sọ nìyẹn tó bá possible electricity gan ẹ gbégbá ilẹ̀ ẹ má gbégbá orí feeder pillar mọ́ ìdíkọ́ tá à ń sọ náà nìyẹn bọ́ irọ́ ni wọn ní ẹ bá ṣe ọkọ̀ fẹ́ gbalẹ̀ ni ọkọ̀ wọn á tún tà fún ara wọn
rational mind. America tó wà yẹn ó ti kò jẹ́ kó mọ levels pé country.
ṣe ń gbọ́rọ̀ so àwọn èèyàn wọn náà wọn àgbáyé gidi.
One wá gidi but in tó ń sọ yẹn it doesn't come cheaply now. All those things like
ọ̀rọ̀ yín máa ń sùn.
sùúrù way is not good but you are not just being practical. You understand what I'm
okay. Pipe bomb water, ṣe practical. Ṣé wọ́n ṣe rí ni? Ṣé wọ́n gbé pipe bomb water wọlé? Ṣé pipe gba ìgbò wọlé? Nígbà tí wọ́n náà gbà. Ṣé wọ́n gbé pipe wọlé? Ṣé omi ò gbá pipe wọlé yàrá yín àbí gba wọlé yín? Báyà oko ọmọ oko ni ẹ́, báyà kókó ló dàgbà sí. Yá yẹn ló fà tó fi bọ̀ tó ń ṣẹlẹ̀.
Oko Ìlọrin.
Oko Ìlọrin.
Odò làwọn máa mú bẹ̀rẹ̀ àbájáde kòkó.
Omi odò lọ́wọ́ mú.
A máa lọ fi abọ́, a máa fi rí gbogbo àwọn ọ̀dọ́ tí omi yẹn a máa mú.
Ọ̀ṣun.
Bẹ́ẹ̀
lọ ti ń wẹ̀.
Láti Kwara inú odò àṣà ni àṣà láti nílò rẹ̀ kò ń ṣe kò ń ṣe
ọ̀rẹ́. Odò ni omi odò lọ́wọ́ mú tí wọ́n. Ó lè mọ pipe bomb water náà. Àwọn tá a gbé ìtọ́ àwa city boy ni. Àwa city boy làwa. Àwa ni the main city boy. Kò ṣe Tinubu yín ò ṣe city boy. Àwa city boy làwa.
I think you know all those things. Rational mind. I think we fail generally right from the beginning. Let me give you for example. There was a day I follow one of these Saudi guys into the desert. Come and see what these guys have already put in those deserts. They were put road where there is no single house. Put road, put electricity, everything is there for the expansion of the city. You understand? But kini awashi, even when we think that we have the money, do we really plan? You understand? I think our problem, the only reason why I can be supporting Tinubu is that Nigerians now want to put all the problem of the country on this guy, as if we don't know that the country has been a problem for decades. Even if you listen to that, what is it called? And that interview that Dangote granted that blowback. We were saying it, and we have seen clips of even fuel scarcity even in the 70s. Fuel scarcity in Nigeria even in the 70s. To me, I don't know. We have gotten it wrong long time ago. But maybe because we were sleeping, we don't actually recognize what is happening. We are not futuristic, and is to build that country today. Is all this small money that we are talking about. Nigeria took a loan of $1 billion and 2 billion, 6 billion. What you are living in US? What can that one do for a country of the size and population of Nigeria? And we are expecting too much. To me, we are expecting too much from that country. Unless maybe if we can use our resources, increase our revenue, but with all this petty money, National Assembly, and they have a budget of 300 billion. How much is that one in dollar? And that one, what can that one move in that country? That is the way I reason about that. Nigeria is too poor for the kind of expectation Nigerians are having. The only thing we focus on, our leaders are chief.
Even though but at least this our I need. Why don't you manage what we have? You want to lose something, but you can manage Undani. Why can't you manage what we have? That little money.
Do you believe that even the revenue that we have now, even with our population, is far less than what we used to have in the 70s and the early 80s? The money that Nigeria has now is less than what we used to have. And look at our
also. Thank you for example.
You said what?
Before you go, hold on. Before you go further, when Babangida was there, even as far as Abacha,
the annual budget. I know we can debate that because maybe the population then was not as what we have today. But I'm saying it was in the billions. It was like in around the 10 billion, 5 billion was the budget of Nigeria. But today we're talking about 22 trillion, 28 trillion naira.
Yeah, why are you talking from both sides of your mouth? What is the value of the money now?
Okay, yeah, you go now. So what's the value of the money, right? What's the
No,
value of
so
the money?
no. Let me ask you now. If we talk about 20 trillion now today, can you compare it with 15 billion of let's say 20 years ago?
So, but whose fault is that? Who devalued the naira?
Forget about fault. Forget about. Not about. I'm not like.
You cannot.
Leave that one. We are talking about money now. The value of the money that we have.
Ask them the 1.5 billion they are subsidizing the naira against the dollar. Ask him that question. Shekashi must subsidize London. Sorry. The truth is,
I'm not even going to that. It shouldn't change the well, I'm talking about the revenue. You are looking at the trillion, and then you want to share. Why are you taking me to that one? What kind of comparison are you making, national mind?
Because you said our revenue. Because back then, hold on. Back then, revenue, most of the budget, it comes from what they get from the revenue. Yeah, but today, they don't even get revenue. They borrow money to augment the budget. Most of the budget money we got then back then was from the revenue. Maybe they only borrow maybe like 20-something% of the
you are
money.
supporting my point. Is that what you are supporting?
Hold on. I get you. That's yes. But my point is this: is that whose doing was that? It's not all the bad policy of APC that he himself.
Forget about national mind. Forget about
Okay, go on, Mongo. Go on.
Forget about party. If you don't say PC, PDP. We all grew up in Nigeria. We know we stay. Even I can even say that I stay longer in Nigeria than you. We all know this thing that all this devaluation, whatever, is not something that started today. Now, why are you now looking as if as a APC that caused the wahala? We knew even what PDP did during their own regime. We knew what happened. We knew when it's not as if nobody.
You don't know what happened. You don't know what happened.
When they introduced SAP, wait. When they introduced SAP during Babangida regime, we knew how we started. How much was it that time? Before the military handover, how much was the naira to dollar? Every time the thing has been depreciating. You understand? So you cannot just come and be blaming that people whose fault. You can't blame. You can blame even the person that started it. Nobody blame him. Babangida that started the devaluation, nobody even mentioned his name in this equation. Why are we doing this?
You want to know why we're doing this? Okay, let's fire about the episode. You see, the thing is this: we're very good at this comparison, trying to shift blame, the way the APC blame the people that were before him. This one too is can I
now, let me ask you this. So the problem that we have in Nigeria, the Nigerian situation now is APC that caused it.
Yeah, the one we have in recent times is APC. Hold on now, Nigeria. Hold on.
Because I knew that you didn't left Nigeria during the time of APC.
No, Farabale. I was in Nigeria.
Nigeria was left. Nigeria would have left. Only God knows how many decades ago. Nigeria was good. That was why he left.
Farabale. Sure, what you can so if interjecting me. My point is this.
Even that past, it was not in the first one I witnessed was even in the 80s. Oh, this Jackpot thing that we are talking about, and it was Nigeria good that time when Nigerians were leaving the country.
Nigerians they've been jackpotting a long time, but the magnitude. Hold on, the magnitude we're seeing. The rate.
Can you hear me?
We can hear you.
Yes,
we can hear you, but let me land.
Yeah, Ajalecuco left in 1842 before the British came. So I don't know if it counts.
Yeah. So my point is this. You see, we've overflogged this thing. And I think I have to go to bed very soon. My point is I'm trying to make here is this: is that You see, we try to make this, do this, what about? Let me use Thomas' word. What about? Well, in 1980, come on. We're not talking about, that's not what we're talking. We're talking about in recent times. These people are worsening our problem. All in the guys that, oh, we want to make your tomorrow better. We've had this rhetoric.
That's not my. That's not. Okay.
We had this rhetoric under Bubu. When his idiots, his attack dogs, they will come online and his attack dogs online, and even his old people that work in Nassau Rock there, like Gbajabiamila and Ele to put it on Yoruba, no one back, that was so they will call us Nigerians are too desperate. Nigerians are not patient. I beg you, Gaba Shehu.
Atọ́lọ́mọ Yorùbá yẹn ọmọ Yorùbá wo ni.
Tó wà ní Aso Rock spokesperson ní sọ bí o dárúkọ tó bá dẹ̀ wọ́n dárúkọ bàbá kínní ẹ̀wọ́ ló mọ yẹn bàbá kan porúkọ ẹ̀ tó parọ́ yẹn information minister ẹ̀wọ́ náà lọ bọ̀ náà ìsàbí. But my point is this, is that the same rhetoric that we had then, oh, Buhari is making your life better for tomorrow, he's planning for tomorrow. What do you not hear from these idiots? But what they left there today now, we are hearing of all the shenanigans they do. This one too will finish.
But we are seeing some pocket of result. Look at our excellent result. Just jump to
leave that one. Let me leave that one. Let him conclude. Leave that one.
What result is going to see on that?
That's what that we are seeing that can change that country. Just forget about it. Now there is nothing. Let him just finish.
Yeah, you see, you people can come here and be doing all this 1980 Nigeria was not better, 1985 that is it. The point is this, is that Nigerians are worse off today than they were anytime in that history of that country. And
let me ask you this. No, just wait. Let me ask you this. Was there any time, just be sincere to yourself, that you look back and you say, okay, this time around Nigerians were better than before? Was there any time in Nigeria that you can see Nigeria was better than before? Just be sincere with yourself.
Pre-2015, Nigerians were better off than what it is today.
Before in 2012,
under Buhari, Nigerians are better off than what it is.
We are making comparison now. Under Jonathan, let me ask you, under Jonathan, can you see Nigerians were better under Jonathan than under Obasanjo?
It keeps getting worse and worse.
Exactly, that's what I'm telling you.
Now, hold on. You see, here we go. You want to excuse your clueless.
I'm not excusing. Let me tell you, if we don't address, let me tell you, if all of us did not address and wait and say, start not be putting one blame on. Why are we looking back every time and say this situation? As bad, let me tell you this, as bad as even the way we painted Buhari regime, you can even say even Nigerians were better under Buhari than the present condition that we have now.
There you go.
You understand? And the issue is, the question we're supposed to ask, why is it always like this? Why are we always having our situation is getting worse year by year, day by day, minute by minute, second by second?
We addressed it before. We say the way Nigeria is constituted, the way Nigeria is structured, we're not going to go anywhere with it. We already said it before now. We said it, we argue that here. But the general point I'm making here is that the same person that says he has a solution, he said he was going to repeat, he's going to start from where the Buhari stopped, right? This is the same person when Buhari was there. The same people that were Cardoso today was in a sense, he was attacking Buhari today. And they made a mess. Kenya Agboleni knew Badu at the other people, even this guy, Wale Edun. What did you want to hear from them? They were castigating the previous administration before that, which was their own same APC. This same Tinubu was telling Buhari to print more naira, to go and borrow more money. So what was the policy that, what are they trying to say that Buhari did not do? This Buhari, when Nigeria was during that COVID, Tinubu was telling Buhari to print more naira. He told him. So what is it? What is it is different? So if Tinubu can be telling him back then that go and borrow more money or print more naira, so why are you not castigating him today for mismanaging the economy that you inherited from him? So that's the point. So I don't know what you people don't get about this.
I did not know when.
Go and read it. Here we go again.
That's not question. We supposed to be, why is our problem devise all economic situation? We know even in America, when you live there, they print dollars. You understand? They print dollars. So our whole, I don't. It's like we need to just sit down and look at what is the problem with our country. Let me tell you, and you said it, you even said this morning, that even whoever you bring, whether Peter Obi or we will go and bring a Messiah. I don't think that's with the way Nigeria is now. Even bring Trump, bring any, they cannot fix that country. They cannot fix that country.
So Simba, what do you think to do? Because you have been talking about problem, issue. What can we do to find solution to some of these problems?
The problem is beyond what we can talk about right now, because I want to go to bed.
You cannot solve all the problem. Just give us some simple
issue. Let me tell you, Nigerians are Nigerians' problem, and let me tell you the reason. One of the reasons. Let me tell you, we are the ones sabotaging even the effort of our government. Nigerians, all our resources that are being stolen, is the Nigerians that conspire for those resources to be stolen. They talk about cabals, the so-called cabals, are they not Nigerian?
Guys, I'm fellow soon. I'm everybody.
Okay, Odaro. I watch you a so no, so it's almost 8 o'clock.
7 hours, no sorrow, non stop. Continue, Simba.
So if we really want Nigeria, let me tell you, can we really have a government that can be so brutal? You understand that? You know what? To me, what we need is that we need a government that will not look at everybody, that can straighten Nigerians. Everybody from the youngest to the oldest in that country.
Under democratic rule, where they will take you to court.
That's what I'm saying. Our politicians or our leaders need to come and beg for vote. And who will put that? Okay, if we want our vote, this is what we want.
Simba,
yes.
I was listening earlier on. You make a comment when you were arguing with Rational Mind and Ajale Kuku, that we Nigerians individually contributed to the problem of that country. And I'm here for it with you. I've said this example, I will say it again. One of my family member, her husband is like a manager in ITF. You know ITF in Akure?
Yes. Mm-hmm.
Yes. They are doing all this vocational study, carpenter, all this artisan job. This lady is a fashion designer. Her husband gets her his slot. He trained like 6 ladies for tailoring and stuff. At the day of the graduation, when they are giving them sewing machine,
are selling it.
They are selling it to Aboki at the center. They don't even take it.
They got free of radio.
They got free training, got free sewing machine, and they are selling it at the center to Aboki. Imagine that.
Thomas, Nigerians that complain is because the thing is not spreading to them. That's why they are complaining. The people that are looting that country now are far less than the people that are waiting to loot. Far less than people that are waiting to loot that country. If we like where I'm staying now, it's not. Let me tell you, every human being has the tendency to be corrupt. There is no play, even in America, even in the Middle East, everybody has
any country, anywhere. Yes,
that tendency. But if there is a punitive measure, that's what deter people from being indisciplined. You understand? Here, there's no time that their rulers will come and beg them for vote. or come and beg them for anything. You understand? If they catch you here, even ordinary street fight, you are going to be in jail. You understand? If you are if they catch you for corruption, if you escape, let me tell you the way they even do their own here. If you escape, they are going to take the whole of your family. They will take your wife, take your children. If you like, go abroad, go and stay there for your children, and your wife will not see the sun again. You understand? So deterrent, there's no deterrent in Nigeria, and that is why all of us are we are so rotten. And let me tell you, we are talking about institution. Who is the institution? Are they not people? Who run the
human being is our wife, is our brother, is our daddy, is our uncle, is they still among us?
You will see. I don't know why we always think that is our present political structure cannot give us a better governance, a good governance. We can't get it because the people there. Let go. If you are follow politician and go, when they are doing campaign, and they will go and visit the people in their villages and go and look at the demands that the Nigerian will be putting to them. It's not something that would benefit them as a common benefit. Like, okay, in our community, come and provide us with good hospital or good
individual problem.
Or individual problem. That's what they'll be putting to them. In fact, there was one of my friends told me that the first thing they said is that you should go and bring cow for them to slaughter and share meat.
Oh my God, cow.
Baby cow. And that is why when Baba will come and talk about somebody like Sowore and all those guys, Nigerians is not structured that way, and is not peculiar to Nigerians. Is a black mentality thing. Even one of my friends was telling me about Ghana that there was one politician's son that they arrested for drug trafficking, and now the guy is living in US now with another identity, and they thought that the guy is in jail. So I don't know. All these things that we just come and be wasting our time every day talking about policy. There's no policy in Nigeria that Nigeria will not find an antidote to, and they will not allow it to work.
So Simba, so
I'm listening, sir.
Your last statement now, there's no policy that that will work in Nigeria. So what are you? What does that mean for us as people?
I think the only solution, Baba, is what these people brought in 1983. That can go that route, that discipline, community measure for anybody that hails in that country. You understand? If there is no punishment, we continue all these our shenanigans. People will be stealing money, stashing money in their houses, and they will frustrate anything that anybody wants to bring into that country.
But that is what Shore is saying is going to do that.
But the Nigerians, are they ready? That is the question. Nigerians, even those people that used to pity and say Nigerians are they ready for change? Are Nigerians ready for change? You understand? That is it. To me, I've learned to actually struggle for myself and my family. It's not even doing it. I've learned that one right from the time I was growing up, that this country, the way we You see people defending. They come on the platform. We're talking about corruption. Meanwhile, when the thing is now affecting their people, they will now be saying, no, 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 no. Is it only one? You understand? What does that one mean to you, Babajale Koko? It's only that, okay, it's only when my chief is better than your chief, or you understand what I mean?
Yeah, that's the problem with us now. We don't. It
Nigeria.
is when we are feeling the heat that is when we
start lamenting.
Yeah, so we don't.
So, Babajale, to repeat, the cake is somewhere. Everybody just
We don't
slice it.
have that empathy.
When the cake now belongs to a one region, it's not by region. Ojúwa Majale. That is what I want to say. To bá tẹ́ pé region la wà ní wọn ní máa kó jẹ bẹ́ẹ̀ yẹn because tí mo pé owó Yorùbá ló wà ńbẹ̀ àbúrò Haúsá ló wà.
Yes. That's why. That's why we are calling for restructuring. Let them restructure that country. Kọ́níkálùkù control resources ẹ̀ ká máa bára wa jà ní region wa. Nǹkan tó dà nìyẹn.
You remember the day Manaviza asked a question? He said the Northerners, that if they are living alone as a country, if they are existing as a country alone, that can they present Atiku as their candidate? I feel this is the best person that we can present to rule our country. You understand that analogy? That even the Igbos, can they push Obi and say, okay, this is the best person that we are, or we are in the Southwest, we say, okay, the best person that can rule us is Tinubu. We are all doing this because we know that it's Nigeria. Nobody holds that country low. Even the poorest person in that country doesn't have any sense of belonging in that country to the richest of it. Everybody just doing it like, okay, whatever I can gain, let me gain. That is it.
And the political, the party structure, that we must have party cover everywhere before you can govern the place, or you must. I mean, Nigeria is too big to say, okay, one political party or two political party are only the one that have presence and structure everywhere. So for you to, I mean, for a political party to have such a base grounded around the country like that, it must be well funded. It must be well and strongly funded.
Where would the fund
who
come
are
from?
the people? And who are the people funding that party?
Exactly.
Are they funded by membership levy or contribution? Or how are those parties funded?
Individual that are funding the party, it's like they see it like a group, like a company that they invest and reap their their investment. It's because if you go to Nigeria now, if you see no party, no member of the party, they don't have any party levy. It's only when they need money that some people will bring big money. And if it's like an investment that they are doing, and then at the end of the day, the party is successful in an election, then they get their money back.
So that is where we got it wrong. When we have political party that have structure around the country, but yet is not funded by party membership, Ibi gbogbo ẹ̀ ti fọ́ lójú nìyẹn.
You find out how many people in Nigeria are even card carrying member of all these parties. You'll be based by, you see, in fact, they might not even up to 1 million that are card carrying. People they become card carrying member of a party just because they want to contest. And if I may ask you, do you know the reason why Babangida that time opted for two-party system, and then he adopted Dr. A4 for election?
That one, well, you know that Babangida is a very crooked man. He will present something that will look good, but the objective of what is presenting that look good will not actually bring anything good at the end of the day. It's a disaster that.
Is that why they call him Maradona?
That's why they call him Maradona. And why he was saying, oh, two-party, oh, we must bring people together, we must unite people, we must, we don't want a politics of tribal politics. Let us solidify this country, unity in diversity, all this fraudulent something. And all our people, our leaders then, like Bonagi and all the Ganifami, they were going against it. That no, you don't have the right to form political party. Government doesn't form party. Government does not fund party. Government does not do anything to institutionalize political party. It is the people.
All those parties that were in existence, and now said, look, the only two parties, it was one that formed both NLC and SDP that time.
So it was what Babangida left behind that we continue.
Oh, it should know for saying it. That's what I'm. That is the reason why I asked you this.
It was what he left behind.
Issue with
that
Nigeria.
We continue that let us have two parties that can cover everywhere. Though it's not funded by the party, but it's not funded by the military, the way military was doing. But now they continue in another way, being funded
we have only
in a more corrupt party.
It's not two parties corrupt fashion. Whether we like it or not, it's still two-party system.
We can't continue like this. I think look, ilé tẹ́ bá kọ́ tí foundation ẹ̀ ò strong, ó máa wó ni o.
Wọ́n ní ilé tá a fi tọ́mọ. Èrì, inú èrì náà pé èrì ló máa wo mist. That's what is going to blow the house.
Irú democracy wo leléyìí? And we are expecting, it's going to die. Ìtorí ẹni gbogbo ẹ ṣe ń rí rádúrádú tó, because nǹkan tó fi ṣèpìlẹ̀ṣẹ̀ irọ́, òjé, ìtànjẹ.
It's sad. Remind you, what was the sincerity even with Obasanjo? Though you say that because I hate Obasanjo, even between 76 and 79, when he handed over to, did he handed over to democratic system? When the people that are controlling that time say, okay, this is what the way we want you to do, and this is the person that we wanted you to hand over to. Is that not what happened? If you want to be sincere.
What did you say now?
He unpicked them by himself, okay?
What did you say? What did you say?
Ẹ̀mí gbọ́ yẹn nípa ló ti jẹ́ pọ́ bá Sánjọ́ mò ń sọ̀rọ̀ rẹ̀ nísìnyí.
Phone and crack. Phone and crack.
Voice and crack.
Phone and crack.
Actually, Obasanjo would have been the greatest Nigerian ever.
Kí ló yín sí Obasanjo say?
I said our second republic. Let us even forget about what happened in the first republic. I said our second republic between 1976. You know, Murtala came, and one of the reasons he gave, he said that because Gowon was not actually planning to hand over to civilian regime. That was mainly the reason he came that time. And immediately they killed him. They said, okay, Obasanjo said, okay, we'll continue what he wanted to do by handing over to civilian government. But what did he do? Provided us with a very solid democratic system. When he wanted to hand over, the people that are controlling him that time, they gave him to say, no, you must hand over to a northerner. And that was how that election went in 1979. You see all those litigation and everything that came up about it. You understand? So it has never been good.
So Simba, are you trying to say if Awolowo had been the president of that time, Nigeria would have turned around?
I'm not even talking about Awolowo, but that election, was it free and fair? No, it wasn't. And Obasanjo, he couldn't even have done otherwise because the people that they put behind, he couldn't have done otherwise. And that was because of
Obasanjo said he said it back then too, that the best candidate might not win now.
Exactly. And
he knew what he was gonna do. Yeah.
Served the interest of the North. And that was the reason why they also that was the reason why they also had that belief in him and came back 20 years later in 1999 again.
Yes. I agree with you.
To come and do the same thing.
The same bidding for one.
I'm not there to share again. The same thing again.
You know, share the same thing, no.
The same thing. No, they and pick your draft one. The same thing. No, they pacify it to work.
But power not to shift is not in Gbayan now.
I'm more. She call him me to better, to strong, to wire, to grab. She call him.
Show more replay. Show more replay. Show more replay.
Yeah, maybe it's network.
So when he was there, he picked the brother of his bosom friend, third one in military. Oh, my God, boy, sick. You
know, let me tell you, why did they even? Was he the right person to be picked that time? Why was he the one? You understand? But they knew that this guy, they trusted him. They knew that he will do their bid, and that was why they picked him. And if you see, okay, look at him. Even by 2003, when they were already using against him that okay, we made you president, but your region were not actually voting for you. He came and negotiated with all the AD governors, telling them, okay, you know, if you remember, are you hearing me?
Yeah, I'm listening.
Okay, if you remember in 1999, governorship election was if they had that election first before presidential election. Because if you remember, Atiku had already won governorship election in Adamawa State. He was already a governor before he chose him as his vice. Do you understand what I'm saying?
Yeah, I know.
In 2003, when he now wanted to do his Maradona thing to get to swoop the whole of Southwest for PDP, he came and discussed with the AD governors, all the AD governors. Let us do it like this. If you people voted for me during the presidential election, then by the time it becomes governorship election, we'll return all of you. Do you understand? He now the election calendar that presidential election, it was one that changed it to now. Before it used to be governorship election that they usually come first to. He now changed it, so the presidential election took place first, and immediately he won. He now went against the agreement, and that was how the PDP just won all the governorship election except Tinubu that did not agree with him. And this same person that would not say it's government, those are the people. Obasanjo is one of the person. In fact, is one of the major person that ruined that country. And then up to now, we still be writing paper, he be writing letter, writing this, jumping up and down. Ẹni tó yẹ kó ti lọ sinmi kó tiẹ̀ gbẹ́nu ẹ̀ dákẹ́.
Ṣé ó san fáwọn tó kùn pé kọ́ máa write letter ni? Àbí kí ló gun kó write letter?
Everything that I said, is it a lie?
No, it's not a lie now. You are right.
No, some of it I don't agree with you.
I don't economical with the word.
Some of what you said, some of what you said, I disagree with you.
Okay, which one? Which one did you disagree with?
Well, you said Gbajabiamila something. I think you are the one too that he handed over power to Yaradua that he cannot get
I was saying I said that is even irrelevant. He cannot go back to any northerners. But the issue is, look at what he did. You know that it was one that changed the present electionary. I mean, this thing that we are doing now, calendar that we have now. It was one that changed it.
Okay, so what is wrong with
government election before presidential election?
Selfish move.
Because of what he did in 2003, láti gba Southwest máwọn AD lọ́wọ́, that was why he changed it to.
Okay, àwọn tó dẹ̀ ti ṣèjọba lẹ́yìn títí ẹ̀ kí ló dé tó dẹ̀ ṣe kó change ẹ̀.
Just hold on.
Kí ló dé tí àwọn APC yóò ṣe ti change ẹ̀ látàyè Buhari.
Earlier on, you people are talking about constitutional allowance for all these honorables, and it was one that started it. Not the pacify our third time agenda.
No, they fought for it. They fought for it.
Dead to them for his selfish gain.
They fought for it. They fought for it.
It was one that destroyed local government. It was one that
let me even agree with you that he started during this time. Why has your own this Buhari APC their support? Why didn't they, reverse it?
I'm not a supporter of any. What I'm saying is that we should
look. Politician even this one that is there now, why can't they change it?
Look, the question I'm saying, what may I stand for, Babajai Koko? Let us blame all of them. All of them contributed to our problem. We should not be exonerated by some people and say they are their own. There's no government that Nigerians doesn't cry. We cry every government, right from just but not be Latin Soko.
But
there's no but there. We should not be doing but. That but is an issue.
But Tabawo, Igbo àwọn kan sàn wá ju àwọn kan lọ. Sáà Tinubu yóò dá rárá.
Okay, ṣé ìgbà tí
àbíta máa parọ́ tanra wa jẹ ìpààyàn kéke ìpààyàn kéke burúkú ni sáà ti Tinubu yìí. Sáà Tinubu yìí ìpààyàn kéke kódà.
You know one thing I want to say that maybe people might not recognize. Let me tell you. And for even achieving that alone is a milestone. Nigerians might not feel it too. You know, before I left that country, let me tell you, Nigeria was not a country again.
What did you say? Repeat it again.
I said before Buhari left Nigeria, Nigeria was not. It was just Nigeria was just floating. For for us to even remain a country and we are not actually declared, what do they normally call itself now? A failed state.
We're almost a failed state.
But we have not been. Let me tell you.
If Buhari has spent another 6 months, we will have not had a serious crisis.
Exactly. Okay, you know that. You understand? Sherry, this so-called policy, the two major policy that people are now talking about, those are the two policies that made us to survive. It might be painful to the citizen, but that is the only policy that made us to survive and still remain a country today. But you might not agree with me. Because all those the two policy, Buhari was just just doing patch, borrowing money, doing all this thing, printing money just for let me just do whatever I want to do. My time is up. Let me go. For Nigeria to still remain a sovereign country today, to me, it's nice to know. My people might not like it, and the citizens might not like it, but for us to even say that we have a country with the way Buhari left that country, and we are still surviving even after 1.5 years after, is a milestone. But it
I remember that 3 or 4 months before Buhari left, we were watching Paraoni Bank. Look at people, they cannot even withdraw their money. It was a total mess. Our situation
will have gotten to that of, you know what happened in Sri Lanka? In Sri Lanka, where people don't have money and they cannot even see things to buy.
It was terrible, man. Well, Gbajabiamila kò ti sọ̀rọ̀. The only solution is pé Abuja cake yẹn slash away. Only kálukú máa produce nǹkan tó máa jẹ.
You see, Remy, let me say this, Simba. You see, as at the time that Buhari left, everybody in that country, even the illiterate, knew that we were in a big mess, that Buhari has, almost grounded that country. Because some few things he did prior to the end of his term in office, like the Naira, what do you call it? Naira designing that brought Ọlọ́run Elédùmarè wọ́n mà ti fìyà jẹ àwọn èèyàn Nàìjíríà yẹn.
If I tell you,
táwọn èèyàn lọ ń jára wọn sí òògùn báǹkì nípa àwọn máa gbàgbó àwọn máa kú sá tó bá fáwọn lówó.
Of Naira that I lost during that time, millions of Naira. In my farm that time, let me tell you, I was losing between 450,000 to 500,000 every day.
Wow.
Every day. Believe me, every day. That was what I was losing.
I mean, okay, you are into livestock, right?
Yes.
A lot of livestock, this thing, they close down now.
In fact, recently, when I went to Nigeria, that was one of the guy when he saw me and he said, "Okay, it's only people that can remain in business now because people are not using the money from Nigeria to finance your farm." You understand? Because that time, people they don't have money. People cannot even buy food because they don't have money to spend. They have money in the bank, but they don't have access to their money. And that time, what we are selling for 2,500, we are now selling for 1,000 Naira, 1,002. Just for them to just come and take it, You can see that loss. So, but when we are talking, some people will say, okay, maybe because in fact, I should be crying. I should be crying. And you know the funny thing about Koko? My boys also, they were exploiting me during that because it was an opportunity for them. And they would just call me, Oga, you know, we have this also number of crate of egg and there is no market. But I saw one woman that said if you can sell at this price, eh, she will come and pack it. You understand? That price that is quoting for me, he's already giving like 300 or 400 naira on the crate. Not because I'm also in a distress, because I'm looking at this thing is either I get 1,000 per crate rather than to lose everything. You understand? And so everybody was just taking advantage, doing whatever they like. It was a terrible situation, though. That time was a terrible, terrible situation.
So what I'm saying is that, you see, everybody knew that Buhari, you know, almost destroy that country completely. So you see what Tinubu failed. You see this policy that Tinubu is doing. Nigerians he will have carried Nigerians along if Tinubu and his team have shown discipline in the way they spend money.
So that
for themselves. You understand what I'm saying?
Everybody is actually making the sacrifice together.
Yes, people, and he will have been able to carry people along, and people, he will have even, you know, he will have even got more support, more people across the country that did not even vote for him in the past. They would have said, "Oh, this man is a good man. Is truly a leader." So, but you are telling us, okay, can sacrifice, okay, fine. But we saw the way you allow this legislative arms to start buying car, and you are buying. They allocated 1 point something for you, for your wife, for yourself, for fleet of no, Mama Shiba now. No. So
I totally agree with you on that. I totally agree with you on that.
No, ẹ má ṣe bá wọn ń pèèyàn lólè kan máa tó gbọ́nran ọmọjó náà. Wọ́n pè yín lólè ẹ̀dẹ̀ tó ń gbọ́mọ ẹ lójú ẹ̀dẹ̀ tí ń fi ṣòwò wá ń pè ẹ́ gbogbo náà nìyẹn kí lẹ̀ ṣe sí. So people totally now lost confidence in him. They have seen him as, deceitful. No, he cannot. And then the hardship, the policy has brought hardship, automatically brought hardship on people. And you people are not sacrificing as you are telling us to. No. Ibi tó ti get it wrong completely.
I agree with you that he's supposed to lead by example.
Ibi tí Tinubu ti get it wrong completely nìyẹn.
Do you think those two policies, if it didn't come out and can we continue with the way Buhari was doing it, subsidizing petrol and even the dollar? Do you think we can sustain it?
That subsidy, if Tinubu had tackled the problem, the corruption around the subsidy.
Do you think he can tackle the corruption there?
Look, let me tell you. His failure to tackle that, the failure to tackle that corruption surrounding that subsidy, just tell me that it's an intelligent person. He could tackle it if it's well prepared for it. If we are, if we are have, if Tinubu had studied that, what do you call it? That sector where, if you have put together a team of people that really that have the understanding of what is going on there, that have, you know, work hard to work out a solution that can solve that problem and put an end to that. What do you call it?
Do you really know the extent of that corruption or subsidy?
Look,
it's not, and let me tell you this. It's not limited to the big wigs that we are focusing on. In Katsina, in Kebbi, in Borno State, in Plateau State, all those are all those states that borders with borders Cameroon, Niger Republic, Chad, with Benin and all those things. If we go there, go and see, even Kwara, Kwara borders with Benin Republic. You will see we have more filling stations along those border towns than even within Nigeria. I think I've told you before, our fuel get as far as Sudan. It gets as far as Sudan. I think I've told you before that they said if you take a truck of our fuel to Sudan and you get there, you've offloaded it and that truck couldn't come back, you make gain and you can still buy another truck and you still make gain. You will see an Okada that they will use to carry like 10 jerrycans of fuel across. Okada, 10 jerrycans of fuel, 30 liters jerrycan. If you see let me tell you, there is no government, because the people that you put there, they are not ready to work for the people. They are just there, the custom officer, the immigration, and everybody, the police, everybody there. Everybody just looking for what to make at the end of the day. How do you think? Let me tell you, how do you change the mentality of the people when everybody sees corruption as an opportunity? Let me tell you, there is no, if put Showore there, they will frustrate him. He cannot, that is not something that you can venture into and say you want to tackle the corruption. Baba, if you remember during military regime, maybe I don't know whether you are still in Nigeria at that time, when we used to have scarcity, you know what they used to do? They will go to depot after loading, they will not put military officer that will follow those truck to filling station. If you remember that time. There was a time like that in Nigeria. They are now using military to monitor petrol distribution. But
you mean during a day at one time?
Not during that, but I think it was during maybe Babangida or even Abacha. You understand? But at the end of the day, when they started, the thing was functioning. At the end of the day, those military now see it as an opportunity also. They will go and load, they will load up and take half away. And they will give them money. Are they not looking for money? Everybody has a price in Nigeria, Babajare Koko. Everybody has a price. That corruption is not to me, no, it might sound painful. It is going to make life harder but for you to say that they want to tackle the corruption, it cannot. Even initially, when all the gain that that they actually even get from that fuel subsidy removal was just for maybe 1 or 2 months. By the time the Naira free fall started, it eliminated everything and they have to resume the subsidy again. And that was why initially we were talking about our consumption has reduced to 30 million, whatever. Gradually, the thing started increasing again because the price margin that we now have between us and our border countries has started getting wider again, and they started smuggling it again. There was a time they said we are almost eating 50 million liters per day again.
Yeah,
So,
look.
so if the thing is, let me tell you, if we are not selling fuel at parity with our neighboring country, it will not. The Nigerians will just be subsidizing the whole of West Africa and even not Africa. Then where is the money?
You see, government is a group of people with the same ideology as aspiration to collect governmental power. So when we have people with the same mindset, this group of people manning all the different positions of the government, that with that mindset of anti-corruption, that is where we will start solving the problem. But when we have party that is, its formation by itself is based on corruption, every activity, every formation of the party and the administration and the operation of that party is based on corruption, and that party win power, what do you expect from them? It is the party that govern. But the party that is formed on the basis of corruption,
Do you know that who are the people that form PDP? Who are the people that form PDP?
It was leadership of military and some civilian now.
Do you believe that Bolagi was part of the people that formed PDP?
Yeah, he was one of them. He wrote their constitution before he voted out to.
Torí ibi tán lọ tọ́rọ̀ wọn ò fẹ́ jọ tó ló fi sá padà wálé náà.
You saw that thing pé ó dàbí wípé ó lè làwọn eléyìí. Ó lè làwọn eléyìí.
Yeah, but the three major parties that were in existence in 1999, Bolagi has a hand in all of them. Including
all of them, yeah. Before he finally settled at Alliance for Democracy. Look, Simba, that country it cannot be governed well as long as we have corrupt party in charge of power. No, could it work?
A party will you work corrupt. Which party?
Ibiti problem wa ti bẹ̀rẹ̀ gan nìyẹn. So ìyẹn alákọ̀ọ́kọ́. Ẹlẹ́ẹ̀kejì ni wípé bí ìlú yẹn ṣe wá tó jẹ́ wípé ìlú ẹlẹ́yàmẹ̀yà kò lè ṣe kó jọ. Ó ṣòro. I mean, country with diverse people from different, I mean, so diverse in religion,
That
what do you call it?
religion
Religion, ethnic, all this, and we and our political aspiration from different region is different.
is different, yes. So interest was going out.
Interest why I mean so that we if we don't go back, if you don't go
But
back to
but let me draw your attention to something.
Mm.
Sherry, I can say that even if we resort to regional government now, there will still be problem. About change your attention, and I will tell you the reason. Sherry, by the time let us assume that okay, we have 6 states in the southwest now, we now become a region. That's when we now start seeing. Okay, look at what is happening in Lagos. That the so-called indigenous people are now saying no, the Yorubas in Lagos now they should leave and you are supporting it. We start by the time we become a region. That's when we start seeing our differences more. Look at what we are experiencing. Okay, look at your states now. Look at what you are experiencing even in your states now. This one are Ijebu, this one is Yewas, this one are the Gbas, and then everybody is competing even within the same state. And that is what you see more by the time we become a region. We still not have that sense of identity. Babajo, I can bet you.
No, we'll be better off. Look, yes, we will have that problem, but we can easily agree among ourselves.
Do we have that? Do we
We can easily agree. We can sit down, iron things out, agree on issue, and then we will move up. We will move on together for the good of our. Yeah.
In the between 1960 and 1963, do we agree? Why do we have waiting? No, tell me.
Wait, is a disagreement between Awolowo and Akintola. It was a resistance against what Akintola was trying to do to bring a foreign, what was seen then as a foreign influence. Yeah, so it was a resistance now. Because Akintola was the head of government and he was trying to bring the influence of the North on the Yoruba people, and then they resisted him, and that was it.
And I agree with you. The Lagosians that time, the people that matters in Lagos, the indigenous Lagosians that time, are they Awoist?
No, NCNC, don't you?
Sherry, ìgbà yẹn lẹ́ẹ̀tọ́ mọ ọ̀tẹ̀ tó wà láàrin àwa Yorùbá.
But you know that you pay Awo came as a.
In politics, tí bàbá Awo tó ṣe ń gbà yẹn, is too. The man, I'm very sorry to say this. He sees himself and himself alone. I'm very sorry, and you know, and that was why it could be okay. How can you have a party even before independent? You are the sole presidential candidate. You are the chairman of the party. You are everything of the party. Even when that party was disbanded, maybe after the coup, you form another party between 1979 and 1979, UPN. The same strategy that you used that time was still what you continue to is death. It can never work now. Babaja, if somebody
No,
is
that was not, look, Simba, that was not the leader of the party, chairman of the party, presidential candidate of the party, was not the issue. What really matters is to deliver good governance to the people.
was
which
not democracy
they did.
that was practicing Babajale Koko.
Which they did.
Election don't share. It doesn't allow for election.
Look, forget about whether they are doing selection. Did they deliver good governance to the? That is what matters to the people. It is not the process that will
How sustainable could that process be in the present day world? How sustainable could that process be in the present? Is there anywhere that process is being practiced? Tell me.
You know, we were young democracy that time. We should be able to.
With opportunity to name
Irọ́ kò gbà yín lójú. Irọ́ kò gbà yín lójú. Opportunity yẹn was what built us as people. It developed us as people, and he was able to manage us well, develop us above others in that country. So he delivered, and he put the people's interest first above his own interest and the interest of all of them that are the leaders. The people's interest first. Everything they promised the people,
you don't think that you don't think that I could have done better in terms of that? I'm not talking about governance. I'm talking about the process. Why can't he bring people together, spread the something? Why can't he have a party chairman and let everybody has a sense of belonging? But the only thing is that whatever you wanted that time, once you see Awolowo and HID, then the deal is done. And then it's not about that one alone now.
Is there Awolowo and HID what?
HID, ìyàwó ẹ̀ call HID.
What happened? Kí ni ìyàwó ẹ̀ ṣe?
They were the one taking decision now.
That is not true.
Decision.
That is not true. That is not true. Even the wife was not involved. It was after he went to jail that the wife became very active in politics. When he was taken to prison, when Awolowo was taken to prison. But before then, the wife was not playing any leading role.
Even after ìgbà tó wá dé láti prison tó form UPN, what happened after?
The woman was not where everybody respected her, but it's not that she had a specific role playing among the leadership. No, the leadership of the party, they knew themselves. Yes, is the wife of the leader. Yes, but she wasn't playing any leadership role like the husband. No.
Role don't play at the background now. Once tó bá ní ìdìkan láwùjọ bàbá tó bá ti rí ìyàwó lọ́wọ́ ó ti gba nǹkan tó fẹ́ gbà. Wọ́n shadow election. Kí ló ń jẹ́ shadow? Kí ni shadow àti election ṣe papọ̀? Shadow election. You remember? Election. Kí ni jẹ́ shadow election? Election ní òkùnkùn kọ́ yẹn ni.
Òun ló dáa jù. Gbogbo yìí tẹ́ máa ṣe yìí, òun kọ́ lẹ fi da party rú. Tẹ́ máa gbowó, tẹ́ máa lọ bribe àwọn èèyàn. Tọ́ máa ṣá àwọn èèyàn. Eléyìí ló dáa jù. Gbogbo wọn tó wà ń bẹ̀ yẹn tọ́dẹ̀ ń mú wọn ń ṣe ẹni tó lówó. Gbogbo àwọn tó máa mú jáde kò ń ṣe pé olówó rẹpẹtẹ kan wọ́n lè kàwé o, bọ́ kò ń ṣe olówó rẹ wọ́n dẹ̀lí wọ́n they look normal, they look regular like us. They don't ride motor. Ìmí Volkswagen ló ń lò, ìmí 504 just like every other person. Kò ṣe wípé they are extremely or super rich, and couldn't you cannot have access to them? No. And Nigeria ti bá sorry o máa ń sọ nǹkan kan wípé àwọn èèyàn sórí nǹkan táwọn politician yìí ṣe fáwọn èèyàn wa bó tètè darí àwọn èèyàn wa rú kò ń ṣe nǹkan kékeré. Want to destroy psyche èèyàn, want to weaponize poverty to such an extent that people look at them as God, and people want to go to them to beg for things every time.
Okay,
It
let us
wasn't like that during the time of Awolowo and in the Second Republic. I knew then that bá lọ sí ilé àwọn politician time yẹn bóyá councillor, we go there kò ṣe ẹni tó náwó ẹni tá mọ irú iṣẹ́ tó ń ṣe ni. Particularly nígbà tí Ọbásanjọ́ tẹ̀ dá local government ńlẹ̀, àwọn èèyàn máa ń wọn kọ́kọ́ bẹ̀rẹ̀ sí ní sanwó fún wọn. It was like voluntarily àwọn tó wọ́n máa ń kà wọ́n kún pé àwọn eléyìí ò mọ ohun tó ń ṣe kí ló ń ṣe ń bẹ̀. So the people during the Second Republic, when you go to politician house, they go to make complaint about what is going on in their area, where they want the politician to go and make a case for them to fix their problem, not to beg for money, not for
but nice. I gotta go nice for begging for money now.
Not
I
for
want to
begging
do
for money.
operation. I want to I'm hungry. I'm this.
Hungry. Àwọn eléyìí lọ ṣe bẹ́ẹ̀.
I want to pay the school fees of my children. My wife.
Àwọn eléyìí lọ ṣe bẹ́ẹ̀. Àwọn eléyìí lọ sọ di bẹ́ẹ̀. Àwọn èèyàn ń fúnyàn lówó pé kí wọ́n vote fúnyàn. No, during the UPN they didn't pay us. Nobody pay us. We are not giving money. They don't even have money. It was our membership ló ń dáwó fún party. Àwọn tó bá ti, when you join Unity Party, they will open a card for you. On that card, there's a contributions page that you must contribute. You have to pledge. There's a contribution page. Ìwọ tó bá jẹ́ officer nínú party, iye tó máa san ó máa ju ordinary member lọ. Ó lè jẹ́ ìwọ tó jẹ́ officer bóyá bí kan bí ₦2 lóṣù. Ordinary member,
like a party levy.
Yes, party levy, and it is compulsory. You must pay. And it will finance, financial assistant of that party. Yes, finance assistant of the party. Níbẹ̀ yẹn, òun ló máa chase àwọn èèyàn káàkiri kan wá ṣe donation yẹn. Every month wá ti tó. Tọ́ba lè donate owó yẹn ló máa fi sponsor candidate, whoever candidate. The candidate they don't have money in most of the time, particularly on top of the councillor.
Baba.
They sponsor them.
I know what
they are accountable to the party. That is why the party can tell them, this is what you must do.
Cherry, between 1979 and 1983, I knew what happened. Because the UPN in my town that time, the party boss that they were using, it was Bolagi that gave it to them. So it's not now that they've started using government machinery, government resources to finance parties. You might not say it is not as much as it is now, but it has started since then. Because I could remember when he even lost that election to Lawyer in 1983, but Bolagi was crying. He was crying on BBC, BCS radio.
BCS Ibadan, yeah.
And I knew, I'm very sorry, in fact, that time I knew what they did. That time that they distributed weapons for people. For some of their members that time. Because I knew what happened. Even some of them were caught, and they caught them with guns. Even in 1983, guns, members of UPN.
Hold on. So why is UPN you are mentioning? And when MPN call, I want MPN it on run police. To lo godo nígbà yẹn to lo man o war.
Any sorrow. I'm not exonerated because we are talking about UPN. That was why I mentioned UPN. They are not as innocent as you are painting it. Things were not that good that time also. We have political violence, we have ballot stuffing and everything. You see cotton law,
So we pay but what we are saying is that the people in government then delivered. They all they promised the people as per what do you call it? Free education, free healthcare, and some other program. I mean, housing, low cost housing. They deliver everything. They make life better for their people. But MPN was very, very desperate to win, and they rigged the election. In that Oyo, they did it in Ondo State, but the Ondo people stood up to say no. Coalition MB. Olófìdí nígbà tí ọmọ borí owó tó jẹ́ pé kó wọ́n bẹ̀rẹ̀ sí ní jó wọ́n bẹ̀rẹ̀ sí ní jólé wọ́n pa àwọn èèyàn àwọn àgbáyọwá àbí one this popular politician tó jẹ́ MPN man and some other top MPN wọ́n yànkè wọn ní nà l'Ondo State. So
Ajale Kuku, politics has been dirty since memorial. It's not only now.
Oh yes.
Wow.
Resistance ni wípé àwọn MPN ẹ fẹ́ gba UPN state by force, by rigging. It was resistance. But the one of that Oyo state, why it was so difficult for UPN was that àwọn alágbára politics Ìbàdàn wọ́n ti gbẹ̀yìn gbẹbọ jẹ́. Àwọn ará Ìbàdàn yẹn.
Àwọn èèyàn mi ń bàdàn nìyẹn.
Wọ́n ti gbẹ̀yìn gbẹbọ jẹ́. Most prominent bigwigs in Ibadan that time, they were not even in UPN. Àwọn Richard Akinjide, Adisa Akinloye, and all those people, they were not in UPN. Yeah. Akinloye was even the chairman of MPN that time now.
Oh, the national chairman one.
National chairman one. And then Akinjide was even.
Wọ́n gbẹ̀yìn gbẹbọ jẹ́, wọ́n wá carry out to campaign pé ọmọ wa lẹ jẹ́ ó ṣe. Àsìkò táwa náà ó ṣe kinní nìyí kí là á ṣe jẹ́ kí Ìjẹ̀ṣà ó jẹ́ kí wọ́n máa ṣe lórí wa. Nítorí pé Bọ́lá Ìgè ò jẹ́ kó jẹ̀jẹ̀kú jẹ.
Sùúrù Bọ́lá Ìgè náà mọ bá àwọn ará Ìbàdàn gbà yẹn náà tó ń sọ fún wọn pé wọn kàwé àbí ṣe ẹ̀gbọ́n pa yẹn ni ó ń fẹ́ bu ara bù wọn náà.
Èrò náà ó yàn pé ẹnu Bọ́lá Ìgè náà ò dá ń gbà míì tí wọ́n bá sọ̀rọ̀ burúkú sí.
Ó ní gáràjì ni wọ́n ní ìjàgbó náà mọ̀ ń jà.
Ṣé wọ́n ń jà jàgboro kọ́ ní títí Ìbàdàn ni kò ń ṣe bá ṣe mọ̀ wọ́n sí nìyẹn ni.
Ìjàgboro ní ti Ìbàdàn.
So
àwọn bàbá Adédùbú tí wọ́n kàwé gbà yẹn pé tọ́ọ̀gì ni wọ́n pé àwọn yẹn dẹ̀ òkè tó bá bọ̀.
Àwọn Adédùbú ó dàbí Adélabú náà wà ní UPN MPN gbà yẹn náà.
Gbogbo àwọn ọmọ Ìbàdàn gbà yẹn UPN MPN.
Àwọn ló gbẹ̀yìn gbẹbọ jẹ́. Àwọn ló gbẹ̀yìn gbẹbọ jẹ́. Kò dá ṣe wípé Bọ́lá Ìgè kò ṣe dáadáa ní gọ́ọ̀mẹ̀ntì ẹ̀ dá. Ṣùgbọ́n wípé.
Àti bàbá yẹn tó bẹ tó fọ́ọ̀nì ìṣẹ̀lẹ̀ nígbà yẹn ni kí bàbá yìí máa ń sunkún kan wà ní tó kọrin àrò.
Kọ́ náà yàn kọ́ dẹ̀ fi hàn wípé àní a máa rí kìíní kọ́ dẹ̀ ṣe é. kó dẹ̀ má nágbára nǹkan tó lè ṣe nítorí àwọn tó lè jà fún nìbàdàn gbogbo wọ́n ti dúró ti MPN.
If you look at it, in 1979, he is not supposed to be the one that's supposed to actually contest it. Baba Alayande yẹn ló yẹ kó contest.
Tòótọ́ ni.
Gbogbo àwọn ní young ní kankan náà kàn lọ fi gbẹ̀yìn bí náà lọ fi gba kíní yẹn lọ́wọ́ Awólọ́wọ̀ ńgbà yẹn tán fi gbé fún Bọ́lá Ìgè náà.
Baba Alayande ló yẹ kó but
politics. No. Politics. I even wish my enemy to join politics.
All those people, especially that Bola Ìgè.
Even Ambrose Ali tó ṣe Bendel State ní time yẹn kò kọ́lé títí ẹ̀. The governor tó ṣe 4 years, Professor Ambrose Ali, he never built one house. He was living in a rented 2 or 3 bedroom apartment. He never built one. He was a professor at the university, because of his governor. And throughout his 4 years, he was using that apartment. He never, because their own European, we don't want to we want to reduce cost of governance. We don't want to use government houses in order not to commit more resources. And that funding for government houses, we better put it on education or healthcare for the people. Jakonde was living in his own house too. Lagos house now. From governor. He was living in his own house. And all of them performed very well. So it's but now we have got it wrong, bro. We have got it wrong this time. I don't know. Corrupt party can never run a good governance. That is the problem we are facing in Nigeria today. So everybody thinking that Nigeria is going to be good with corrupt party in power, it's not going to be possible. So even if Tinubu is a clean man, very, very clean, how can you be a clean man being a leader of a corrupt party? It's not possible. It's not going to work.
Is there any party that is not corrupt?
AAC is not corrupt. But there's some people say, no, they bribe.
No shishi.
Àwọn yẹn tó sọ wípé we know the take shishi, we know the take shishi, we know the pay shishi.
Your people will know the pay shishi. Their nyash come out too. That they pay more than shishi.
Olè làwọn yẹn má dá wọn lóhùn, olè ni wọn, àwọn náà fẹ́ débẹ̀ kọ́ lọ jí owó ni. If we know the pay shishi, how come Peter Obi was able to bring out 800 million?
800 million.
800 million.
Private jet everywhere.
800 million.
Private jet everywhere.
800 million. Ẹ̀gbọ́n yẹn rí kíyàn èlò ló fẹ́ gbà lọ́fíìsì tó ń kó 800 million jáde.
It's an investment.
That is close to 1 billion.
Almost 1 billion. Ẹnìkan á dẹ̀ sọ fún mi pé ìyẹn náà ò ní hidden agenda. Kò ní òní tó fẹ́ lọ́jà.
No.
Ìjọba káwọn kan máa sọ wípé Tinubu ó ti náwó tó bá dé pẹ̀síà ó kàn fẹ́ ṣe president yìí ni kò nídìí láti lọ jáwó máa ní ẹ̀ máa wọ àwọn eléyìí.
He's targeting the legacy.
Àwọn woman before the election, àwọn woman ń sọ pẹ̀lú àwọn kan mo kàn wò wọ́n báyìí pé máa wà àwọn pípù yìí. Legacy ló ń lé.
What of the money he has spent? Won't you recover the money back?
He didn't need any money. He's so blessed. Níbo ni money?
Zuma is a woman one is unlimited now.
Nǹkan tí màá yẹn owó tó ti ní lẹ́nu ìgbà tó débẹ̀ yìí ó ju gbogbo owó tó ti jí ní Lagos lọ fún gbogbo ìgbà tó ti ń rule Lagos. Kí lè fi position presidency pé.
If Nigerians actually know what they are looking for, you understand, should they vote for money? If they know that, okay, these people are bad for them, they come every year to come and use money to seduce them and all those things. Why can't Nigerian resolve and say, okay, no, we are going to collect your money, but we are going to vote according to our conscience?
Simba, before Ajali Koko answer, Ajali Koko, can we emulate the style the Edo people are using? Even though it's a regional and state election.
Which style?
They choose.
Which style?
Let me say this. They choose who wants to govern them. If you do well, if you don't do well, they vote you out. That's what happened to Obaseki. Obaseki couldn't use the power of the incumbent to retain the seat for the party. So if Nigerians can emulate that nationally, it wouldn't be better for us if you come in, if you don't do what the people want, the next election, we vote you out. That's what I'm saying.
You know why it cannot be like that at the federal level? Because nobody has that patriotic mind towards Nigeria.
Yeah.
You understand? So people will vote based on, oh no, this is our person. Whether it's doing well or not, people will not vote based on performance. Because if it's performance, what did Buhari do to get a second term? You know, it's not about performance. Even if not because of, say, the way they orchestrated this APC in between 2013 and 2015. Good luck, Jonathan could have won and spend almost. Is he not going to spend 12 years? How many years?
10 years plus.
So just every state, but do you even all this one that they are changing? Does it change? Does it mean that they are going to get good governance? The answer is no. My state now that even Oyo, Thomas Oyo has been changing governors.
Of course, yeah, you are right.
What happened? Has it translated to good governance? It's not. You cannot
use Gbajabiamila for Oyo people. It's been doing some local in what they call it elevation, blah 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 blah. That's what he used to joke Kajo Oyo people.
You can't get in the midst of corrupt citizens, you can't get a good leader. That's just it.
I like that. In the midst of corrupt citizens, you can't get the good leader.
Ṣé kò ń ṣe wípé tìlú yẹn ti ta nìyẹn pẹ̀lú nǹkan tá fi ń ṣeré yìí tá kàn ń sọ yìí. It's a very serious matter.
It's a serious matter.
That is the summary. That is the summary. That is the summary.
I can say that be eré ni o, but it's a very serious matter. That country, I don't know. A politician.
If you see how people are just dying because of the health facilities not dying enough, people don't have money to take care of their health. Some people are just walking on the street of Nigeria like a dead corpse. They can just collapse anytime.
Okay, let me tell you this. My sister was telling me that some people, that they don't even know. You just come and knock on their gate and say they want them to help them financially. If they don't have money, if it is food they can give them, they have money.
Knock people's house randomly.
Yes.
Wow.
Coming to beg for food.
That is desperation. Nowhere to go.
They know where to go. Wọ́n sọ fún mi pé even during the COVID tí nǹkan le tó jẹ́ pé wọ́n ṣe lockdown wọn ò rí wípé kíyàn wá máa knock pé ẹ fún wa lóúnjẹ tẹ́ pé ìjọmọ̀ lockdown we can't go out.
Lockdown, yeah, I know. Yeah, even that time that
all
economy was down.
What they are saying now, wọ́n máa wá kọlẹ̀kùn.
Ajale Goko, if I show you messages of help from Nigeria.
Àwọn míì pẹ̀lú ọmọ lọ́wọ́. Èmi gan lanu ni ṣá.
Ajale Goko, if I show you my phone with people soliciting for money in Nigeria, I was thinking of changing my number. It's too much, Ajale Goko. It's too much.
Ìwọ̀nba tí wọ́n bá lè ṣe náà ni wọ́n máa ṣe.
I always try.
Yeah, ìwọ̀nba tí wọ́n bá lè ṣe náà ni wọ́n máa ṣe. It's not that they just calling or just to make some money out of us. They are really going through some situation. Yeah. Going through hard time.
I was asking one of my colleagues here, the guy is an Hausa guy. I said, if I asked him, I said, if he had to estimate, if you want to do free act in Nigeria, the way they are doing it in Saudi Arabia, then how much does he think it will cost? He said, you should not even talk about it, that you cannot even do it.
He said, if you want to do what?
Free health care. The way they are doing
in Nigeria.
In Nigeria. He said we should not even dive into it.
Why?
Here, the way they do it here, it costs them almost $60 billion every year, with a population of 27 million people. Do we have that resources? The entire Nigeria, do we even have $60 billion?
Let me tell you, it is because we don't manage our resources well. They manage their own resources well, and that's why
they take ownership of their resources.
That is what I'm saying. They take ownership and they manage the resources. Even the citizen.
Oil installation one Sherry kò sí nǹkan tó advantage tí ò ní disadvantage o. Àbí tó ní disadvantage tí ò ní advantage. Sherry desert kan wà oúnjẹ kan lè monitor kò sí there is no hidden place. Tí wọn ò lè gbé nǹkan pọ̀ fẹ́ máa gbolo fẹ́ sá sí because kò síbi kankan tó fẹ́ hide sí. When you can stand and be looking at like 10 kilometers, 15 kilometers ahead of you. Tẹ́ bá débi tí àwọn oil installation wọn wà, on the surface like this, ni wọ́n lé gbogbo pipe wọn. Anybody ò lè lọ síbẹ̀ pé bóyá o fẹ́ lọ vandalize wọn á kù sí wọn ṣe ní rí ẹ̀ náà. Wọ́n dẹ̀ ti mọ̀ pé wọ́n máa mú ẹ báyìí tiẹ̀ ti tán nù. Wọ́n tẹ̀ ní àwọn wọ́n ti rí ọkàn nù. Wọ́n bàbá tiẹ̀ tì ọ̀rọ̀ gbáyé mọ́ nù. So and gbogbo àwọn nǹkan òfin yẹn tí àwa lè máa wò as barbaric as this nǹkan tó ń jẹ́ káwọn lè rí resources wọn manage ní Babajide Koko. Ṣáwa lè ṣe yẹn Nàìjíríà?
A lè ṣe. Let me tell you this. You see, corruption corruption gbogbo àwọn pipe yìí in the so many area lọ lay pipe ní Nàìjíríà náà tó jẹ́ pé is above the ground tó ń ṣe beneath the ground. But some government official, people that are corrupt, that started bunkering with some people in some communities. And when Buhari and Idi Agbon came in, you know, they promulgated decree against oil bunkering then. They said it's economic saboteur, and the punishment for that is death. Firing squad. Why did the Agbon? Why did they come in?
I'd like to go way in line. I have a quick question for Sindar.
So they have seen it, they knew what was going on, and when they came in, they promulgated that law against oil bunkering and against drug trafficking too. We didn't know. During the Babangida time and all this, they were happening. I mean, sorry, during the civilian time.
It was happening during Shagari, even before
the Shagari time.
Thing existed. Now it was when they came that they opened our eyes to all those things. Now
it was happening. We didn't know. But when the Diagbon then came in and Buhari and they promulgated decree against this oil bunkering, they said, what is oil bunkering? Because there are places that we travel to, you will see those oil pipeline. There are some places that is under the ground, you will see the sign on top of the ground, pipeline, oil pipeline in this area.
You see the signboard. You just see the signboard.
You will see the signboard.
Yes.
Many places that we go across the country.
Yes.
You will see the signboard. And sometimes some places where it is above the ground, you can even sit on it and play and nothing will happen to you. Nobody cares. But when you see government or some group of people in government thinking that the resources of the state belong to them, and whether you like it or not, they can use that resources for their own advantage at the detriment of their people, that is where criminality and bunkering and oil pipeline vandalization, that is where that is what invited all those things.
I used to have a friend. In fact, this guy was a journalist. Because I used word, he was a journalist then, and he was even the chairman of NUJ Kwara at that time. And I went, don't let me mention the time. So I went to do locum in one private hospital in Warri. And this guy now came, immediately saw me, he was even surprised. He said, doctor, what are you doing here? We knew in Ilorin. When I asked him, what are you doing here now? Because he's actually from Warri. He told me that's what he's doing. He has abandoned journalism. He's now into bunkering.
What? Can you see that?
He told me himself. That is what he's
yeah. So when you see when government fail to use the resources of the state to invest on the people,
can we have a civilian regime that can promulgate this kind of law that you are talking about? Is it possible?
Yeah. Maybe if Showore wins, maybe Showore can do it. Showore is another person because he knows ordinary people is going to be tears.
Time. The Buhari regime, they put their likes in the state those days because I could remember in Kwara that time we used to have a Latin war. He used to be Air Force man. You
Or
understand?
Latin war. Yeah, we're not here. Yeah.
Àwọn most of the wọ́n ti arrest tó ti wọ́n death sentence tó ti wà lẹ́wọ̀n táwọn civilian regime ò ní political will láti execute nígbà yẹn gbogbo náà execute every weekend nígbà yẹn kan ní Sobi yẹn that's people will troop in there they will put their back on the drum that time that they will be killing all of them. Ṣé àtìgbà yẹn ṣáà gbọ́ pọ́n pẹ́ nìkan mọ́ nísìnyí?
No.
You understand? Once they give, in fact, you just when they give you a death sentence, now you remain there. Then one person will come and then they'll say, "Okay, I'm grant and pardon." Exam malpractice in Gbanya, if you remember, Babajare Koko, you did.
Yeah.
20 years was it not 20 or 30 years in prison?
25 years imprisonment. Bàbá wẹ̀ làwọn èdè àgbà wà tí wà. Student 25 years imprisonment nítorí exam.
Now
everybody tọwọ́ ọmọ ẹ̀ báṣọ.
WAEC will release the result. They will say, okay, they cancel. The only thing they will do is that a whole school will cheat, and they will say the only thing that they will cancel the result. That's all.
Everybody tọwọ́ ọmọ ẹ̀ báṣọ.
I think that is the only solution to the problem in Nigeria now. We need just all these 4 years or 5 years of election are needed. We don't even need it. Not only in Nigeria, even in Africa. It's not working for us. It's not working.
It's just unfortunate that
we need iron hand. We need iron hand for us to reset our brain and to make sure that okay, everybody do what is right.
No, kò need the iron hand. When the law is not fully obeyed, when the agency of government agency of the government that's supposed to implement the law fail to implement it without any favor, that is when we have problem. So the law is very clear. We have laws that that guide us as a nation on how we should be governed. And but when we don't, when people that in charge of government are supposed to, be people of integrity. When you don't have people of integrity in the position of power, they will use the machinery of the state to cover up some of their corrupt practices and lawlessness with impunity. So this is what we have in Nigeria: lawlessness with impunity by people in power. So when people in power fail, when they are so lawless, then the society will they just fall in line.
People have benefited from this corruption for so long that it will be very difficult. And they are so powerful, they are so rich that they can bring any government down.
That is the problem.
They can bring any government down.
Except we have team of people that are not corrupt, and the people themselves, we the people, are ready to support those people.
They just come and lie to us and say, no, this is what this government is doing to you, blah 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 blah. Let us go and riot, let us go and protest.
So when we have people,
I think what we need to do before anybody that will do that will come in, it is supposed to have work on the psyche of the people first. Get the support of the people. You understand? But if you
that
just
is what I'm saying. The people, we the people have responsibility to support good government. A government that that is working for the people must stand by them. That is the only way. That is the only way forward.
you know
And we should
supported.
stand up against bad governor.
Did they
Stand up
supported
against bad government.
the Nigerians supported Idi Agbon regime?
You know that we supported him from the beginning when they came in, when they threw out Shagari administration. Everybody was happy, but when Idi Agbon started using their blala on us, the people, indisciplined people, that was when we started. Irú ìjọba wo leléyìí?
Àbí gbogbo ìgbà tí wọ́n bẹ̀rẹ̀ sí ní demolition gbogbo àwọn ṣọ́ọ̀ṣì.
Tọ́nà wá ní pàṣán ẹni tó bá ti cross the express.
Wọ́n bẹ̀rẹ̀ sí ní wó ṣọ́ọ̀pù àwọn ṣọ́ọ̀pù ẹgbẹ́ títì yẹn. Àwọn èèyàn ní eléyìí máa le púpọ̀ eléyìí.
Àwọn illegal structure tán ní ẹ wó gbogbo ìsọ̀ burúkú dànù.
But so that is the problem. So ìgbà yẹn Nigerians were not happy. Irú ẹ̀ náà lọ́lọ́pàá láì tó ní èmi miss yam like Bobrisky.
Sọ́rí àní tá a bá pín Nàìjíríà yẹn sí wẹ́wẹ́ òun ló dáa kóníkálùkù kójú tójú á ti jìn síra wájú. Ẹni tó wà ní west kò rí n tó ń lọ ní north, n tó dẹ̀ ń lọ ní north kò concern yẹn. Okay, how many Yorùbá ló máa sọ pé òun fìlì insecurity tó ń ravage north? Báwo ló ṣe concern gbogbo Yorùbá tó wà ń bì? Ǹjẹ́ Yorùbá kankan ǹjẹ́ Yorùbá even think about them? Or even think?
Báwo ni Yorùbá fẹ́ think táwọn gan rí as an issue fún ara wọn ni?
Nǹkan tí mo tẹ̀ ń sọ ni wípé a ti jìjù síra wa. Tó bá jẹ́ pé Yorùbá èèyàn ọ̀rọ̀ ló sọ yẹn, olórí burúkú dẹ̀ làwọn èèyàn àwọn people yẹn, àwọn leaders wọn ló ń pa wọn, àwọn ló wà behind terrorism yẹn. So tó bá jẹ́ wípé ilẹ̀ Yorùbá ni irú yẹn ti ṣẹlẹ̀, 1% ní tó ṣẹlẹ̀ north, 0.00001% ẹ̀ bá ṣẹlẹ̀ nílẹ̀ Yorùbá, ariwo á ta. Ariwo á ta. Ayé á gbọ́ ọ̀run ọmọ. Wọ́n dẹ̀ ń jẹ́ kó máa yánkè àwọn èèyàn ṣeré bẹ́ẹ̀ ní yánkè chicken ní north. Easy everywhere for 8 years.
If you are very close to them, tẹ́ bá lọ́rẹ̀ẹ́ tó jẹ́ northern, ìmọ̀ ilẹ̀ tó lè understand psyche wọn. Wọn ká nǹkan kún.
Wọn ká kún.
Wọn ká anything kún.
Ó dàbí wípé wọ́n rí bíi pé èèyàn tó wálé ayé ìjọ kan náà ni ó ṣàmà filé ayé sílẹ̀. Tí nǹkan bá ti ṣẹlẹ̀ sí wó ti lè wọ̀n kó ṣẹlẹ̀ ó ti gbà pé wọ́n filé ayé sílẹ̀ náà ni.
Ọlọ́run ló mú wá.
Ọlọ́run ló mú wá, àmúwá Ọlọ́run ni.
Àmúwá Ọlọ́run exactly.
Irú ẹ̀yà àwọn èèyàn wo nìyẹn?
So why should you now? I say each time I engage this guy, tí wọ́n bá sọ̀rọ̀ pé wá ò rí nǹkan kan yóò máa sọ pé kí ni wọ́n á ṣẹlẹ̀ bọ́lá ṣe kọ́ nìyẹn náà. Professor lẹ́yìn tí mò ń sọ yìí o. Professor ni.
Okay, ṣé irú àwọn tá à ń láti dìjọ máa ṣe àṣepapọ̀ nínú ìlú nìyẹn.
Wọ́n á ní irú ìyẹn ń sìn báyìí kó wá di gómìnà state yẹn kẹ́ ní professor kan ló wà ẹ rí i pé kí ni mentality ẹ̀.
ṣẹ̀rí ìrànwọ́ bẹ́ẹ̀ yẹn. ok ṣé irú àwọn tá a máa jìjọ sọ wípé àjìjọ wà ní ìlú tá a máa jìjọ pera wa ní nàìjíríà nìyẹn. àní the same mentality. àní the same mentality. àmúwá ọlọ́run ni. tí burúkú bá ti ṣẹlẹ̀ sí àmúwá ọlọ́run ni. tí dáadáa bá ṣẹlẹ̀ àmúwá ọlọ́run yẹn tó ń tò àfọwọ́fà ni o wọ́n á sọ pé àmúwá ọlọ́run.
mentality yẹn máa ń jẹ́ káwọn èèyàn lazy. Believe me, okay, let me give you another. My friend is working with Nigerian Airport Authority, Kano ló wà ní Kano Airport. Ó ní ọ̀kan lára àwọn ọmọ tó ń jẹ́ gádà àwọn. Kò sí kàkà tó ń lọ skul wọn. Ó lòun á bèèrè lọ́rẹ̀ pé ìwọ tó ń rá àwọn tó ń dé láti ìlú èbó tó ń dé lójoojúmọ́ tó mọ bá wọn gbẹ́rù tó ń bọ̀ ẹ̀ lówó ṣé o wá rí i pé káwọn ọmọ rẹ náà tiẹ̀ rí bí àwọn eléyìí ni ó ní tọ́lọ́ bá ní wọ́n bẹ̀rẹ̀ wọ́n dàbẹ̀ náà. pálẹ́nu mọ́.
ọlọ́run ló máa mú wọn lọ sí skul.
kò ní tọ́lọ́ bá ní wọ́n rí bẹ́ẹ̀ kò ń ṣe ẹ́fọ́ọ̀tì tiẹ̀ ní ó jẹ́ kán rí bẹ́ẹ̀ ọlọ́run ní ó jẹ́ kán rí bẹ́ẹ̀ so kò ní àwọn lẹ̀bi ọmọ ẹran ni èyí tó bá survive kó survive èyí tó bá yè kó yè èyí tó bá ṣoríire kó ṣoríire ọlọ́run ní ìjẹ́ kan ṣoríire kò wọ́n ò need àti put in any effort to their life wọ́n ti bí wọn náà nù.
àwọn ẹ̀yà àtàjẹjọ ń pera wa ní nàìjíríà nìyẹn. so àní tá a bá pìlú yẹn sí wẹ́lẹ́wẹ́lẹ́ a lè bára wa ṣe o ṣùgbọ́n ìjọba ló ní ọ̀tọ̀ọ̀tọ̀ ara wa ibi tójú máa ti kojú tá a ti mọjú ara wa irú ìjọba tó yẹ ká máa ṣe nìyẹn.
tẹ bá wò ó even if you have any tá a bá ṣe ní anílọ́kẹ́ òkè maybe you have a certain president tó tún nǹkan dáadáa ipò dọ́gba àwọn ará ibi tá à ń sọ yìí wọ́n dà gbogbo ẹ̀ àwọn tó fọ́jú gbogbo ẹ̀ papọ̀ ni wọ́n fọ́jú gbogbo ẹ̀ papọ̀ ni pé àwọn èèyàn ò dún àlè nìkan ṣe wọn nìkan ṣe wọ́n fọ́jú ẹ̀ papọ̀ ni.
ṣùgbọ́n bí gbogbo ẹ̀ ṣe ń lọ yìí ó máa kángun síbì kan jọ kan ṣá.
No, actually, Nigeria is just like a time bomb that is just waiting to explode. Open JP, nobody knows when because resilience country I've never seen it. Me, for my own projection, I'm still surprised that Nigeria is still surviving up to today.
tó sì máa dé bó ṣe ń lọ ó ti ń débi tó jẹ́ wípé sẹ́rí Ọlọ́run Olódùmarè kó ṣàánú ni because sẹ́rí nǹkan tó kàn concern mi ilẹ̀ Yorùbá yẹn ló concern mi púpọ̀ jù what I'm seeing happening there if we are not careful. Simba, are you hearing me? If we are not careful, Sherry West, that's in Ria as the most secured. Aboriginal to Lotobayao. I was talking about Mojesabe. Reason is this, ni wípé gbogbo wàhálà tó ń ṣẹlẹ̀ ní north everybody southwest ló ń sá wá Ìlú tó ò ní bọ́dà. Tí eréwá ògìrìwá àti wèrè àtàsínwín tó ń wọbẹ̀, wọ́n á babẹ̀ jẹ́.
Bá dé south west nísìnyí gbogbo àwọn ọlọ́kadà tẹ́ máa rí àwọn ọmọ wa kọ́ ló ń ṣọ̀kadà.
Wọ́n máa babẹ̀ jẹ́.
Àwọn ọmọ Haúsá yẹn ni, and most of them are not even from Nigeria.
Can you see that? So ilẹ̀ Yorùbá wa yẹn á dàbí ìlú ni, ìlú tó ò ní bọ́dà, tó jẹ́ wípé ìlú tó fi tó ṣe alábàágbé wa tógun jà ń bẹ̀ tó wá ń já wọ ìlú títí wa. Ó máa babẹ̀ jẹ́ náà ni. But the leadership don't care. Understand what you sọ?
You cannot restrict them because you are still believing we are the same country and everybody should have freedom of movement and everything. That's it. They can't say they should not come.
No, they can still, as the governor of each state.
I'm even surprised that you are aware of what you are talking about. If you get to Ilorin now, if you go to all those areas that people are just developing, if you see all those uncompleted buildings, these people are the ones living there now. These people that you are talking about, if they don't be wọ́n pọ̀ tó jẹ́ pé wàá dẹ̀ rí wọn kàn máa bí wọn bí ẹ̀dá ni.
Wọ́n gbàdó mọ́ yín lọ́wọ́, wọ́n bàlú yín jẹ́.
A ní ẹ ti máa rọ́mọ 7 years old tó jẹ́ pé ó ti máa fa àpò dání tá máa lóun sa ìyẹn kí ló máa ń sà káàkiri yẹn.
Scavenger kọ́ ló máa ń pè wọ́n.
I become scavenger at the age of 7.
At 7, ọmọ tó yẹ kó wà school.
School care.
So what I'm saying.
My garden beside my house, mo jáde, mo padlock ẹni. Kódà sí náà máa wọ bẹ̀. Mo wá fi padlock yẹn ha pẹ̀lú key lẹ́nu ẹ̀. I enter my compound back. Mi lérò pé mo lò tó 10 minutes gbà tí màá fi jáde ṣáà pé mi ò rí padlock yẹn mọ́.
Wọ́n ti gbé lọ. Ok, kí ló fẹ́ fi padlock ṣe?
Irin ni wọ́n rí irin sójú, irin báyìí wọ́n rí irin sójú. Lẹ́fìrí kíní tán lọ first lab tán yọ irin náà ní wọ́n rí irin sójú.
Simba.
So look, my own fear. Well, Mike, James, please, 1 minute. Yeah. My own fear is that we, the Yorubas, with the set of leadership we have now, leadership that are not responsible in a country where one part of the country is going through serious disaster and everything, and people are from there moving down here.
War. It's a war.
War thing wọlé sí wa lára. Wọ́n máa bà ọ̀dọ̀ tiwa yẹn jẹ́ in the future.
Ṣé Yorùbá ìmọ̀ bóyá ọmọ kan máa ń pè ní òkè tásẹ̀. A máa ń ṣe every year ní Ilé Ifẹ̀. It's like the Yoruba New Year. It's in June.
Yeah. máa wo video ẹ̀. Yes.
A máa ń dáfá fún ilẹ̀ Yorùbá every year. Ifá máa sọ nǹkan tó ń gùn, nǹkan tó máa kìlọ̀ fún everything. Àwọn nǹkan tẹ́ ń sọ yìí, Ifá ti ń kìlọ̀ fún àti pẹ́ ó ti ń sọ̀rọ̀ nípa ilẹ̀ gbogbo nǹkan tẹ́ ń sọ pé ó yẹ kó ṣẹlẹ̀ yóò yẹ kó ti máa ṣẹlẹ̀ sí pé àwọn ètùtù tó máa ń ṣe táwa ti dáfá yẹn. Ifá máa sọ pé nǹkan tó ń bọ̀ àwọn àjòjì tẹ́ ń gbà wọlé gbọ́ àwọn kan àti àwọn tó fẹ́ bà lóyún jọ ti rọ Ifá ti máa ń kìlọ̀ àwọn ètùtù tó máa ń ṣe yẹn ó yìn jẹ́ ká máa dúró báyìí ká ní kò ń ṣe àwọn ètùtù yẹn ni Ah, the kind of
but wọn ò
disaster
gbóhun tí fà ń sọ
ifá máa ń
wọn ò
sọ
tẹ̀lé ti fà.
gbogbo àwọn kò ń tẹ̀lé ni because àwọn tó ń rúlì yín àwọn tó ti àwọn muslim christian tó ti rìn gbogbo nǹkan yẹn so ifá máa ń sọ pé ètùtù báyìí ifá àwọn ìjọba àwọn òṣèlú ilẹ̀ yorùbá ó yẹ kó ṣe ètùtù báyìí kó ṣe nǹkan báyìí bọ́kọ ìṣọ́fẹ́ ṣe àwọn ẹ̀ṣẹ́ àwọn ẹlẹ́fẹ́ lọ sọ̀rọ̀ nǹkan bẹ́ẹ̀ fún ṣé gọ́vnà dancing dog tó ń lọ sí redeem church ló máa ní come you have to do this ètùtù for your state o so àwọn awo yẹn lọ ètò tó máa ń ṣe yẹn tó bá because nǹkan tí fẹ́ máa ń sún gbà mí even this 2023 election this thing about the Yoruba Igbo Ifa talked about it like it was supposed to be worse than that àwọn ẹbọ ètò tá a ṣe yẹn ló jẹ́ kí gbogbo ẹ kó má kọjá àkọ́ tó kọjá yẹn because you know well tó máa ń dáfà ẹ̀ máa ń àwọn kìíní yẹn ó máa almost everything tí wọ́n máa sọ kó máa ṣẹlẹ̀ yìí ó máa fẹ́ ṣẹlẹ̀ ó máa kú dẹ́ ó máa fẹ́ ṣẹlẹ̀ ṣáá ni. So in Korean save Southwest, yeah, if not.
Mike, our ancestors, what were they using to identify New Year? What were our ancestors using to identify New Year?
We use this in now. Like we Yoruba have our own New Year's in June. So that's when we do our Okitase.
We have our calendar now. We look at the moon too, just as
we
the way
use the moon.
yeah,
Okay.
just as the Muslim, yeah.
Okay, gotcha.
So we have disaster. This Yoruba land, we are saying,
and it's only Southwest that looks like seemingly peaceful, and that's where everybody is coming from.
Everybody is coming there.
If I say my kilo for àwọn Igbo gan nǹkan tó ń gbé ní pé nǹkan tó ń wà nínú wọn ó le gan against ilẹ̀ Yorùbá yẹn if I máa ń sọ̀rọ̀ pa àwọn gan tó lẹ́yìn ṣe máa ń fojú kánà ojú kan wọ́n bẹ́ẹ̀ because nǹkan tí wọ́n máa ń sọ pa àwọn bíbù yẹn bẹ́ẹ̀.
All over the country lọ ń yà wá síbẹ̀ kí lẹ fi nǹkan máa ṣẹlẹ̀ síbẹ̀ tó ń yà wá wọn ò dẹ̀ dúró.
Let me tell you how serious what you are talking about is. You know, my younger brother works with Federal College of Education, Kotangura. He said now that if you are building a house in that area, you understand. You know, when you have not completed your house, you can put the roof, and that one can be there for maybe 3-4 years before you come and do something. In those areas, now you dare do that, they will go and remove all the roofing sheet. One really is as bad as that.
By the way, Simba, your description of Northerners earlier was very apt and correct. That's their mentality, and it really makes them very lazy.
Simba, ìlú kan tí mi respect nílẹ̀ Yorùbá yẹn Òṣogbo kò ń fi oòrùn wọ́n fòrò wọn ṣeré because oòrùn ló máa fi ń lé àwọn èèyàn kéèyàn kúrò lù náà oòrùn tó bá ti ṣe oòrùn yẹn bá àwọn èèyàn bẹ́ẹ̀ oòrùn yẹn máa lé wọn kúrò lù kò tiẹ̀ yíyan táwọn ṣe máa kọ́ ẹ̀rọ tó máa kúrò lù yẹn but most of Yorùbá là kàn ń ṣe mọ̀ Èkó sílẹ̀ even Lagos Ìkòròdú láti pàtì Ogun State gbogbo Ọ̀yọ́ àwọn Ọ̀ṣun yẹn mọ̀ pé most part of Ọ̀ṣun wọn ti máa ń ṣe oòrùn tọ́ba ti dá máa ń pé àwọn èèyàn kéèyàn fẹ́ kó wọ̀lú àwọn ẹ̀mí kẹ́mi àwọn èèyàn kéèyàn àwọn bandit àtàwọn criminal round robber ti fẹ́ wọ̀lú tọ́ba ti ṣe òrò yẹn báyìí àwọn bíbẹ̀ lọ ṣe wọ̀lú yẹn báyìí kankan ló máa lé wọn padà they will always.
Baba Ajale Koko, don't you think the state police would help with your concerns about the intrusions of foreigners into the Yoruba land? And if it's going to help, why is Tinubu not doing anything about it?
Well, politicians, as you know them, they will still behave like politicians. Yeah.
You know, the question Abdu is asking to me is not how can state police prevent people from migration?
Yeah, they could help if
They
we
can
have
help
state
in terms of
police,
security, but they cannot prevent them from coming.
Nigerian constitution allow give them right to migrate, so you can't tell
Prevent
people
them
they
from
can't
coming.
migrate.
no,
The
no, no,
question
no,
is
no, no,
not to
no, no, no,
prevent
no,
them.
no, 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 no. Every state have responsibility to control the influx of people that have nothing to do in that state. If you are not coming to that state for any legal means, they have the right to stop you.
How do you determine that? How do you
They
determine
can
that?
determine it. If you
It's
have
easy now.
if you have hundreds of people in an open truck, where are they going?
They will tell you they are
We
going
need to know,
to.
because we are living in a country where that is ravaged with insecurity. We don't know terrorists. We don't know banditry among them. So if you have a good policing system, they should be able to stop those kind of vehicle that is loaded with hundreds of people. So where are you guys going? So if they cannot explain themselves of where they are going or what they want to go and do legally, they can be sent back to where they are coming from. They can be detained, questioned, and sent back. That is
And
the best they can do to them.
in addition to that, I think Mike has also suggested that they could be sophisticated with the law. Like they make law like you must have an address, make a law against sleeping on the street.
Exactly.
That's an
Yes.
indirect way
Those
of
are the solutions.
controlling over population. Those are
Yes.
Yeah,
indirect ways of doing
yeah.
it.
That's the best way. That's what they
Yes.
did in Abuja now. That's how they control Abuja's population now. I remember when they were building Abuja, they started making those rules because they were like they learned lesson from Lagos. They saw how Lagos was just crowded, so Abuja started making those policies, those rules. In Abuja, I can't just come because I remember back then when I went to Abuja in the 90s. That time, so some people were coming from different parts. They come from Lagos and they want to sleep on the streets, sleep as the way same way they would do when they get to Lagos. No, the law enforcement they would just wake them up, say no, say they will sleep, you will go to prison, or that time was even Abacha's regime. DSS will beat you, man. You have to be in a house. You can't. There's no just sleeping or beating on shanty anywhere. Or just walk out from nowhere. Start build. Use Paco to build a small shanty on one street corner or one side of the road. No. Abuja make that regulation. You gotta have a residence. If you don't, then you can't be homeless. You might as well just get out of the city. So that's the only way. You have to make those rules. You can copy from the way the apartheid government did in South Africa now, where you have to have a card, you have to have ID card, you have to have, just make rules so people will know that you can't just walk to that place and just be a destitute.
I agree. We have lazy people in the position of leadership. State
Exactly.
ID. Every state should have ID card for their citizen in that state. And by such they can know how many people they have, they can know the population of the state, and they can use that to even carry out some social program for implement some social program for the benefit of their people. So
they can use it for everything,
everything.
In America, you can't just travel around without having, like, state to state, without having your ID. Everyone must have an ID, and if they can't hide you, they'll just detain you until they can hide you.
Even homeless people, they have ID now.
Yeah,
every person must have ID.
And that's not difficult. Creating ID for everyone is not difficult. It's just like you said, it's lazy leadership.
We have
These
lazy
people that are coming, where we got it wrong in Nigeria, people that are everybody that are hunting to become senator, governors, they're just going there to go and serve themselves. There's no vision. Where this is not all these things that we are talking about. It's not what they are thinking about when they are going to become go to those positions of leadership. So that's just unfortunate thing about Nigeria. There's no visionary people. We don't have a vision to all these kind of things. What we should be. Those are our real problems. These things that we are not controlling. Population is just anybody can walk into Nigeria now and just go there and start living. We don't have system like to account for population.
Anybody. They are already there from Niger, from
Niger, from anywhere. You can just
everywhere,
walk
from
in.
Chad.
Chad, anywhere. Cameroon, Togo.
Mike,
You don't know when you go for God's sake.
In my area, where I was in the north, I'm telling you, I've been living with this guy for so many years. I thought the guy is a Nigerian. Until one day, this guy just pack up everything that he's going back to his country, Niger. I said, what? Niger?
And this kind of thing, Nigeria, this kind of thing has been back on my mind for decades. Like, come on, how do we know who's who? But our politicians never, all this kind of thing, never bring it to to account. Like, okay, come on, this thing here, we have to be able to idea our people, identify. Those are the basic things we should be doing. Nigeria should be doing, but we don't even talk about those things.
And
we talk
Mike,
about. We are even talking about economic growth, economic this. Do you think when the Nigerian economy should grow now, and we become very wealthy, you don't think we have immigration problem?
Exactly. So,
let's say Tinubu fix something and do one magic. We come here to talk about everything. Let's say do one magic now, everything just boom, economy just current. Now our currency become best. Everything. The whole Cameroon, Niger, they will all walk in Syria. No, they will all walk. They will walk straight to Nigeria to go and look for greener pasture. Population of those will become 500 million overnight. When we talk, I just like we are not taking care of the basic things. We are talking about want to progress, but you're not securing the basic things, like accounting for your population, all those things.
That is
everybody they will want to go. The day Nigeria become like that, and we have the means because we are very rich in oil wealth. We have the means. We can just industrialize overnight because we already have the human capital, the brain, all these brains we have overseas, all these Nigerian overseas that have gone. If everybody just go back to Nigeria and say they're bringing their brains to the table, everybody wants to do something. Trust me, Nigeria will become like just 10 times wealthier than most of their neighboring country, and everybody from that country will be flowing straight to Nigeria. It's like the way the Mexicans are launching to American border.
Mike, we're waiting for your brain.
Huh?
I said we are waiting for your brain.
Though we have too many, Nigeria has we got too many Nigerians have like a diaspora. They have advanced, man, on all levels. Everywhere I've been in any area, every sector, I've seen Nigerians have gone far. If one day every one of those Nigerians overseas just let me go to Nigeria, just gonna contribute. I guarantee you, within 3 years, you will see something turn around. You just be seeing Nigeria, things just happening. Because those people, they will bring a lot of creativity into that country. And we'll just be 5, 6, 10 times richer than all these countries around us. Economy will just start turning around. Opportunity will be everywhere. And guess what? Everybody is going for greener pasture. Nigerians, Chadians, Cameroonians, Togolese, Benin, all of them. See, they will all be going to Nigeria, man.
Mike, this is what baffles me with Tinubu. He talks with passion about how he wants to make great reforms in Nigeria, how he wants to make Nigeria economy a $1 trillion economy. But he cannot even take care of the basics. Like, you see, design, when you're designing something, it's not about doing the complex things. It's all about simplicity. Simplicity, they say, is a hallmark of design. You can't take care of the basic thing, the simple stuff, like rejigging the Nigerian police force, transparency in government, all these basic things. He's not even doing it, and he said he wants to make it a $1 trillion economy. How is that going to happen?
You see, the problem is that
You think
Tinubu is having health challenges. There's little that man can do. This is the mistake that we are making as a country and as people, voting for aged people. They can't do anything. The position of president is a position of the driver. We are all in the same vehicle. When the driver is sick and he can't drive, what do you think is going to happen? We are going to stuck in one place.
No, the passenger takes over.
Huh?
The passenger takes over.
What are you saying? How can the passenger take over? Look, that is the problem. When he's saying, "Oh, I want to, my stomach, oh, we have to do here," you will slow you down. The journey that is supposed to go for like 4 hours is taking you like 1 week. That is the problem we have in Tinubu. Is having a serious health challenges, and the way that country is structured, there is nothing that country cannot work. And like I said, I told Simba, the party system, the political party administration that is corruptly based. It is a corrupt party, and taking
Hey,
that into government. How do
Ajalekoko
you
was
think it can? How do you
hold
think that
on.
government can function?
Was Jonathan was he sick also? Was he sick too?
You mean Jonathan? Jonathan
Yeah.
government was still better than these people, except
That,
you want
that,
to
that,
write.
that's
I don't agree with you. It's
that's why they
all
did. That's why they
No, no,
didn't
no,
remove the
no. You
subsidy,
can't.
and that's why they
Are we
didn't.
better? Hold on. Are we better off today as a country and as people
no. We've been
No,
against
backsliding
the
hold on.
now.
time against the time of
Every
Jonathan?
No,
every
hey,
successive
guys.
government.
Yes, sir. I can't hear. I'm at the airport, so I can't really yell a lot. I can't talk louder. So, is America better off today than 4 years ago? Ajalekoko.
Are we better off today than 4 years ago?
In America, are we better off today than 4 years ago? Yes.
Well, that one is debatable.
It's not debatable. We are
Hold
not.
on now. Hold on. It's debatable. Yes, we can say, well, we have higher inflation. What do you call it? Inflation. But when you talk of the economy in terms of job creation, the economy is creating job, and opportunity. There are more job opportunity in America today. So it's debatable. I'm not going to say for ordinary people when it comes to cost of living. Cost of living is generally high in America today,
See,
everywhere.
no. See, in
So
America, it's not okay. Oh, one second.
let me agree with you that today average American is not better off
Okay, good. So in
against,
America,
yes.
America's problem for a long time
But
has
but
not
but
really
when you're
been
talking about
the
the
jobs.
economy,
Hold on,
economy
it's not
itself,
about jobs. Hold on, it's not about jobs.
the
In
economic
America,
performance. Hold on, hold on.
it's always been about the quality of jobs and also the wage relative to inflation or the cost of living. See, you can talk about jobs all day, but people make it. They have jobs, but they can't pay their $5,000 mortgage or rent or I mean, so how is their life improved? So they work all day instead of 8 hours job. They do 12, 15 hours job a day, and you call that quality of living? Are they really better off? You need to ask yourself that question. Are we better off today than we were 4 years ago?
Uh, what did you just say now? I didn't hear your conclusion.
If you can hear me, I'm saying Americans, okay, they're working, I don't know, 12, 15 hours a day, okay?
Hmm.
Yes, they have jobs. They have jobs, but the cost of living has gone up. The cost of living has gone up. The job, the wages relative to inflation is not really, is not at the same pace. So they may have a job, be working, but their quality of life is not improved.
Mm-hmm.
So don't say job. Don't use job as a barometer. Okay,
I
for
agree
for
with you.
for,
I
for
agree with
okay.
everything you say. I agree. So we are not, generally we can say we are not better off in America today, compared to 4 years ago. Yeah, I agree that with you, because that's the summary of the whole thing is that, okay, if you look at the cost of living today against 4 years ago, you know that yes, we are poorer today than 4 years ago. Yes, I agree with you. But in Nigerian case, you see that even the economy is not creating job in the first place. Talk less of even.
Nigeria has never created jobs. I was asking a question, was it yesterday or today, that our economy is greatly, what do you call it? Is it undocumented sector, or what do you call it?
Undocumented society.
It's true. It is true, right? If you document it, we'll be paying a lot of taxes. We'll be paying a lot of taxes, but people don't pay a lot of taxes. Okay, I mean the local government people, the ag bureau, whatever you call them, they extort people, and those tax revenue don't go directly to the city or the state. So it's highly undocumented. So I mean, job has always been a problem for us in Nigeria. I don't know of any government that came
No,
and
no,
created a bunch of jobs.
Nigerian economy create job when we have economic growth. When our GDP, whenever our GDP improves, yeah, the economy create job. So, but what we have today is that our economy is. We are producing at low. It's not. Our productivity is very low right now, so therefore we are not creating job as expected. So, and cost of living and
Uh-huh.
cost of living is high. Cost of living is high, and devaluation of the currency, inflation is high, interest rate is high. I mean, you can't create job. You can't even have productive economy with all the economic indices. By all
You know,
means, you want to measure it in Nigeria.
if you
It's just
ask
too
me,
bad.
an average Nigerian does not need much from the government. So you tell me, or anyone, what are the 2 or 3 things that an average Nigerian needs to survive
I
on its
disagree
own?
with you. I disagree
Okay.
with you that every Nigerian. Look, let me tell you this. Why I disagree with you is that many states in Nigeria depend on government subvention to function. So what that means is that if government does not function in that state, or federal government does not give allocation to that state, every business activity in that state will suffer.
No, I disagree. I disagree. You talking about the
Do,
state?
do you know there are some states that are called, many states in Nigeria are civil servant states? Do you agree that with me?
Yeah, I agree. No, well, no, no,
No, no.
no.
Do you know that? Don't even say. Do you know
I,
that there are many states they
I tell
call
you,
civil servant
last
states?
time, Remy told us. I think the total civil servants in Nigeria is like about 5 million or less. So in a population of about 180 to 100 million people, how the heck is 5 million such a significant a number of people to warrant, the Nigeria not being productive? No, the allocation goes to the government, and it never trickles down to the average undocumented or the private sector Nigerian. It does not. Are you talking about the money that they take and go buy dollars How the heck is
No,
a
no,
rich
no,
an
no,
average
no, no, no,
Nigerian?
no, 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 no. That is not what I'm referring to. What I'm referring to is this. Look, government is the highest employer in many states in Nigeria. The highest employer of labor in many states in Nigeria are, is the state government and the local government employees. So when those people are not paid, when they are not paid, economic activity in that state suffer. So such state they call them civil servant states. So what I'm so when government in those states when the presence of government is not felt in that state, the state will be as good as a dead state, failed state. So
I see what you're saying, but I think
yeah,
you overrating government's involvement in the
I'm not
lives
saying
of the
that
people.
Nigerians are not resilient people. I'm not saying that Nigerian doesn't find a way to look for things to do and things to do that can give them some a kind of a means of livelihood, but the government factor, the government role played is so huge in the life of Nigerian people.
Okay,
And
that's okay.
many states,
I don't see it. I don't see it, but that's okay.
no, it's in many states we crumble if civil
Is it the state
servants are not
you're
paid.
talking about that there's no working local government? So I'm not sure really how the money trickles down to the average Nigerian that it actually helps them. I mean,
You see the way it trickled down. Okay, in those states that are civil servant states, when civil servants got paid, they spend that money. They spend it, and that money propel economic activity. Economic activity that will result to economic growth of that the economy of that state. So they are the oxygen feeding.
no,
They the
no,
oxygen.
no,
They the
no.
life.
It's not true. You think
workers
so? It's not true.
workers workers of those states and that of the civil, they are the life support. They are the life support for that state, for the existence of that state. So when they are not paid, other activity until the trickle down that you are talking about will never happen when workers don't spend their money. When they spend the money, when government issue out contract, and when government paid contractors and the money spread, the wealth spread in that state. That is the way it works. So Nigeria, I don't know, man. Just uh, some people can say, "Oh, Nigerian civil servants, oh, they are not many by their figure." I mean, if you look at but they don't know that as 10 million as they are against 200 million, that 10 million, man, the role they play in the economy is not. I mean, average
Oh no,
worker.
is it the 10 million that many of them are making 18,000 to 30,000 naira a month? That's what is moving the economy. I
Oh,
don't
well,
think so.
that's another topic of discussion entirely. But one thing that I would like you to know is that every worker in Nigeria. So when they are giving you 10 million, oh, that the total number of Nigerian workers or civil servants, they are no more than 10 million. I want you to know that every civil servants and workers and other workers in Nigeria, every have an average of 4 persons attached to them that they feed or they are responsible for their, you know, for their well-being in that country. So if you multiply
Yeah,
that,
with 30,000 naira, they feed 4 people. Ajale Coco.
eh, they they get money from other means now. They do some wuru now.
They
What
do
are you
some
talking about?
undocumented work. Yes, you're right. They do
Yeah,
undocumented work.
they do some they do some Eguje and so they take Eguje at work, take it to for family to feed on. So it's just America, I mean, it's tough. It's tough. Don't let us deceive ourselves. But we don't know what is going to happen with your election. The race is so close now.
Oh,
It's so close. Prince Daddy. So, and it looked like the way it is now that it's so close. Uh, I think it's good for your man because if the Democrats are actually doing well, I think the gap should be, we should see a very wide gap between them.
hmm
But for the fact that it's so close that we cannot even tell
hmm
who is going to win, that tells me that Trump is doing good.
Yeah, I agree. Yeah, because it's so close. Yeah, Trump
Yeah,
is
because it's
doing
so
good.
close.
So, but I don't even think actually that Kamala is going to win the popular vote. I don't think she's going to win it. You know, unlike Hillary, I don't think she has what it takes to win the popular vote. So it's looking good for Trump. Yeah.
Yeah, it's good for Trump that, looking at the poll showing that their neck is a neck to neck. It shows that Trump is doing good. It shows that Trump is doing good. So hold on, election day is getting closer, right? When August,
Yeah,
when
November 5th.
September. Wow, we only
Like
have.
40 days now.
Can you believe that?
Uh,
Hmm.
I'm trying to catch a plane going to Atlanta, and I heard there's a hurricane passing through there.
Oh, yeah. There's gonna be a hurricane. Oh, you're trying to catch a plane to go to Atlanta? When?
Right now, I'm at the airport, but
Ah, there's a hurricane. There's a hurricane landing. Hurricane is landing in Atlanta,
yeah, it just passed through Florida. I mean,
Florida. Yeah,
honestly,
landing at
and
Atlanta today and tomorrow. I guess maybe tonight and tomorrow morning.
really, I mean, from Atlanta, I'm going to Jamaica, and hopefully I can catch my flight from Atlanta when the
You're going.
hurricane
You're
hurricane
going to.
passes.
You're going to Jamaica,
Yeah,
Kingston.
Montego Bay.
Oh, Montego Bay. Okay. Yeah. Is the has the hurricane passed through there already, or what? Or is it not? Uh,
No, it's supposed to pass through in the morning, East Coast time. I think around 1 or 2 o'clock. But I'm not sure if it's cleared yet. My flight probably won't land around 5 o'clock.
no, no. Oh, yeah, yeah. They might. Yeah, you have to be checking your email and your flight schedule. They might cancel your flight
Oh,
because of the hurricane.
well, actually, they changed the time to later
Mm,
right now. But actually, we're boarding right now actually. But they changed the time like few times. But I
mm,
don't think I don't think they're canceling it. Yeah.
Yeah, it's gonna be. You have to keep your eyes on your email and
Yeah.
yeah. So because yeah, it's landing. It's been raining terribly in Atlanta
Oh,
yesterday.
oh really? Oh, okay.